doing the Arcane live stream discussion. I don't think we did this for Has Been Hotel, so it would be wrong to say that we've never done this for any other show.
That's
However,
true.
this is the first time that we've done this for Arcane. So yeah, you guys, you know, let us know if you can hear us, if everything's okay, all that fun stuff. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I am going through it right now. I don't want to get into all of it, but like anything that you can think of that's physically wrong with me is wrong with me. I don't think you guys would be able to see, but like I have this like blister on my eye for some reason. That's why I have no makeup on. So this is gonna be a very casual, kind of unhinged, kind of like, screw everything, let's just do it. Like, that's kind of the vibe for the stream today. So I hope that you guys will enjoy that. I do have notes on my phone. We have the live chat, to the side of us here. So if you guys can type, please type in the chat, so we can, see and everything. But I'm just gonna make sure that people know that we're streaming and retweet my
Maybe you should describe
stuff.
like all your maladies so people pity click on our live
Oh
stream.
my god, yeah, I mean,
Like,
I'm just going through it. I'm just
Not
like,
only do I have a blister on my face, but
my
I also have
lungs
rickets.
hurt, and like, I don't know, my
I have a
tummy
bow-legged
hurts, like
walk.
whatever you can. I lost my last game of League of Legends today.
I have tuberculosis.
Like whatever you
You've
can
been playing
think.
League of Legends again?
Yeah, I have been playing League of Legends.
You
I
know
mean,
what?
Arnold plays League,
Arnold,
right? So I like to play with Arnold every now and then. And so yeah, I play Malzahar. I did good yesterday. I had a very nice
The
game
only
streak.
like non arcane character I'm aware of
Yes.
is Vel'Koz.
Yeah,
that's the one you used to play in like high school.
I mean, I still play Vel'Koz, but I like
Ash
Malzahar.
is the lady with the bow.
Yeah.
Ash, I remember her.
We
And
did the League Yasser Pass.
That's true, but I didn't pay attention to it. Or it didn't like, listen, I looked at a bunch of people, and if they're a woman, I said yes, and if they were a man, I said
it was
pass,
very
unless
dependent.
they were also a monster, and then I said yes. I had a very basic system. You basically, once you know the rubric, you
Yeah,
didn't even
yeah.
need to listen to anything I
I could
said.
have just like AI Hunter, didn't even need the real
Oh,
Hunter.
Oh,
Like,
for
just
that,
so
absolutely.
predictable.
Yeah, no, it was relatively straightforward.
Oh my goodness.
And
Hold
then
on.
Fiddlesticks.
Yes.
I am aware of our Lord and Savior Fiddlesticks.
I'm just gonna move that a little bit out of the way just because we're gonna use that to cover the screen because we can't show all of the screenshot. Actually, hold on. I think there was a method to my madness and it was making sure that the closed captions could be seen. But I think that this will be okay. Like if they somehow claim like this, I don't know. You know, I guess we deserve it. Anyway, hi, Idiots React. Hello, Grim. Yes, I did inhale the gray. We need to talk about that because, okay, so this stream is kind of twofold. One, it's a talk about, like, foreshadowing, themes, animation, parallels, all that stuff that we usually talk about during Ruby season, right, for Ruby, but now, you know. The other thing is that Hunter and I, unfortunately, have, I don't want to call it foot in mouth, but it's like incorrect observation in mouth. Does that make sense?
Okay,
like,
I wasn't the one that thought it was Ambessa.
Okay,
Up.
yeah, you guys
I've
see
been
that?
relatively accurate. Don't project your
I need to
own
read a comment
bullish
that I
on
read.
me.
I need to read you guys a comment that somebody left because it was very funny, and then we'll start talking about it. Okay? So this person on YouTube said, this was Macros Hunt, if you're in the chat. You're probably not, but that's okay. So, my experience with watching people with some knowledge of the lore against people that know nothing is that the normal people make educated guesses based on what they see on screen. Meanwhile, watching you two, people who know some stuff, is like seeing someone who is screaming doomsday because they saw an eclipse, I think that's me, and then you are, who thought the moon was eating the sun, oh wait, that's still me, and thought the moon was eating the sun, being called stupid by someone else who says the moon is made of cheese and would melt if it was too close to the sun. Absolutely deranged behavior. So that is what that person said about
The thing is that, like, that's a mischaracterization, because I don't know anything about the lore of League of Legends.
That's what they were trying to get at, though, is that
but they said
usually
you
there's
too.
people that don't know anything, or that they know everything. and so we're the in-between of we know some things, but not everything, right? I'm like, oh my god, look, there's Janna, or whatever, and I know who Janna is, but like, could I tell you the lore about her? No, I had to look it up. And so every time we see something, we have this weird in-between knowledge, and we just make all of the wrong
I think
choices.
you have more, I think I'm more into the realm of like, I watched the first season of Arcane, and I played one game of League of Legends probably a decade ago.
Probably.
And I remember, this is how bad I was when I played League of Legends.
Oh, it was bad.
I didn't realize that you moved your like little guy with clicks. I was using like the WASD keys.
Yeah.
Like, why aren't they moving? And like...
And that's why Hunter doesn't play League with.
I also just don't like online games.
Yeah,
like
I know. You're
games.
not really... I love killing
the only
people
multiplayer...
in the games.
I love murder.
Well, yeah, like when I lose, I'm kind of toxic, but I like to win. Like I was like 7-0 on Malzahar the other day, and I was like, oh yes.
I've played Mario Party with you. I know you like to win. That's my trait.
I love being
Is that like
toxic
Malzahar? The only like online games I really like to play are ones where you play as Mario.
Right,
if you could play as Mario in League of Legends, then like we might be on to something. But until that day, well, actually, there is a Nintendo MOBA. It's
Pokemon Unite. Yeah, Arnold plays that too,
which is pretty wild.
So let us talk about some things. All right, Mel's armor has a couple suspicious shots here, but then also later, and when it happens later, I will show you guys because these screenshots are in order. So, toxic League player, never would have guessed, but you wouldn't have guessed that I'm toxic, okay? Anyway, so...
Once again, seen you play.
Hello?
They're
Why
a
are the pictures
blurry.
so fucking blurry, bro? Okay, I think that was just... Was that my fault? Hello?
Okay,
now
we're
they're
not
okay.
as blurry.
I think that was just because, I don't know, of the haze or whatever, but like, do you guys see the little orbs? I thought that was fire. The streets are saying that this is Mel's armor protecting her. And you see later that there's a shot of like the entire chamber and it's all scuffed up except for the one place that Jayce and Mel were standing. So clearly something happened here. They say Ambessa stole something more precious than gold. And so you could take that as gold in the literal money sense. I'm taking that as gold as literally Ambessa stole their armor and melted it down and gave it to Mel, right? Because look at them both. They are covered in like soot. Like they're soot, and like Mel seems like really,
that
tired.
would make me feel slightly better. Because, like, my thought was, like, oh, they built up this big weapon, and it goes, and it failed to kill, like...
No, I think it's supposed to be
people.
intentional that, like, it did something, and I'll show you guys the shot later. There's not really, I don't think, anything in the rest
Because, like, there was 6 people in there. 3 people are dead. 1 person was grievously wounded.
Yeah, she changed her whole headpiece, which we see later on. And
then
Sallow lost his legs, obviously. This councilman...
So 3 people are dead, 2 people are grievously wounded, 2 people are totally okay.
So Hunter
that
was
should
like,
be more
plot armor,
dead.
right? But it's not plot armor, it's armor,
like,
I guess.
plot armor that they never explained.
No, but like,
does
it's
bug
foreshadowing
me
a little bit, though. If they're saying that Ambessa stole something greater than gold.
Then, like, how weird would that be if somebody was like... If you were like, huh, I really should have died there. Guess I didn't.
Well,
oh, well.
You know what? They say that, though.
Only...
Jayce is like, I don't understand why I'm alive, right?
That's a good question. Frankly, like, I just feel like, I don't know, just logically, if I were them, I'd be like, yeah, why am I alive? Like, you would be genuinely curious.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Jayce was too busy being sad about Victor, though. Like, so it read as more of like, I'm in denial. Like, it read as a more like, I'm in denial. Why did I live? Like, survivor's guilt.
It's not really a plot hole. It's just like a plot contrivance.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes, Austin, we will talk about that later. In terms of that, the LeBlanc, because I had to look up what the Black Rose was, and so that gives us some understanding. Some people did notice there's some fun things right here. So we got Victor's leg in the papers, right? Obviously, that's the Hexcore. Hello, bestie. Yeah, so that's the Hexcore There was some other stuff here. I don't know if the what we used
Victor
to render
was
the
also
screenshots
hurt
capture
in
it.
that.
Yeah.
Yes, and so in the last moment, he puts the evil orb in his best
Yeah.
friend, which you should never do.
And what I forgot was that Victor asked Jayce to destroy the Hexcore at some point. I don't remember
somehow
when.
this feels like the exact opposite of that.
Right. And so, okay, I think that there is something that we should probably talk about and, like, clarify. I get the vibe it wasn't the armor Ambessa stole from them, but Mel herself. And I'm like, but how would that work? Like, is this a Rumpelstiltskin, like, give up your firstborn situation? That's just my thing, Austin, is like, I don't understand how that functions, like, in the narrative. I also don't think it's Mel that has magic. I do think it's the armor, just because, like, there's something about the glow where I'm like, well, why didn't she glow? Why was it just the armor that was glowing, right? So I don't know. It could be, though. It could be Mel and that Ambessa made some sort of deal and she was supposed to give up Mel as her, like, child. It's weird. We have some, like, weirdly not loading screenshots. Oh, we see a shot of, I think, Victor's skeleton at one point. Oh,
yeah,
that's not yet.
No, several times during the scene when they're adding the Hexcore into Victor,
Yeah.
it gives us this kind of like Scooby-Doo, very cartoonish, like, you see his skeleton.
Yeah, exactly. And so we have kind of Frankenstein.
Which is silly and Frankenstein-y, but is weirdly effective.
So, okay, here's something else that I wanted to talk about, but I didn't pull up the footage for this, because even though it's interesting, I couldn't find, like, anything in these discrepancies that seemed actually important, because now, I don't know if you guys have noticed, I've taken the screen away, because technically, like, in terms of these screenshots, now we're on the intro, and I'm skipping past it. So, here's the thing. I showed Hunter this before the stream started, but the intro has 3 different variations, and I'm like, fuck you guys, right? Because I'm like, oh my god. So I don't have it on screen, and I'm afraid to play it because of, like, copyright reasons, right? Because if we play the intro, that's, like, more of a, hello? Okay, yeah, that's just blank footage. That's more of a visual thing, right? But I showed this to Hunter, and so somebody on Twitter, I'll retweet it again. I already retweeted it once, but if you guys want to go look at it. So, like, you can see that the glitches, like, there's different glitches depending on the episode. And so, like, there's one difference in episode 3 where, like, I think Jinx sees, like, Enforcer Vi as opposed to, like, regular Vi in the back-to-back.
Oh.
There's one with Echo, I think this person's gonna... No, not with Echo. There's another one with Victor, I think, where Victor, like, there's different scenes after Victor, so one of them has Ambessa with the mask, but then the other 2 just have blank, like,
which
screens.
makes sense, because, like, these things happen.
Yeah.
Like Jinx seeing Vi as a cop makes sense for the 3rd episode, because that's when Vi ostensibly becomes a cop.
But there's just some
the Ambessa
weird...
thing makes sense because Ambessa kind of like reveals herself
or
at the
like
end of the 3rd episode.
There's, I don't know if you guys would be able to see, but like
reveals
see that
herself
one, there's
politically.
the Enforcers in episode
revealed
2.
herself physically several times in the 1st season.
So I don't think that, because here's the thing, right? Is this just changing based on what we see in the episode? Maybe, because we obviously have Caitlyn and her dictator outfit in the episode 3 intro, and that's different. However, when I first saw that, do you know what I thought of, Hunter? I thought of our time rip theory, which, if you guys don't know, basically the theory that we have right now. And as we were discussing this, for some reason I totally forgot that Echo has time travel, by the way. So, like,
Echo has
Elle
time
in
travel?
the chat, I mean, he has time powers. I don't know how far back he can go, but he's supposed to have time powers. Also, hi, Dar. I didn't know if you watched Arcane this season, so I'm glad to see you. But yeah, so anyway, I kind of wonder if they are going to do, like, a multiverse of madness or whatever, like, I don't know, like, kind of situation, but with Arcane, because that would be a way, because Lee has tried to, like, assimilate the game's lore with the show's lore, but that's kind of impossible because, like, okay, in the game's lore, for example, Vander's just, like, a dude, and he's a criminal, and then he stops being a criminal. Like, I don't think in the lore there was any connection between him and Vi, him and Vi and him and Jinx, right? He was just, like, a guy, you know?
Until they fleshed it out in Arcane.
Victor, right, does not become Jesus in the League lore. Like, he's kind of, he fixed himself in terms of, like, mechanical adjustments or whatever, right? the show doesn't have time for Echo to have powers, but what if that thing that they do at the end of episode 3 just gives him powers? You know, then they would have time.
He needs to invent the Z drive.
Yeah, the Z drive. They're rewriting the lore from the ground up a little, maybe, but I kind of think that they are going to do multiverse. Because, especially because we see Jayce, like, go into his memories and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, his own memories of the mage and everything, and, like, when he first encountered magic, and I think that that's gonna be important. Yeah, Victor wants the glorious evolution of humanity. Like, Victor in the game is, like, much more of a mad scientist type than the sort of, like, I don't know, sad boy that he is in here, where he's, like, sad and brooding all the time, right?
How do we hope it doesn't become, like, multiversy?
Why?
Just... You said, why?
No, I'm just wondering, like, what, do you have a reason? Like, I'm not saying that they'll explore the multiverses in the show, I'm saying that they'll just use that as a way to explore. You know how Attack on Titan did that thing where they were like, oh, the Attack on Titan junior high school AU is canon, and there's a universe where Eren and Mikasa and everybody all went to, like, just normal school or something?
You see, that's just chaotic, which is great. But, no, because, like, with, like, personally, like, I feel like multiverse stories work best in two concepts.
Yeah.
One where like the multiverse is like a sort of villain of the week thing that gets fixed once and then it's kind of shut off forever.
Sure. I'm just imagining more of a like, we look and we can see that there are other dimensions and then that just explains why League is different. Not something that the show goes into, but we just like see it.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, because like, so it, like something that's like, like the multiverse is a thing that exists, but it's relatively closed off.
Yeah.
If they just see like alternative universes where things are slightly different, then like, okay, that's a kind of closed off thing. Yeah. That's okay.
I don't think that's gonna be involved in the show.
Yeah.
I think it's just gonna be like Jayce sees an alternative version of himself. Like that's kind of what I mean.
So I think it works when it's closed off. And when it's not closed off, it works best as like kind of like an absurdist comedy thing, like a Rick and Morty thing where everything's silly and nothing really makes sense.
Yeah.
I think it works best in that regard. If you try to keep it serious and bouncing all over the place, it gets really kind of unruly, I find, very quickly.
And at the end of the day, like, League is silly. League is a silly show. They are silly little guys.
But Arcane is pretty serious.
Well, that's what I mean. So I think that, like, the multiverse would explain how in some universes they are just
So, like, if the multiverse thing exists, I hope it's very closed off and just as a way to explain, like, hey, this is a little different other places. But if it's like, hey, this is a little different other places, and also that doesn't really affect the plot at all, then you're basically given like a wink and a nod to like the differences of the lore, and you're basically moving on.
Yeah, that's what I think
and like
is gonna happen.
That's fine, but it doesn't really do much for you.
Unless,
like, story-wise,
well, the only thing that I could think of is that, like, we get this situation where a character is like, I could have prevented all this because there are other realities where things are different, right?
Yeah.
And that could lead to a little bit of obsession. There's already 10 plot lines. Also, guys, karaoke stream is still happening. November's not over yet, okay? You guys have to have a little faith in me, all right? I'm just a little guy.
But also, I feel like going back in time and like fixing everything
Echo has time things, right? I'm not saying he's gonna go back and fix everything, but I'm just saying that this show already introduced the concept of time. Well, I guess the show didn't. The game did.
Alternative.
The game,
universe,
you know.
Yeah, but I feel like there's like soft time travel.
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh, you can move back in time like 10 seconds.
It's kind of like Life is Strange, I think, for Echo. So he couldn't go that far back.
There's like soft where you can just kind of do that, and it's almost like a little superpower. It's less like time travel and more like reverse.
Yeah,
like Tracer in Overwatch or like in Life is Strange.
Yeah, reverse.
And then there's like hard time travel where you're like wiping out and recreating the entire timeline again and again.
I don't think that they would do that.
And I hope they don't do the second, because like that tends to be pretty unruly. And I'm personally with Dar in the chat that there's already a lot going on in the show. And what this show is really good at, and I kind of only realized when I we watched sort of
a recap
of the first season, is that the show, at least the first season, is very meticulously plotted.
Yeah.
Everything kind of flows nicely into everything else. And I feel like adding time travel and alternative universes in like any like big like sort of dramatic way will really fuck shit up.
But I still think it would be funny if Victor was the mage that gave the stone to Jayce, and that's why I want it to happen.
That is still a little fucky wucky timey wimey, but it is what it is. Here's the thing, and if that's how they want to like open up, like the wider world of League of Legends, I think it's kind of unnecessary. You could have just picked up and moved to like a different town, to the other side of the road, and I wouldn't have known better, because realistically, most of the
everybody wants an explanation for, like, oh, how are these two things canon? But I've never really cared about stuff like that, personally. I'm just like, I don't care. I care for consistency within the same thing, obviously, but, you know, if people are like, oh, Ruby versus Ruby Chibi, it's like, I don't need justification for Ruby Chibi becoming canon,
Ruby Chibi is just like a separate thing that's like a laugh. Whereas, like, the Ruby novels or the in-universe novels, those kind of have to gel.
Yeah.
With League of Legends, most people who watch Arcane, myself included, do not play League of Legends.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people might not totally even really be aware of what League of Legends even is. Same thing with Castlevania. I think there's a lot of people who watch the Castlevania show that did not know it was a video game.
Yeah.
A lot, like The Last of Us as well. My mom watched The Last of Us, I think, and she had a great time with it. And then I explained it that she was, because she saw like a disc for The Last of Us I had somewhere, and she's like, you bought the DVD? And I'm like, no Mom, it's a video game. Silly adults don't get it. I sound like a 12-year-old, but like, it's one of those things where like, don't do these big, weird, timey-wimey, alternative, multiple universe things to justify a universe that 90%, 80, 70% of your audience doesn't really give a shit.
Yeah.
If you want to do another League of Legends things, just do it in the next town over. No one will really care.
Yeah.
Maybe you get like a crossover. Maybe you see Heimerdinger in the background. When they do my musical, League of Legends.
League of Legends, the musical.
League of Legends, the musical. A Star is Born, and it's all about fiddlesticks.
Yeah.
I was
were you done with that train?
No, I was just thinking like could I call it like Fiddlesticks and Stones Will Hurt My Bone or break my, I don't know, the working title. But when we do when Netflix does the Fiddlesticks musical, they won't do it in alternative universe. They'll just do it in the next town over.
Right.
I hope, and I hope they don't mess with the plot a whole bunch.
So, Dar, I don't know what you're talking about. No, I still think the mage who saved Jayce is Rise. I don't remember. I know who he's talking about.
Rise sounds like...
Even when there was an evil Echo in League, it was just he lived his life resetting every conversation so it went perfectly. That's kind of funny. But I think we should move on now because you guys have heard about the Victor theory. You guys have heard about the multiverse. Unless we see something else in these screenshots, I think we're okay. All right. So this picture caused confusion a little bit. Those are not violets. Those are like the flowers of the Caraman... whatever. So, like, the flowers are supposed to be the memories of her mother, right? The red and, like, seeing Vi be the only thing in red is supposed to be, like, her anger and her revenge for wanting to kill Jinx. At least I think so, right? I'm worried that Arcane is gonna have the Ruby Volume 8 bloat problem. I think, Dar, I guess we can get this out of the way now. I don't think so. I think what's going to happen is that some things are going to be intentionally left unresolved because we are going to move into covering the Black Rose, and like that's where the series is going to pivot to. So we're going to wrap it up with Caitlyn and Jinx, Caitlyn, yeah, sure. Caitlyn and Jinx and Vi and Singed and whatever, but like we're not going to wrap it up with Ambessa. We're not going to wrap it up with Mel. The Black Rose plotline, I don't think, is going to be wrapped up.
Part of me kind of, I guess we'll get to this. I'll bring that up later.
Okay,
right now,
remember.
Yes.
But yes, this was apparently charcoal painted, and so I find that
amazing.
really
yeah,
cool.
I really love how weird and abstract they've been going with a lot of the art. Like, there's a lot of almost like silent film pieces in these episodes.
Yeah.
And this being one of them, I think it was gorgeous. I think the pop of color and the sort of black and white charcoal backgrounds. Yeah, it was wonderful.
And so then we have Vi, so like, that's what I think this is. It's like, and even the forget-me-not flower and this little girl with the red bow, I think that what they're trying to get at is that you have the past and the future, not necessarily that even those purple flowers were representative of Vi. Like, one of them was representative of her mother, at least.
I always interpreted it more as, like, this is how Caitlyn sees the world after the death of her mother.
Yeah.
Like, everything else kind of goes gray.
And I think that's intertwined with that,
And the
right?
only thing that are in colors are the things she's obsessing over. Like, her mixed and complicated feelings with Violet and the loss of her mother.
Yeah.
And I kind of just, I don't know, I think visually it communicates her loss and
but
her
I think the little
really
girl and then the girl with the bow on her head, like the flower that the girl gives, I think you're right. Like, I think that this is just a metaphor for grief in general, but I think the reason why she sees that in color is because it's like, well, these are the people that she wants to protect if they kill Jinx, right?
Yeah.
Like the children, you know? We will talk about Jayce in a minute. Am I predicting a Noxus season? I mean, I guess. Maybe. I guess I am. I don't know. I don't know what they'll do, but I think that the Black Rose thing, because we didn't need that. That didn't need to be here. I can't think of a single reason why they would have to introduce that in that season. Or, sorry, in this season, unless it's gonna be important. But yeah, another interesting detail that people pointed out was that Caitlyn, like, tries to look at her mother for as long as possible. I don't know if I caught that very well, but, oh no, it's not this shot, it's the next one, hold on. Alright, we have Vi being sad and walking around with her hood on, hold on. That's not what I meant.
To me?
Oh, this one, hold on. Yeah, so see, like, you can see Caitlyn, she's trying to, like, take a look for as long as or maybe it was the other scene and the screenshots just didn't capture that very well. But anyway, she does this little, like, looky over thing. Sorry guys, I keep picking the wrong scene here.
To be honest, this is just me and my proclivities, but whenever, like, because when people do shots in funerals, they always have dramatic shots of people carrying coffins. They always have overhead shots of, like, people looking ashen.
Yeah.
In coffins filled with roses. And all I can think of is the My Chemical
Oh my
Romance
God.
music video for the song Helena. Like, it's because it's like, yeah, because every single, I mean, they probably took it from, like, you know, popular filming conventions around that song as well. But, or like previous to that music video. But every time I see it, they're like, yeah, everyone just shoots funerals like that MCR music video. In the background, all I hear is
I read something that, like, people were fighting over My Chemical Romance tickets today, and I'm like, they're still alive.
They're
like,
on
that's
tour.
crazy.
Yeah, they're on tour again.
Like,
they're still alive.
I didn't think they were dead. I just kind of thought that they were like,
yeah, they weren't. They got back together a couple years ago.
Oopsie.
You spelled Skittles everywhere.
No, Smarties.
Smarties. Wow.
Not Skittles.
I'm dumb. I saw the S and it just jumped to that. My brain is bad today. I don't know what's going on there.
I'm physically run down, but you're, like, mentally run down.
I meant to say charcoal earlier, and it came out charcoal.
Yeah.
I'm just acknowledging that now. That was embarrassing.
So,
Ooh,
this is nice shot because this was the chair her mother would sit in, and then obviously, like, it's representing how Caitlyn needs to.
Also, can we talk about how pretty she looked in the coffin? If you
died, the mom?
Yeah, if you died in an explosion, that's a closed coffin funeral.
Maybe they
you know what I mean?
like, I don't know, with magic or something. She looked okay though when Jayce saw her on the ground, so I don't know how that happened, but I guess they cleaned her up. I don't know. Yeah, we'll talk about Jayce in a minute. So another thing here that a lot of people pointed out that I thought was kind of cool and kind of fucked up is that the room is not wheelchair accessible. It has stairs. There is no ramp, and the stairs are, like, wholly unnecessary, by the way. Like, you're stepping down 2 steps just to, like, get into, like, a smaller room. Like, you know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense for why there's, like, 3 fucking stairs here. So I thought that was fun. Just because it represents kind of, I mean, first of all, just the fact that, like, in-universe, no one thought that there would be a disabled counselor who would ever have to come in here. But I think people have talked about that, right? What I want to talk about is the fact there's only 3 steps. Because it's also, like, people have talked about the implications of the fact they built it this way. But I think it's even more pointed when you think about, like, it was not necessary to make those 3 stairs.
Yeah.
It's like they did it on purpose. They could have made it accessible if they wanted to, right? And they didn't, you know, maybe for the purpose of decoration or something. So, like, I think that people's first point, obviously, that's, like, the main thing, is the fact that they built it this way. But I think people are not focusing enough on the fact that there's only 3 fucking stairs.
I think they honestly, part of me wonders if
Like,
they
that's
designed
so
it.
funny.
Part of me wondered if they designed it that way so you had like the dramatic like clunk 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 him going down.
I guess.
Because I think they used that shot once or twice.
But yeah, I like this. There will be no more fairy tales until we scour our basement scour our basement of its demons. Oh my god.
We both took silly pills before we came here.
Yeah,
and did
anyway,
this.
so I like that Ambessa has put her clutches into this man.
This is confirmed. Ambessa did not sleep with this guy. This isn't one of the twinks.
No, this is the counselor that was already here. Okay, I don't know what happened to her last twink. I don't know if he's still around somewhere.
Maybe those twinks don't survive Ambessa.
Yeah, maybe
Ambessa like has him. Like maybe Ambessa's into some real freak shit. Like those twinks end up like drowned somewhere.
I don't know. Yeah, style over substance, form over function. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean, right? I also just like, we've talked about this a couple times, but I just love how Mel instantly, like, she looks like a child whenever her mother's around. That's a very hard look to pull off.
Also,
especially in animation,
I'm just realizing now about the point about the wheelchair accessibility.
Yeah.
Why is he using a wheelchair?
Because his legs are broken.
Yeah, but like, we've seen people with robotic prosthetics before.
But the prosthetics are made by the Undercity, right?
And nobody in Piltover can get a good prosthetic.
I think, you know what I think it is? I would say in terms of Sallow's character that it's a point of pride almost. Yeah. Like it's supposed to showcase like, I will eventually get better. I don't need prosthetics because my legs will eventually like restore function. Like I think that you gotta keep
someone in the chat wrote you gotta keep your work twinks and your personal twinks separate. That's like, yeah, that twink is business.
Yeah.
Those other twinks were pleasure twinks.
So I think that like Chad is right, Grimwitch is right, like that the fact that it's Chemtech, right, and not Hextech.
Is it all Chemtech?
Down in because Savika's arm is Chemtech, I guess, and
but there's like robot people.
But the robot people, that's all Chemtech. That's not Hextech. Hextech's the blue stuff. Okay. That was mixed up by the Hexcore.
Yeah, part of me is just like, why not have like?
But that's why the point of. He's too prideful to try to.
Maybe don't get rid of your legs, but you could presumably have like special like
maybe
robot
he wants
braces.
people to push him around.
Maybe. Here's the thing. I would also like Ambessa to push me around.
Well,
but,
I'm just saying.
You know. Maybe not in the same way, but.
Yeah, so we've already talked about this conversation. Caitlyn tried. See, okay, so here's the thing. I am going to defend Caitlyn for the first time out of many times this stream. You have to look at things through Caitlyn's point of view here, right? Like, for this entire season. She's like, I'm the one who suggested going in with a small team so they wouldn't send, like, an entire army. I was the reasonable one. I was the one who stopped innocents from getting caught in the crossfire, and you fucking stopped me from killing Jinx Spy? Like, so her indignation makes a lot of sense from her character perspective if you think about the fact that, like, she purposefully kind of, steered off the rest of the council from being like, hey, don't do this, like, you know, we can't go in guns blazing, right? So I think that that's something important to remember, is that she did everything that she did to avoid innocent people getting caught in the crossfire, and so she sees what Vi did as sort of sabotaging what was a more peaceful, route, you know, like, path to go down, right? Yeah. Even though, obviously, Caitlyn's becoming, like, a mini dictator. But I'm just saying, from her point of view as an actor, that's how it is, you know?
I feel like people are weirdly very moralistic about the characters they like, especially online.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think people are so, I don't know. Because here's the thing, like, people talk about, like, oh, you're, like, what's it called?
Problematic fate?
Virtue signaling. And I'm like, no, if you have virtues, if you believe a thing and you talk about it and you actually like live that life, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. That's just communicating your values sometimes. maybe I misunderstand the term. It is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But I think some people are online worried about like admitting liking characters who do bad things because they're worried people are gonna judge them for it.
Yeah.
And I think some really dumb people online do judge you for it.
Yeah.
And
I'm not worried.
And that's the thing, is that I look at someone like Caitlyn, I'm like, here, I am not against like violently taking out underclasses because like, yeah, you know, rebellion in underclasses or like people in terrible situations getting radicalized is kind of how people get radicalized.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to stop that, you need to
like
generally
it's a Hunger
improve.
Games thing. Like, we always we always root for the freedom fighters, right?
But it's like, it's one of those things where, like, yeah, obviously people are aware of that, but so liking Caitlyn is not saying, like, you know, that you would be against that in a real world context.
Yeah.
Liking Caitlyn is just saying her character is really interesting, and you can see how through what she experiences, the really difficult and traumatic things she experiences, that she would become more brutal.
Yeah.
Right? It's enjoying her character arc.
And I also want to point out, okay, because somebody...
Which is different than, like,
I
like cops and military interventions.
No, I'm not going to say someone came for me on Twitter because it wasn't really a someone, but, like, it was more just...
Ooh, sassy.
I know I said... No, that's not what I mean. This person was very nice about it, but I'm just saying, like, no one came for me personally, but I know that if my tweet got more attention, somebody would come for me, is what I'm trying to say. Is that, like, did we just all have collective memory loss about Vi in season 1? Because Vi in season 1, I'm not saying that she's like that, you know, just like Hunter just said, if you like Vi, I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but she is, to me, one of the most insufferable protagonists that I have ever had the displeasure of having to follow, because I was just frustrated with her the entire time for her behavior, and part of that, and I've already explained this in the reactions, is because they don't introduce adult Vi back to the audience in an intimate way that is just with the audience. We only see her through Caitlyn's eyes, and she's trying to piss Caitlyn off the entire time. So, for me, reacting to the show by myself, I was like, how could anyone possibly be rooting for Vi? Because she's so bitchy to Caitlyn, and Caitlyn is our only point of reference for how adult Vi feels about things, and that is fundamentally dishonest. If she had had an inner monologue, I could have probably gotten behind her. Because when I understood what her problem with Caitlyn was, when I understood that she wasn't really working with Caitlyn because Caitlyn would have arrested Jinx, and, like, that's a problem for Vi, and then also Caitlyn would have never let her kill Silco, and that's what she really wants to do. That made a lot more sense to me. But that needed to be explained to me, and I don't consider myself someone who's, like, stupid, you know what I mean? And, like, that lacks media analysis skills. It never occurred to me that Caitlyn would stop her from killing Silco. Like, arrest Jinx, sure, I guess that makes sense. But, like, then in this episode, they try to arrest her anyway, not this one, the arc, later. What was I talking? Right, so Vi does all of this shit, and she's like, fuck you, got mine. She doesn't care about who she has to, you know, beat up, just so Silco gets taken down. Or, like, for her sister, or for anything. And then, like, she goes in with Jayce. I know that they didn't mean to kill the kid, but to me, that doesn't matter if they didn't mean to. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter if they didn't mean to. They still did it, and Vi was just like, you've been killing kids forever. Now you're mad about it? Which, like, sure, but, like, at the same time, you're also clearly desensitized to it because you'll do anything to get what you want. And, like, I'm not saying that that was a bad thing that they did that for Vi's character arc, but it is so funny, to me anyway, that people are like, oh, Caitlyn is sacrificed, like, the ends are justifying the means, and people are crying about it on Twitter, because I'm like, what do you mean? Vi did everything wrong that she possibly could have to try to kill Silco, right? Knowing that there were kids in the factories, knowing all of this stuff beforehand that people may get hurt, she didn't give a shit. You know what I mean? And so, I'm just saying that I think there's a clear parallel here with Caitlyn going overboard to get revenge, and Vi doing the exact same shit. The only reason why Vi is now kind of cognizant enough to be like, you could have shot a child, is because now she doesn't actually want to kill Jinx anymore, and also because she's been on the other side of the revenge and she's found a little bit of peace now that Silco is dead, right? And so it's just, to me, I'm just sitting here laughing because I'm like, did we watch the same show? Vi never had a heroic bone in her entire body, but now, like, we're all shocked that Caitlyn is doing the ends justify the means thing because she's grieving when that was Vi's entire character
Which I kind of like the change of, like, Vi being a little more peace and love.
Oh
and
no,
Caitlyn
I like
being
that
a little
too.
more violent.
But
yeah,
like, people
I dig
forget how Vi was in season 1, but I don't, because I was there. I was there recently, and I never liked her. I like her better now, but I didn't like her. So I was mad. Anyway, so yeah, like, I was team Caitlyn when we got back post-time skip, because I was like, Caitlyn's the only one who seems to be, like, genuinely in this for, like, a sense of justice. I know, it's brutal. I know, they're gonna cancel me, but I'm just like, yeah, I didn't like Vi at all. I think they could have just used, again, just a little bit more of, like, introducing her thought process to the audience, because I love characters that do bad shit. Like, I have a Lelouch statue back there, right?
Yeah,
and so,
and you love Light Yagami.
yeah, but my problem, I guess, in hindsight, was that I didn't know that Vi was supposed to be Lelouch. I thought that she was supposed to be, like, I don't know, Ruby like, you know, a heroic character. And so when she wasn't being heroic, I was like, what, girl, what the fuck are you doing? And so, like, I was just confused. And so I could have used a little bit of, like, I've been waiting 10 years to kill Silco. Like, just her brooding in prison or something. Or, like, she's pretending to write a letter to Jinx and then she crumples it up. Just so we could have seen her in her thoughts. I know that's so cliche, but I'm like, I needed that. I like her worse now, actually. She's got so little fight in part 1 of season 2. Well, maybe I don't know. Maybe for me, I'm just like, I like that she's nicer now.
I personally like that she's conflicted.
Yeah.
Whereas before, I think she was just angry and just like a bull in a china shop. Now I think it's an evolution of her character. And I guess, like, if you personally care, I guess I don't. There are some character traits and some character archetypes I personally find annoying. Conflicted hero.
Yeah.
I personally don't mind that. Some people find it annoying. Some people are like, shit and get off the pot when it comes to, like, your actions and what you want. So I totally understand how someone could look at Caitlyn, or rather Vi now and be sort of like, I don't know.
Yeah, but I kind of like that she softened a little, at least to me anyway.
I like it too. I also like that, like, I just love it when a character makes sense.
Yeah.
Vi changing and being more conflicted as of recent. Yeah. That makes a certain amount of sense.
And I think that's
Caitlyn
the reason why I didn't like
meaner,
Vi, because she didn't make sense to me back then. But now she makes sense to me. It just took a little while.
Also, I feel like I saw a meme of this, I feel like Arcane is, at this point, like, all the characters all have to varying degrees done some really fucked up stuff. So at this point, it's like, it's not like, oh, your character's bad and my character's good. It's like, no, all of these characters are war criminals.
Yeah.
Pick your favorite war criminal.
Basically.
And I've picked my favorite war criminal.
And I agree with chat, by the way, that Echo is I see Echo as the hero of this story, quite frankly. But, like, I disagree.
I don't like Echo that much, because I feel like he doesn't have as much a prominent personality, just because he's not given as much time.
I don't know. I liked his little conversation with Jayce this season, where he was like, are you fucking serious? Stop telling me to pass the tone!
I like him now.
In season 1.
In season 1, he's kind of not really there, and he's just like, I'm a cool rebel guy who does cool rebel things, and his job is more to, like, facilitate Vi's change and other characters' change. This time, you actually see him rub up against people who he's kind of ideologically opposed to, like Jayce, and it's a lot of fun. To look at,
he did have some lines to Caitlyn where she was like, he said, oh, you guys treat us like hunt us down like animals, right? So he did kind of bump heads with her.
That's true, but it's bump head in a very, like, I'm a cool rebel guy. I'm gonna tell this lady what for.
I guess so.
Right?
Echo doesn't do anything. Stop it. He
kind of does it. Whereas this one, it's more
He's
just
gonna
like,
do something. I promise.
And more, it's less like ideology, because I'm a cool rebel guy and you're not.
It's more like science, like the science.
This one, it's like you're personally annoying me.
Oh.
And this is me like sassing you back, and I find that more compelling.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Like now he has more of a personality instead of the ideological.
I'm a cool rebel guy. I'm gonna put on my sunglasses and turn my baseball cap all the way around.
Like Vi, to me, Vi had convictions. Like in terms of like when she was gonna sacrifice herself for the group and whatever. That's why I thought that Vi was heroic, because I was like, oh, that's a very noble, heroic thing to do. Like, and then obviously Vander does what he does and everything like that. So like, you know, somebody was arguing with me that Vi has never done anything heroic in her life, and like maybe I just misinterpreted that as heroism when it was more of just like she did that for her family. But I did think that it was heroic, and I think that there's overlap in that. So anyway, I think that she had like one conviction at least. One time.
Anyways, I think if your mom dies, I think you should be able to invade a sovereign country.
So, by the way, this is the circle I was talking about, Hunter.
Yes.
So this is where Jayce and Mel were.
I see.
And this is the rest of
the
room,
Oh, yeah,
right?
You're right.
So that's suspicious. So
that
I think that it, again, whether it was Mel has magic or her armor has magic, I think it's her armor just because, like, it's just such a prominent part of her design. But yeah, you guys can see this very nice, clean, crack-free corner.
Do you think maybe no? Cause like,
what?
Cause obviously, and later on we find out that Ambessa kind of this like helped. Helped Kembaron invade so they can like.
Yeah.
Sort of like work with her machinations.
Do you think that she helped Jinx with the explosion?
Like, yeah, I don't know.
She convinced Jinx to. I don't think so.
I don't think that's true, but also like. It's a little
You
odd,
will
right?
fire the cannon.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bit of a reach, and I don't know if it's that, but like, what if she was involved in some kind of trickery?
I don't know.
Because she thought that she'd have more ability to like, if Twink was saved, and if Jayce was saved, and if it was Mel, and if Mel were saved, she would have more influence over those three than the other guys.
Yes, also guys, we do have to watch the short. We'll watch it tomorrow before our reaction. It's just, I was gonna do it today and then I started to die, so that's why we didn't watch it before we streamed.
Don't you hate when you die?
We were supposed to,
Frankly,
and then
it's the last thing I intend to do.
Okay, so we were, like, we got the spirit, but we were confused. I thought that this is how Caitlyn got the badge to give to Vi. That's not it. It's still an enforcer letter, but it's for the memorial, right? Because we saw, oh, that's enforcer lettering to sneak into the funeral. So we got that. We saw that happened. But we got it right, but we got the, like, you know, when you get the answer right, the equation's wrong? Yes. We were like, oh, the enforcers always use gold lettering because when they sent the message to Caitlyn so she could give the badge to Vi, it was gold. When we see these people get into the terrorist
I want to point out that you said badge to Vi and not badge to Vi. Although I'm sure she's also given the badge to Vi a couple times.
Sorry. No, I think I said badge. I think you're just hearing what you want to hear.
Or maybe.
Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, so we thought Caitlyn is getting the badge to give to Vi. Therefore, the enforcers always use gold lettering, and so the terrorists had an invitation to the memorial from the enforcers, right? So that was wrong. This is a letter for the memorial, period. I don't know where she got the badge from, but anyway. And so yeah, this is just like this is the, sorry, not the badge, the opposite of the badge. This is the letter for the memorial, and this was supposed to plant the idea that the terrorists also got an official letter, which, again, we understood, but right answer, wrong equation. So anyway, Father, do we have anything to say about you, sir? You're just in your little house.
To be totally honest with you, until this scene happened, I completely I remembered that Caitlyn had a mother. Totally forgot she had a dad.
I mean, that's usually how it goes.
Kind of,
usually need two of
But I'm like, oh, I thought he was dead or just wasn't in the picture or dead already or something happened. Because when he shows up, he's just like, I'm a sad old man. Look at me in my
And obviously we get the key,
house coat,
which like looks like a thing of lipstick, but
I
guess
have
it's supposed
old
to be a
craft
USB.
dinner dried in my beard.
Oh my goodness.
Like, obviously he has this scene where we learn about, like, the secret Kiraman technology.
Uh-oh.
But, uh-oh, are we having some...
No, it's okay. The stream's fine. The pictures
right. Yeah,
stopped.
stop loading.
Remember how after
Yeah.
like every once... Oh, that's too far ahead. Every once in a while, we have to refresh the pictures?
Yes. It's been a while since we've done one of these, because Ruby has not made an appearance.
No.
But yeah, so I think he mostly shows up to do that one thing, and then he kind of dips. But it felt a little jarring, because I'm like, oh, you have a father. Okay.
Yeah, and her
My, oh
dad
my.
was really like... chat's pointing it out too that the dad was very easygoing before, and now he's like, what is she doing here? Like, he was the one that was like, does your friend want some tea? Right? And Caitlyn's mom was the one who was really like mad about it, right? But yeah, here he's the one who's mad. I don't think, did this screenshot not capture his line? The what is she doing here?
Yeah.
Oh no, he sees her. Oh, okay, no, now he sees her, and that's when it happens. Yeah, so he's mad. He's pissed.
God, Vi looks like such a wet dog.
I mean, that is what chat was saying earlier.
Know, but they're so right. They just look so sad, like a cat left in a rain.
And so, yeah, we have this conversation. Talk about Caitlyn and Vi scene, I guess, as much as we can, was the note for this one.
Wow, passionate.
Yeah, I know. Well, I didn't have a specific... I somebody did point out that Vi always, like, has her hands in fists at first, before then she actually returns the hug and relaxes. So that's a nice little, like, character detail, running into her arms and everything. I had something about this, but maybe not. There was just a big gap between them, and I thought that was nice, like, in terms of the thing of the window. But yeah, I mean, this conversation is good in terms of, like, Vi thinks that it's her responsibility to get rid of Jinx, like, or Powder, right, like, because of what she's, turned into. And we do see Jayce fixing the gauntlets and other weapons, like, we see blueprints for that later on in the episode. But I like how she says, no more rogue missions, no more reckless plans. My arrogance led me to take on more than I can handle, and I'm like, okay. But I think that's kind of funny, though, because she does technically have, like, a better plan. You know what I mean? Later on, but it's still sort of a reckless, arrogant plan. But yeah, so her badge, I guess she just got it earlier. But yeah, I like how she refuses at first, at least. But otherwise, do you have anything else, Hunter?
I thought it was a very sweet moment of them kind of... I don't know. I think because at this point, this was kind of the last time they were able to meet in the middle. Because this is before Caitlyn kind of became extreme.
Yeah.
It's like, we're going to take a small group in, go in, take out Jinx, and then leave. We're not going to involve, you don't have to be like a cop in the same... Or like, no, actually, she does. No,
well,
that is
you have to be an enforcer, but you're only being an enforcer for this one time, right? Like...
And I like how the sort of... I don't know. I just enjoy how the kind of central theme of Arcane is about people who love each other, whether romantically or familially or platonically, sort of moving apart in different directions. Like the conflict that comes between a difference in ideology and a difference of values between people who love each other. Yeah. And this was interesting to see. I think the middle of the road comes at the end of the before, when Caitlyn is less extreme and Vi appreciates that, like, I know I need to stop these people. Yeah. But that scene there was, I think, was very good. It was a very, like, the writing was really solid. I remember this episode especially had a lot of good turnarounds. Yeah, like she didn't just accept it right away. Yeah, someone would say a thing and they would say it back to them to, like, kind of change the context and to make a point. I can't currently give a... Oh goodness, I don't have the lines. It was right
Sallow.
Away.
It was Sallow being like...
Sallow was Mel and Sallow.
Oh, it's 2-1. And then they were like, no, it's 2-1.
Yeah,
like
Mel and Sallow did that. And then in this conversation between Vi and Caitlyn, there was another turnaround there as well. Yeah. Where it's like, they killed my mother. They killed my parents. Do you have any idea they killed my parents. Like? Yeah. Yeah. Do you have any idea how it feels to have someone kill your parents? Yeah. Yeah. Twice. So it was... I don't know, it's just little like dialogue candy I like.
Kala's grown like a tree. What do you mean by that?
Like your channel? Because you're not much taller than
yeah,
you've
I'm
always
not taller.
been.
Maybe my hair is what they're talking about. Okay, so they could have done this character better.
Yeah,
right?
he seems
because
kind
this
of like
drunk
weird.
man was like, we were so confused. So
Who looks a little bit like Sid the Sloth.
is called Loris. Okay, Loris is an enforcer. He's in the enforcer uniform, so he's not just like a random guy that like Vi found, like adopted off the street who became an enforcer, right? I mean, obviously, oh, the hair, yeah, I have bangs now. We saw like him in the enforcer uniform, maybe, but like it was a little confusing as we were watching the episode. Like, who is this random guy? So he is not just a random guy. He's an enforcer who is drinking because he lost someone in the attack. You know, and so that's what happened. Okay, so now we have Jayce and his sad boy hours, and Mel coming to say hi when he's during his sad boy hours. Yes, it is the bangs, guys. Also, I knew that you were kidding around. I was just like, what does it mean? So somebody pointed out something interesting about this shot too, is that like you can see that this is reacting to Mel, and this also reacts to Metal later, like when they fix Huckster? That doesn't sound right. That sounds like that's from Has-Been. Who's the guy that
Huckster
had like the thing on his head, like the merchant that was addicted to the shimmer last season, and then Vi and Caitlyn, like he helped them exchange her gun for the medicine? Remember that guy with the glasses?
I don't.
Yeah, well, you'll know him when you see him. But anyway, so
wait, the guy who shows up later and gets fixed by Victor?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah. So there's metal in that scene, and so it seems to use the metal to transmutate and fix him or something. So I wonder if that's like what's happening with, like, it's attracted to Mel's armor in some capacity or something. Our screenshots have stopped again. Great. All right. Well, 861. All right. I need to figure out like where roughly. Yeah, we're halfway through the. Okay, yeah, that's fine. We're halfway through the episode, so we're doing good. In terms of time. He's called Huck. Okay, yeah. So I was close. It wasn't exact. It wasn't an exact. Stop it with your jokes in the chat. You guys have jokes. You guys think you have jokes. Oh dear.
Oh no.
Hexcore has been evolving. So I feel like that there's something that we need to talk about, right? Okay, so it's shifting through runic patterns faster than I can keep up. So that's like the wild runes versus like mechanical runes, I guess, right? And so he doesn't know what the runes mean because it's like language, right? Like if you have a sign and the sign says toilet, you know that that's a toilet, but the sign on this is changing faster than he can like translate and comprehend. I just love like just the one question mark on the board. Anyway, so what I was gonna say about this is I think that what I was going to say was that I think that we should probably do a brief, like, the arcane is magic, Hextech is science, and then the shimmer is the drug that people are addicted to, right? And so I think that we kind of forgot that the arcane exists, even though that's the name of the show. So, like, the Hextech, for example,
is a manifestation of
the magic. Yeah, because they can use the gates as like transport. Like we see those giant gates, they have to like push people into the distance and like whatever, right? Push ships into the distance, I should say. So I think that that's important to remember. We forgot that we just forgot how all of this shit works, because it's been a while. So yeah, alchemy. So we have to remember that Hextech exists, because now what Victor is he's kind of an amalgamation of shimmer and arcane and Hextech, right? So he's all of those things at the same time. I don't think that there was anything else that we really had to say about this scene. Somebody else mentioned something earlier about Mel.
I mean, I think Jayce is experiencing a great deal of survivor's guilt, I suppose.
Yeah. Somebody asked about Jayce earlier. What did you guys question about Jayce. Can you guys put it back because I can't see it? Because somebody said something and now I don't know. I don't see it anywhere.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know where it is. Yeah, that's like the vibe of the stream today, guys. Yeah, somebody was like, Cal, what do you think of Jayce doing this? And I don't know. Oh, do you think Jayce comes with Mel to the next setting as her emotional support white boy? Or do you think they'll split up either by choice or him dying? That's a good question. I guess it depends because I don't think that Mel lives here, right? So I think that if we go into the Noxus plotline, that I think that Mel just stays in Piltover. Like, this is where she belongs, right?
Yeah, weirdly, like, I think, like, there's not as much conflict between Mel and Jayce right now.
Yeah.
I think later, when like things about Ambessa has been like, you know, come to light, then I think there will be a lot of conflict between
and I think that's even more of a reason why she wouldn't leave, in a way, right? Like well, yeah, Jayce is not white. Jayce is at least like biracial, guys. So he's
really?
not just,
He's white.
No,
and
he doesn't. His mom speaks like has an accent.
White people have accents
too. No, not like
I thought he was like
accent.
Italian.
No,
kind
I
of.
think he's supposed to be Spanish.
I think he's like Spanish is white.
Well, I think it was.
Listen, you're spicy white, but you're
not
white.
Spanish from Spain. I'm saying his mom was speaking Spanish.
Okay.
So he could be. He's supposed to be like, you know, whatever our real world equivalent was, like Mexican. I mean.
He's supposed to be like fantasy Latino.
Yeah, that's what I was. That's what I meant. Sorry, I misheard your question. I thought you asked what accent. He's Asian. You guys are just guessing a bunch of different stuff.
Someone said white, Italian, then Jewish. Stop
that
guessing.
Covers everything. Like, what are you talking about? No, I thought he was supposed to be, because I thought that the idea was, with Jayce, was that his parents, like, had clearly, like, worked their way up to the middle class, and it was, like, difficult for them, and, like, that was kind of the thing.
That happens you know what also happened with
like,
Italians?
But, like, and his mom called him by, like, you know, like a name of endearment in a different language.
Some people are saying Greek.
I don't know. Anyway.
So what are you trying to say, like, analogous to? Because at the end of the day,
I'm trying to think analogous to. I thought it was supposed to be Latino analogous.
I just assumed he was just a white guy with dark hair, like he was like a Russian. Who the fuck knows?
I guess I don't know. So anyway, it's not really important. Why did we start talking? Oh yeah, somebody was like, Jayce is white. No, I don't think that
white boy.
He's not entirely white. I think it's like a James Ironwood kind of situation where like.
James Ironwood is white.
No, he's not. He was based off of the voice actor. The voice actor, the guy that plays Ironwood's not white. He's half Asian.
Really?
Yeah, so they built Ironwood's face off. I always interpreted him as white. No, he's half Asian.
All right.
Anyway. Oh, man.
Well, I mean, he's not Asian because Asia doesn't exist.
Right.
So it's what's analogous
Hunter,
to it.
You know what I mean.
The actor is Cuban. Okay, so.
Thank you. I think that solves it. Yeah.
Vaguely.
That's what I always thought. I thought it was like a metaphor for the real world.
Hey, do you want to know who used to be considered white? Cubans.
Well, and Italians too, even if he was Italian.
Italians used to be considered not white.
That's the thing. That's
Cubans,
what I meant the other
no
way.
longer white. Used to be white. Italians, they're white now. Didn't used to be. Jayce is Canadian. I'm okay with him.
Sorry, guys, my brain is broken today. Yeah, and Caitlyn has a British accent.
Yeah?
She's the only one with a British accent.
Here's the thing, because you're in a fantasy world.
I know. But it's like Ruby, right?
Yeah, so it's just like,
analogous
Australia exists in Ruby, so it's like, who are these people analogous to?
Anyway.
In this universe, people with what we identify with as an Australian accent are actually from... you know what I want to see?
I need a nice hit in the head to get my brain back in order.
I want to see someone make like a brand new accent.
What? Like what do you mean a new accent?
Yeah, it's like someone doing a bad Russian accent, and that's what people in this part of the world sound like.
I wonder if we could make new accents, but maybe.
There's a race of people that all sound like Borat. That's what I want. I want all of those little, like, furry guys that Heimerdinger's a part of.
Caitlyn is also half Asian, guys. Yes, Caitlyn is half Asian,
like her dad looks.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. But also not Asian, because Asia doesn't look.
Yeah,
So,
I know. Anyway.
She is half analogous
I don't
Asian,
think
half
that Mel
analogous
or
white
Jayce
lady.
are leaving Piltover is what the answer to this question was supposed to be. So yeah, anyway.
I think so.
Sorry
I like
that we're
my
stupid,
idea.
but I don't think that,
I think
he's gonna
Heimerdinger
leave.
should sound like Borat.
Well, he already has a voice of the game, though. Maybe you can get a new character that
I
sounds
think
like
that Jayce
Borat.
should sound like someone doing a really bad Russian accent.
Well, there's already characters in League that sound Russian, I think.
That's, need to work it out.
So, yes, I like this scene
I think
with
all
Caitlyn.
black people should have Scottish accents.
I think that Caitlyn in the flower scene, this is really interesting. Just because, like, this is in her mind's eye. Like, you see the petals dying. And you see the petals turning to black as they reach the ground, which is good. You kind of see, like, an image of Jinx, but, like, it's kind of not really Jinx. Like, it's, like, the Jinx in her memory. Victor in League is Russian. Yeah, see, that's what, well, I mean, isn't... He's still Russian now.
He's got a bit of, like, Eastern European to him.
Yeah, he has an Eastern European accent even in the show. But yeah, so talking about Caitlyn, there was a nice shot here that paralleled a shot in season 1, if I remember correctly, and this is when she's playing the game and they, like, I don't know, they let her win or something, and she's like, I know I didn't deserve to win, but my parents, like, you know, my parents, like, rigged it or whatever, like, during the hunt or something, and so that's the exact same shot.
Man, I really should have rewatched Arcane.
And, like, that sort of face that she made, while hunting, the animal. Somebody else said that the fountain is a reference to Jonna. We will talk about Jonna in right now. Okay, so let's talk about Jonna, because she comes up later, and so I think it's a good idea. Because that tornado was, like, Jonna's thing. So, Jonna is an ancient and mysterious wind spirit. While her presence is often most felt as the soothing breeze or a ferocious tempest, she can also manifest in corporeal form as as an ethereal figure comforting the downtrodden. Over the eons, do you want to go get a drink while you need to listen to this, actually?
Yeah.
Jonna has witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations. Through it all, she remains steadfast as a beacon of hope to those in need. And so they basically explain that that people pray to Jonna because she is, like, the manifestation of, she used to, like, give sailors good fortune, but now it's, like, so people can breathe down below in the underground, because the wind comes in and then they can breathe easier. So, like, Jonna's a character in the game, and she's, like, part of the mythology somehow, because this game hates me. Anyway, so I like this scene where it's, like, this was the few places that they never argued was by this tree, and that's why, like, she keeps thinking of the petals. Yeah, that's a good point. Was Jayce even at the funeral for the mom? I guess he was with Victor, right? I guess he was busy with Victor, but she doesn't seem to, like, resent him for that. I just think that that was a really nice conversation that the both of them had. What was that? Hello? Just, I guess, a floating petal? I don't know if you guys can see. I'm like, what is in this
Floating
screenshot?
magical ball.
Anyway. So yeah, I thought that this was good because now they're both having, like, kind of partner problems, right? Like, they don't know if Victor is gonna come out to be the same, just like how how Caitlyn doesn't know, like, if things are gonna be the same with her and Vi again. And so I really like this scene, like, how she's saying she imagines her mom, and then she imagines Jinx, and then she imagines, yeah, this was a great facial expression, by the way. And then, like, things finally calm down, like, the wind calms down when she's thinking about Vi, because Vi is sort of her anchor in this situation, because she thinks that they both want the same thing. You know what I mean? I understand now how easy it is to hate them, and I'm like, uh-oh, that's not good. That was the first thing that, probably the first sign that things went wrong in terms of hating the Undercity. And I like how she subtly plants the gauntlets, like, to fix, you know, she's like, hey, Vi thinks that the gauntlets will help. Like, clearly I think Caitlyn also thinks that the gauntlets would help. You know what I mean? And so I think that...
She's convinced of using Hex... Like, this is, like, almost her pitch.
To like,
Jayce.
yeah, the Hextech might
like,
keep us alive, right?
Let's make weapons.
Like, the Hextech isn't what is gonna save us, it's the people using the Hextech, right? So let's talk about Vi and the drunk guy. So yes, this guy was an enforcer. I mean, we
I
thought
love
he
the
was because
idea.
he had the thing, but like we were also confused because of another scene because that these enforcers don't even like recognize him at all, and so that's why we were confused. We were like, oh, this is an enforcer. He's in the uniform, and then it was like, well, they didn't even like say anything to him. You know what I mean?
I like the implication that that Vi can outdrink this mountain of a man.
I mean, I think that they probably did there's some equal opportunity drinking to be had, right? I like how he says, I like peanuts. Because that's so, because she says, oh, I want to join the peanut patrol, and then he's like just talking in his sleep. Her dad's right, there's no point in sticking around up here. See, this was nice because we were actually endeared to Vi in a way that we actually heard her internal thoughts, which I was glad for. Man, guys, the screenshots are like not, like they are not cooperating today. I actually think that we may skip ahead just because, most of this is fight scene.
Yeah.
Other than the conversation of like, so some people think that Caitlyn has Maddie and the fish guy on the team on purpose because she would know that Maddie would be like, you're Vi and Caitlyn just gave us a speech of how great you are. I don't want to say that it's like manipulative,
Sycophants?
but it's like,
I think
she
it might be a
picked
little
them
bit.
on
Because
purpose.
they would be impressed with her.
Yeah.
And they would,
And that
follow
would like
orders.
be convincing. So yeah, I think we are gonna skip ahead just because my next note is about the Chem Barons, and that seems like really far like into our screenshot.
I will say that that's a very good fight scene. It's kind of the big first fight scene of, and it has almost these
here we
kind of
go.
horror elements, and it has this beautiful build up that it keeps, like during the speech, it keeps cutting to random people. And the second it made the first cutaway to a hooded figure, I'm like, oh, something bad's gonna happen.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun. Just a little attack was like, oh, this is already frightening, but you could see that coming, and then a blimp comes out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And all of these sort of like mech-suited soldiers
And
start
I do
falling
think
from the sky.
somebody made a good point that Caitlyn would not go as hard as she did if the funeral wasn't attacked, but part of it is like, is nothing sacred, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because now it's like, it's not just Jinx, there's other people in the Undercity that are still going to
'Cause
attack
I think
them, right?
previously Caitlyn was sympathetic to a lot of people in the Undercity and just wanted to whack. Because like, Silco was already dead, now she just wanted to whack
Jinx.
Jinx. But now you see it's other people, and she's sort of, I think her heart kind of hardened to
Yeah.
all of the Undercity.
And so we talked about in our reaction already. They got a forged letter of invitation, or I guess it wasn't forged, but Ambessa got it to them,
Ambessa
right?
allowed them in, and I think I predicted that during this episode. And I didn't think it would be announced until like part 2 got released.
Yeah, it was kind of funny that
So
like people were not making fun of us, but they were like, great theory, we'll see how it turns out. And I'm like, I know that now in hindsight that you guys knew how it turned out all
Yeah.
along. Were you bullying us?
Yeah, but the thing is that we watched it over 2 days.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I think a lot of people watched it in one day, but I think about just as many watched it over the course of the week.
Yeah.
So I think we still impressed a handful of people.
Yeah.
And at the very least, I can only give
Impress
you my
myself.
promise that like, no, we guessed that. That was an educated guess.
Yeah, what makes Ambessa's plan work is asymmetrical information. Jayce never figures out who this lady is or why she did this. Well, that's not exactly true. Jayce, she does say, oh, it must suck to lose a loved one, right? So, like, Jayce gonna put the pieces together. I think that what makes it work is actually the reverse of the asymmetrical information. I don't know if Ambessa knew that it was Jayce that killed her son. I think that Ambessa just knew that the Chem Baron's son had died. I don't know if she would have known that it was Jayce, because that wouldn't have been, like, reported anywhere. It wouldn't have been on the news that Jayce and Vi killed children, or, like, accidentally one child, right?
I also think that,
So, like, she
in Jayce's
mentioned that
head,
it was for the son, so I don't think that Jayce would have ever thought anything like even that it was Ambessa. I question, because why, this is the only thing I'm hung up on, is, like, if Ambessa knew that she was after Jayce particularly, would she have let that stand? Because Jayce is our great mind in Hex Tech right now, and so that seems like it would go against her plans. I actually think the asymmetrical information may be on Ambessa's side. I think that she knew that the Chem Baron would want revenge, but not on who. Unless she sees Jayce as expendable. Like, we'll have to go look at that scene and see exactly what they say to her, right? The Chem Baron when they recruit her. But I think that, like, Ambessa didn't know that she was after Jayce. She just thought she wanted, like, some general revenge, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because then you would have killed the one person who knows how hex tech works. You already banished Heimerdinger into the, you know, abyss or whatever.
Victor's already either, at this point, we assume dead or in a coma. Later, finds out he becomes Jesus.
But, yeah, so she couldn't have banked on
Jesus.
that, right?
So I think, yeah, Ambessa could never kill Jayce just because he's too important.
So I don't think that she meant for... Either she didn't know that he was... She didn't know that the Chem Baron was after Jayce, or she did know and just thought that she would get there before
or maybe assumed other people
far.
at least knew enough to, like...
Pick up where he left off
Yeah,
or
like, because here's the thing, because...
Sky's also dead. The assistants are all dead too.
Our general premise is that, like, hey, we could already have the technology, so with the pre-existing technology, we could make weapons with it. We could just continue to gain our riches off of hex tech and its use in commerce, which is why Ambessa is probably invading here in the first place, because she could use the money.
Yeah.
And she's at a slight disadvantage.
Yeah, and then also... Ambessa needs the money?
Yeah, because isn't
she's
having
coffers.
trouble at her,
Yeah, like, there's something
she's
happened
having trouble with her kingdom.
Yeah, and so we also see that they don't shoot Mel, so that could have been something
they don't
else,
shoot
right?
Mel, they just kind of, like, they pistol whip her.
Which was
and then
part of our theory.
Very slowly point at her, so that kind of led to us to assume that, like, oh, they were never trying to kill Mel, but they were happy to quickly butcher everyone else.
But yeah, we won't get into the fight scene too much, because obviously, like, you guys saw our reaction to it in the episode.
It was a very good fight scene that may have resulted in someone yelling out, Ambessa, when it wasn't Ambessa.
Oh my goodness.
I'm never gonna let you live that one down.
Maybe that happened. Oh, the only things that I mentioned was that, it was nice to see Jayce pick up this random hammer, because obviously that is his family's, you know, his whole thing is that he's like a blacksmith and whatever. So, like, that was nice. I thought that that was fun. The only other thing that I had, and this happens much later, was just that, like, Echo points out in season 1, oh, you hunt us down like animals, and then Caitlyn calls them the same thing. I think that, yeah, that was supposed to be, I think, an intentional parallel. I don't think that she still meant everyone from the Undercity, though. I think she still meant generously. Maybe I'm being too generous, but, like, particularly, Silco's, people, right? Like, it wasn't just Silco that was bad, like, they're all bad. Oh, there is something that we need to talk about here, though, if I can find the screenshot, but it might be, slightly difficult. I think Ambessa would be happy if Jayce died. The rest of Piltover would have been more than happy to start real mass production, I guess, but they still don't know. Like, they don't know shit. I mean, I guess they wouldn't care about that because they didn't care about that before. I'm trying to look for... Somebody made a very good point about Caitlyn shooting that I think is important for, like, future discourse, so I want to just find if we can get one screenshot of the gunshots. Okay, there's where she starts with her gun. Guys, it's not wedding music, it's one of our music things. Oh yeah, she says "for my son" to him, so she must have known. Yeah, that's what I thought happened. Okay, good.
I will also say the lighting and the kind of smoke and then the glow from the sort of shimmer mechs that they have there, just visually so stunning.
Yeah.
And the way it turns from, like, oh, peaceful to just
Memorial.
grim and dark very quickly.
Yeah, like there's smoke. There's kind of this red smoke in the air. But yeah, there was something. Okay, I think I found it. Hello. So, I don't know how many shots there were. Someone got a much better picture on Twitter. I think is where I saw this. So I can't take full credit for noticing this because I didn't. Haha. So Caitlyn shoots, and she shoots 8 more shots in the same hole, right?
Yeah.
This guy doesn't have 8 bullet holes. She hit him in the bullseye 8 times. it didn't kill him because he, you know,
Too much,
whatever,
not
the
strong
glass
enough
is
a
in the
weapon.
way. But, like, she technically never missed a shot. So when we get into this discourse of Caitlyn, like, would she have missed the child? I'm inclined to think that she wouldn't have hit the child because every time we see her, she shoots perfectly. Right?
Yeah.
Obviously, accidents can happen, but I think that, like, somebody made a good point that this is the show trying to set up that, no, Caitlyn does not miss. She didn't miss during season 1 when she had her little arc, like, at the Hunts, thingy or whatever, the paid ceremony or something, like, with that lady. Remember the cop lady before Marcus? That lady? She got Savika, right, when Savika was attacking Vi, so when Caitlyn says that she won't miss, she genuinely thinks that she won't miss, right? And so I think that that is sort of important. Oh, I did write down that I can't take credit for this either because somebody else, lots of people have been saying this, but, like, they cannot do anything right. These two. Whenever they're together, they lose brain cells.
I really
like, you know what I mean? Like, they should be better than this, but every time they're together,
I just like
they
how
just fuck
they set up
everything
this big corny, like, we're gonna, like, work together to shoot this beam and save our, like, my personal friend and your girlfriend, and then they do it, they do the thing, but then Ambessa comes in and fucking, like, nails him in the head with a sword or a spear thrown across the courtyard.
Like, they
and
just
it kind
can't
of like
do anything.
it's like, yeah, your teamwork means nothing in the presence of a mental violent warlord.
Yeah.
And I love how they set up the expectation of this very sweet, wholesome thing with the reality of, no, you just got embossed.
I love that. They got embossed. Oh dear.
Which
Sorry,
I feel
guys,
like
I'm
could
trying
be
to get
a
our water bottle, but yeah.
I'm upset we didn't bring down more Halloween candy.
Oh no. Poor Hunter. We can have candy when we're done streaming. Okay.
You're a good girl, you get
Oh
candy
my
after
goodness.
streaming. But I want candy now!
I think I went too far in my notes. Sorry, you guys. Oh, I think the last thing that oh, this is where we started to theorize that Ambessa was shady. Okay, so we went too far. Oh, what we're trying to look for is Caitlyn. Now I know what we're doing. I promise next time the streams will be more organized, you guys.
Oh, so this was the final scene.
No, it's not. There's a couple more after this. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, the final Vi Caitlyn scene for the episode.
So this is what I was trying to look for in terms of the parallel between what Caitlyn says here. And then also, yeah, so this child, I think is the same one, or supposed to be the same one, even though her ribbon isn't red. I think that this is supposed to be the same kid that gave the flower that now has lost her own parent in the memorial. So I think that that's what that was supposed to be. And then we have a nice little Caitlyn, like, showing her teeth, scene that happens right here. But yeah, that's a parallel to, like,
floss.
You know, what Echo said, like, oh, you hunt us down like animals, right? But yeah, I like this conversation between all they did was piss me off. And Vi's like, I didn't know Caitlyn could get pissed off. Down there, you'll be on their terms. Yeah, so Vi is framing this as you have to call off the invasion because if you're already getting fucked up here, if you go down there, you guys are all gonna get killed. I don't know if that's Vi's.
Vietnam.
I don't know if that's Vi's genuine motivation. You know what I mean? I wonder if that's just Vi saying that. I don't know. You know what I mean? Do you think that, like, Vi actually believes that, or if that's just, like, another reason, like, in terms of her wanting to go after Jinx herself? You know what I mean?
No, I think that's her being honest.
Yeah.
Because, like, I think Caitlyn, because realistically, like, it's very difficult to invade, you know, to invade a place in general, but specifically invade a place where the population is so wildly against you.
Yeah.
And understand the territory
yeah.
better than you do. It's like, obviously, like, you know, it's a cartoon. It's not that serious, but like that happens in a lot of real world.
Strategically, it's not a great idea.
Look at every, like, invasion the United States has been a part of since the Second World War. Same general principle. Like, and I think Caitlyn is, Vi is a realist about these things, and she has those street smarts, and I think she's just being honest with her partner.
Yeah.
And I think that honesty is like the first like step forward to like, no, we need to do this together. I see your point now.
Yeah.
If like, I will help you do this, but you got to do this my way.
Yeah. And I like this scene too because we see Caitlyn crack in Caitlyn's armor, because this is something that Mel says, that she's hurting a lot more than, she's hurting a lot more than we know, and we actually see her cry here, which I didn't notice when we watched the episode, right? The hole gets smaller, but you never fill it. So I thought that was good, like just a reference to Vander, like they kind of have to replace the parent that they lost in terms of, Vander's role. And then obviously Caitlyn needs to take her mother's position. But yeah, she does, I like that, she doesn't want to go after. See, so she says here, and this is another important thing I think people didn't realize. If I go after your sister alone, one of us comes back in a box, right? And so this entire thing was to make sure that they could bring Jinx in without killing her, too, right? And so I think a lot of people don't realize that, because I know that Vi says, oh, if you get the shot, take it. But, that was only if she had to. They were planning to bring her in. And so I think that that's something important. If they work together, like, they could bring her in. It doesn't need to end with someone dying. And so Caitlyn wanted to see Jinx brought to justice. She didn't want to kill her yet. She was only going to kill her when Vi, well, we'll talk about this when we get there, but like Vi is pinning Jinx down when they fight in episode 3. But then when the kid gets in the way, Isha, that's when she tries to shoot Jinx, because now Jinx is not like subdued anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so they were never planning to kill her this whole time. They were trying to bring her in. It's only after the kid gets in the way that they're like, oh, Jinx is now not subdued anymore, so now I need to shoot her, right? Like, that was Caitlyn's thought process. And so I liked seeing them agree.
I don't know,
here.
I think Caitlyn always wanted to put one behind, like, in between Jinx's eye, and I think Vi was okay with that until
I think they
a
were
child
okay.
got in the way.
I think that they were both okay with it if they had to. But why would Vi even try to, like, subdue her, like, in the first place? Like, you know what I mean? Like, during the fight. Why even pin her down? Just kill her, like, even before they
because
can
I think like, Vi never, I guess Vi
Killing
never...
her was plan B. See, that's what I thought,
I think Vi was okay with Caitlyn killing her. I don't think Vi could kill her.
Maybe. I agree with chat, though, that killing her was always plan B.
I don't think so. I think it was more just like, Vi couldn't do it herself, but she was okay with Caitlyn doing it, and she wasn't okay with potentially risking the life of a child.
Maybe. We'll have to go back and see,
that's
the other lines.
That's how I view her scruples.
Because, then why, they brought all the enforcers to kill Jay, everybody was there to kill Jinx. Can we talk about this picture, though? So, I don't think that these are all Caitlyn's mom. I think that these are, ancestors, right? So, I think that this is supposed to be great-grandma Caitlyn, right? And then you also see more of the Asian influence in this photo.
Well, I mean, that could be her grandmother on her father's side.
I don't know. I think this is Kiraman, though. I think it's a matriarchy.
That's true.
So I think that this is supposed to be great-grandma, this is supposed to be grandma, and then this is supposed to be Caitlyn's mom. I don't think that these are all Caitlyn's mom anyway. And you can even see, the frames of the picture are changing, too. And so that's a nice little detail, based on, clearly, either this is, if these two pictures are both grandma, this is supposed to be, okay, grandma lived in this other place. I can't remember what it's called in League. But anyway, then she came over to Piltover. And we see her in her little business lady suit over here. And then, obviously, then there's Caitlyn's mom. But yeah, I like the different picture frames to represent, the different cultures, I guess, because there's another place in League that is, fantasy Asia, or, analogous to Asia, or whatever
analogous.
Analogous? And whatever you
analogous.
say.
Analogous to Asia.
But this is Caitlyn's
Fantasy
mom
Asia.
talking
League of
to her
Legends Asia.
in the computer. So that's important. I don't understand how this computer works. I guess it's just like a record player.
I think it's like the record of like the family records.
Yeah, Iona. Yes, you guys are right. But yeah, it's like, it's kind of, it is a record player. Like, it's not like a PC, you know what I mean? But like, it seems like she can pull these, it's sort of like slide decks, like in Tarzan.
Yeah, it's almost like microfiche.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I like that. I like seeing, you know, all of these. So let's just talk about these frames. So that's like the business grandma creating the fissures to protect the gas. And so obviously we don't understand it at the end of this episode. But then by the next episode, by like a couple episodes from now, we will understand what the gas was used for. See, so there's something weird with this. And I don't know if they show it here. Oh no, Jayce is just doing his blacksmithing because he's trying to fix their weapons for them.
First, I gotta dress all sexy and put my, I don't know, binding tape on.
Yeah, well, so,
Oh, this was the last shot.
Yeah, this was the last shot. How did they sneak so many of these things into the ceremony? We'll talk about the Grey later, actually. I was gonna talk about something, but we didn't see it.
I just love the contrast between these three's, like, political squabbling, and then Caitlyn comes in looking like a green beret.
And there, again, that's where we saw Ambessa being suspicious in the background. And, like, I think that when she sees Caitlyn in this episode, like we said, that's when she realizes, like, oh, Caitlyn's the daughter that I always wanted. I want to put her up instead. Okay, so 3 objectives.
She wants to invade, just like her mama.
So, hold on. So, locate Jinx. Not kill Jinx. Locate Jinx. Dismantle Shimmer. Neutralize any agents loyal to Silco.
Which could be neutralizing Jinx.
Right.
As far as she's aware.
But neutralize doesn't mean murder. And we
neutralize very much so can mean murder.
It can mean murder, but then we also see that she takes all those other people to prison. She's like, bring him to jail. She's just bring all these people to like Stillwater,
because I think they're like, you can be in prison. Jinx would get out.
Maybe.
I don't know. I get the impression I get the impression she really wanted to put like, she wanted to double tap.
I think she did want to kill Jinx, but like that her better judgment could have still prevailed if they could have taken her in some other way. Like she wanted an excuse to kill Jinx, but that's not the same as like, you know, always going in to kill her. I guess the only thing that we have left to talk about other than the Enforcer group pose is I don't understand. Well, I kind of do now because I did some research and looked into something. So, somebody made a really good point that, like, why does this Singe scene need to happen in the present? It doesn't, is what I was hoping that you were gonna say, but you didn't. So anyway,
well, I think they just keep bringing the Singe thing up because he's gonna show up, I presume.
No, but what I'm saying is, so we were like, why are they showing, like, how could it be Vander? We were like, how could it be Vander if Vander's body has been decomposing for 12 years? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so, but somebody made a good point. Well, why did this need to be, like, why is this happening in the present? It could have been happening in, like, exactly after.
Well, that is a little bit confusing.
Right.
Like that they're doing that 7 episodes after the jumps, like, time skip.
I know.
So I guess
but I can't help you with that.
It probably isn't. I mean, here's the thing. Maybe Vander's, like, corpse got, like, embalmed from all the shimmer.
Maybe.
I feel like that's more of a plot
immediately
contrivance.
After Singe took Vander's body makes a lot more sense than
I guess so.
Then
and
they embalmed
this takes
him.
course over the course of like 5 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like he had his body the entire time. Yeah, hooked up to machines. So that makes a lot more sense because Hunter and I, in our reaction, we were like, how did he keep the Vander corpse all of a sudden? So that makes sense. So yeah, so Singe is in this snowy area where I'm guessing this is where Jayce and his mom were like in. Right? Like when they get caught in that storm. You also see blood going into this like lair of the wolves or something, so I guess they had a kill recently. I think that this wolf is supposed to have 2 heads, because I saw something that it also has like 2 hearts and like double of everything, so it's like, I don't know, they're kind of conjoined twin creatures. So that was the end of episode 1. Okay. Let's go on to episode 2, which I think will probably go a little faster. Just because we have more fight scene than we do conversation.
Yes.
Do you want me to go get you water or anything, Hunter?
Oh, I'm okay right now.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, we can take a break for...
Oh, if you want to take a quick commercial break.
We can take a commercial...
minute-long
Well, it won't be a
break.
commercial break. You'll still be here and I'll be not
okay.
here. Like, you know what I mean?
I thought you were going to be like... Da-da-da-da, like a little, like, cartoon... What's the... Oh, God, there's one streamer that has a, They have, like, a wooden plank.
Oh.
That they put on their chair and they name it Planky.
Oh, Arnold, like, pulled up his chair and he's like, guys, like, talk to Chair-kun when I'm gone.
Chair-kun.
Can you actually open the door, though? I'm, like, literally cooking. I'm gonna, like, pass out.
It is slightly warm in here. I will acknowledge
Thank you.
It is quite cool everywhere else in the house.
Oh,
and
right.
It's also November in Canada.
I know. Why is it so hot in here? What's going on?
Because we're, like, in a enclosed room with a bunch of hot lights running.
I know. Okay, so this conversation was nice. I mean, this happened in Jinx's psyche, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not like that this is a real conversation that happened. So it's exactly like, you know, Vander, right? Somebody has to take up the mantle. And so I kind of like that everybody, yes, we do have water, don't worry, I'm okay. Yeah, so everybody has to, I mean, Vi kind of already was taking up some parental responsibilities in terms of like, oh, Vander's dead, now I must do, right?
Yeah.
Like, and then she got arrested, so she didn't have a lot of time to do anything. But, you know, with Jinx, it's like Jinx has to take after Silco, Caitlyn has to take after her mom, right? Vi now has to, I think, I guess we're a little bit early to talk about this, but like my prediction for, if not Act 2, because I know that they're doing some weird like Vi in the wrestling pit or something, maybe to make money or something, she's just fighting people. I think that like what I would like to see is, I know that Vi, again, was never very heroic originally, but what I would like to see is that Vi actually fights with Jinx for Zaun. Zaun is the Undercity, right? Yeah, Zaun. Like, and so, you know, when we see Jinx waving the Les Mis flag, right, or whatever, like in the intro. So I know that, like, obviously they've been through a lot and they've been trying to kill each other, but I really want, like, Vi to fight for the Undercity with Echo and Jinx. I'm assuming that Jinx and Echo are gonna have kind of a reluctant alliance at some point, right? So I would like to see that happen. I'm gonna get a little closer so I don't need to stretch as much. And so yeah, like I think that that's ultimately how Jinx and Vi reunite in some capacity, because I know that at the end of the day that Jinx has done bad things and Vi wanted to take her in and all of that, like, you know what I mean? And like Vi didn't approve of her behavior and like enjoying killing people and all of that stuff, but I do wonder if like how the show is gonna resolve their sisterly conflict is that at the end of the day, despite their differences, they're both fighting for Zaun, right? I always had a more generous read of Vi. She's been trying to take care of people like he did. I mean, she didn't have a chance though because she got arrested, right? So I think now she can take care of Jinx and Echo and all of that. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm missing from this, is I want, obviously, Echo's in the best position to lead a bunch of freedom fighters because he has his little rebellion group, but I would like to see all three of them come together to fight against, you know, Topside or whatever. How do you think that this is gonna end in peace? Because I feel like that it has to end somehow.
I think it'll end with, like, some kind of democratic, I think what'll end up happening is Victor ends up being like the leader of Zaun, and like Ambessa and the like more like sort of mental fascist violent people in Piltover. Like, I think there will be peace, and I think it will result in Zaun being a separate nation.
Yeah.
And that's like the happy times ending to
what
these problems.
I think that's what needs to happen,
the bad time endings
right?
is that Zaun gets basically glassed.
Yeah.
And that, like, your only, like, solace is that, you know, our heroes are
made it out alive. Yeah,
I do think
I think that they are, because
I think Jinx isn't gonna make it.
Isn't that what Jayce and Silco talked about? Wasn't that the whole thing, was like, let us operate on our own or something?
Yeah, peace.
And so, like, that was only interrupted because of Jinx, right? But that doesn't mean that solution won't be on the table again if things start to go really bad for Piltover, right? Like, it may be like Piltover. Here's my question: can Piltover survive though without the labor that Zaun provides? Or no?
I mean, here's
You know
the thing,
what I mean?
immigration still exists. And you kind of get the impression that, like, it's not, like, I don't know.
Maybe it would be two councils, but one city. Does that make sense? Like, a council that represents both interests, but ultimately, like, they're still part of the same country because they need each other's economy to survive.
Like, half of the council is from...
It's from Zaun, and half of the council has to be from Piltover.
Maybe, I don't know. I feel like that's a little bit too kumbaya. I think the, like, separatist angle is going to be more accurate. One thing I will say is that you don't get the impression that there's a lot of impoverished people, like, from Zaun going over to work in Piltover.
No.
Which was what it would actually be like.
There's still factories and stuff down there, though. So if you cut them off from the economy, they'd have to do trade or something.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
So it would probably be more advantageous for Zaun.
Because, like, what if people from Piltover own those factories? You know what I mean? And so that's what I'm saying. Like, anyway, I don't know how the economy works. I went to musical theater school. I like the idea of there being two councils or a half and half
realistically,
council.
like, the poor people get treated like shit in the rich people places, but in most, like, actual human real world situations. But in this fantasy world, you don't really get that impression as much.
Yeah.
It's almost like people from Zaun aren't even allowed up.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. I think it's, I don't know. It remains to be seen.
And they are still physically attached to each other. So that's what I'm saying. This would be like if, like, okay, obviously, I know with the poverty angle, it's not the same. But, like, imagine if we, like, just annexed Quebec. And there was this weird other country in the middle of our country. Like, you know
mean,
what I mean?
What almost happened with Quebec when they
I
wanted
know.
to leave?
I know that they want to leave.
Yeah.
I'm saying, like, but can you imagine, like, how would that even... It's weird, isn't it?
It
like,
would,
to
it
think
would be
about how
weird,
it works.
and economically, it would be somewhat difficult for them.
Yeah, so that's what I'm like, don't you guys still need each other somehow?
Yes, which is why they haven't done that yet.
So, anyway, I kind of think that I like the two council thing.
So really, Toronto is like Piltover,
oh my
and
God.
Montreal's like the lanes.
No, so, okay, yeah, so when this guy died, no one cared, and I didn't care either, because I thought he was annoying. But when Silco dies, everybody cares.
Yeah, and then you have
the Kemperin dying, and so now everybody's like, what the fuck? So, I do have some notes about this, because I didn't realize that everyone had... This is so goofy, by the way. Like, I love this for League, because League is a goofy game, but this is almost a little too goofy. Their hideout looks like a rotary telephone.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Like, so that's what I'm saying. I'm like, for League, this is funny, but, like, isn't this a little ridiculous in the context of Arcane?
I mean, it feels more like it's vaguely inspired by. It's not like it's a literal big...
I know, but, like, if you look at them later and, like, some of their weapons of the telephone people, like, it's like, you guys are, like, Pokemon villains or something. Like, what's going on
I mean,
right
I do like that all the members of the game have little outfits they all wear. I love how that dude there in the rotary telephone, everyone dresses like steampunk 1920s.
Yeah, so you can see like there's a little earbud or like a phone
and I love the other girl. It's all S&M. I love that.
And his tattoo is a little phone.
Yeah.
So I'm like, you guys are ridiculous. But yeah, I like how they're all clearly going after Silco's chair. I thought that was really nice. I've seen churches like that. I mean, I guess I'm just saying. I thought it was funny. Oh my goodness, our screenshots cannot seem to, like, they seem to give up after a certain number, which may be a sign that we should, too, also give up after a while. Did we go too far? What's going on in here? I mean...
It's just like, oh yeah, that's the scene where, evil, and yeah, it's just kind of,
this is what
It's interesting because both the first and second episodes start with almost these like silent, almost music videos.
Yeah.
Of a character going about and walking around in the wreckage of the world that they now live in from the events of the end of the first season of Arcane. And this is like this big gang war and squabbling that's kind of, tearing apart Zaun. I really like that.
And so I like them all trying to fight to sit in the chair. But here's what I don't understand. So, why does this bleed out into the streets? Why is the telephone guy beating up random children? So, like, this is what I still don't understand.
Gangs also occasionally assault, typically gangs kill other gang members. But
I know, but I'm like, this is what I don't get, because some people are saying clearly Isha is important. Like, she doesn't look like some random street urchin. Her clothes are actually quite nice. And so the telephone people were after her for some a reason. You know what I mean? But like, but they're attacking random kids in these other shots too. And you see all these other kids, right? Like in this shot, you see, I guess, presumably 2 siblings running away, and then Jinx is in the middle, which is some nice framing and everything. But I'm like, so I don't understand whether or not this is just like that they were just beefing with literal children on the street for some reason. Or like Isha's actually important. Because I kind of get the impression that they are just beefing with random children, and I'm not sure why.
Unless they're random children, like, yeah, she's a street urchin, so my assumption is like maybe she stole from them.
Maybe, but they're even beating up other kids that aren't her. What did those other kids
Maybe
do?
they just like, fuck them kids. They need
fuck
to like,
them kids.
Fuck them kids. I can only assume.
But yeah, so that's what I don't understand with like the telephone guys, is like, well, why were they chasing her? Like, why do you have beef with a child? Are they just mugging people in the street?
I assume as much, yes.
Or are they like trying to recruit people to the gang? I don't know. I just thought that was sort of weird. I kind of agree with you, Austin. I think that Isha is also a nobody. I don't necessarily subscribe to the theory that she's from like, I guess people are saying that because of the pattern on her clothes, that maybe she's from like, I don't know, a richer or whatever, but like, I feel like that, wouldn't people notice if they're
sorry, go back
if their child
like there's a 1 foot, that guy looks like a grumpy cat, just like
Piltover and Jayce were beefing with random children. I guess, I'm just saying. I'm just like, well, what is going on in here?
Nobody likes kids in this world.
No, I guess not. I don't think that we have to talk too much about the scene with Jinx and Isha.
She just kind of kills those people really quickly. I also love how it communicates kind of like the power level, that Jinx is like way stronger than any of these gangsters.
Yeah, and also that she just, I think that they underestimated her, and she's also not afraid.
But I also love how she just kind of like unceremoniously pops them all. I like that a lot.
But yeah, okay, so now I'm skipping ahead a little bit. So, I didn't notice this. So, the guy that Jinx captured in episode 3 is the accountant of Smeech, or whatever this guy's name is.
I believe.
Yeah, so he deals in prosthetics, and this is also something else I didn't notice, but that's why he was like, Savika, if you help me, I'll get you a new arm.
Yeah.
So he is a prosthetic dealer. Now, here's something...
Or like chemtech dealer in general.
Yeah, chemtech.
Which could be, because like weapons as well, he mentioned, so an arms dealer as well.
So, here's what I didn't understand about what happened in here. When we see... I probably should cover a little bit more of this until we get to where we're going. So, what happened in terms of, like, in this scene with all of the glowing eyes? Because when we see this later, this is supposed to be the Enforcers look like, you know what I mean? Like, we think it's a monster, but then it's the Enforcers.
Yeah, and it's like maybe that's like the glow of the arms dealer. That's a pun. Because he sells weapons. Thank you for pointing that out,
guys.
Authentic Apathy.
Oh god, we still have another episode to go.
But I think it was like the glow of the Hex Tech. And like, it's almost like his interpretation of it looks more frightening than it
But I'm like, but was this actually the Enforcers, or is this supposed to be the real monster? Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Like, is this the real monster, whereas Jinx saw the Enforcers? Because obviously, I guess the implication is that Caitlyn has been letting the gas loose all over the city so they could go around arresting people. That's what we see in episode 3. But I'm like, was this the true monster? Because that's something I wanted to talk about, but we haven't gotten there yet, is that when Caitlyn is looking through the slide deck, you see that the smoke is depicted as having a face. And I'm like, that's weird. Why would you do that? Like, I understand if, like, people down there did that because it's sort of like an urban legend type thing. But, like, this is Caitlyn's mom that made these drawings. Why would she depict the smoke with a monster? You know, like, that's kind of weird. Because she wouldn't believe that there's a monster. She would know scientifically that there's smoke. So why would she depict it with a face? There's a real smoke wait, is there a real smoke monster and the goggles? That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. What do you think?
I think it's almost like meant to communicate how he feels, and it's not so much a literal representation of what he sees.
So you think it's just like his brain before getting...
Your brain on terrified.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, I guess so. I'm just like, do we have time to introduce a monster right now? Like, come on.
Because later you sort of see, because at the beginning you don't know who's causing that smoke, and later in the episode it's revealed.
Yeah.
Also, I love this scene because it's like Savica trying to like bring everyone together, and it's everyone.
Yeah, Topside is the real enemy. Thank you, class consciousness, Savica.
But that's the thing. Everyone else is just fighting each other on their individual beefs or their, I don't know, like notions of pride.
She's the only one making sense. I totally forgot she had this line.
The only one being like class conscious about things. That's what I already liked Savica in the first season just because she's like really cool and she has a couple great fight scenes. And this season, she's the only person making sense.
Yeah.
And you understand why someone like Silco would really like and appreciate her. Because, like, she's a badass and she can kick people's heads in, but unlike most other people that can kick people's heads in,
she's not greedy
sensible.
About it. Yeah,
she's not greedy,
sensible.
But she's also very sensible and she's a good leader. So I like her a lot. I hope she survives this show.
Yeah, so they were like, let's just give him Jinx. Which is hilarious. But that's, I think, something that they'll have to talk about in Act 2 is like, but it doesn't just stop at Jinx.
Yeah.
They don't just care about Jinx anymore. They're mad at the Chem
Jinx
Bears.
now,
They're
but it'll eventually
at,
be another thing, right?
Yeah, you know. In the woodblock art style of the in the woodblock art style, like the art of the Black Plague, where they often put the Grim Reaper. Oh, I see what you guys are saying. So you guys are saying art imitates life, and this has happened.
Yeah.
This has probably happened before. Zaun is the old city. It's like, imagine a old Roman city. Yeah, we'll talk about that more when we talk about Janna. But yeah, I love this conversation. I thought it happened after for some reason, but I think that we'll probably just skip through this just to jump ahead a little.
Part of me wishes Savica did make the point of like, hey, yeah, if we give them Jinx, then it just means that they can like push us around. Because it'll only be a matter of time till it's someone else.
I don't think that
it'll only be a matter of time
you know?
until it's you. I just think a line like that would have been like stabby, punchy.
Well, I think that she'll probably have that later when she's like, okay, we're in charge now, bitch.
But also, I like the idea that Savica's like has a head on her shoulder and is smart, but is also not overly verbose. Because I think her monologuing like that wouldn't be in character.
Yeah, I think she'll have one line about that later, but I think the reason why she didn't say it now is because they don't care. Because I don't think that they actually care about, like, they're here for a good time, not a long time. They already know that their lives are, that they're not going to live that long. You know what I mean? In terms of this conversation right here, I just really enjoyed them bonding about Silco and, like, seeing them grieve together.
Yeah. It's like they're complaining about a guy that they're both, grieving.
Yeah, it's because really, she's like, oh, around this time he would have been sending me to go collect his debts or whatever, right?
And Jinx is like, yeah, I had to, like, do his injection. Dummy could never do it himself.
Yeah, and so I like that, like, their backs are turned to each other, but they're ultimately united by talking about Silco.
I also
Savica's finally learned why Vander may have had a point, because, wasn't Savica the guy that was ripping off Husk at the bar? Like, wasn't Savica the one that was ripping him off?
It's been
and then Vander is the one that corrected her? Yeah, I know, it's been such a long fucking time.
Who knows, maybe Savica becomes the leader of Zaun.
I mean, I think that she's going to be the leader with Jinx, but Jinx is the one that they can get behind,
Because I think Jinx dies tragically, and then Savica becomes the leader of Zaun.
You really think they would kill off Jinx?
I think they're going to kill off Jinx.
I don't think they're going to kill anyone who's a lead character.
I think they're going to kill off Jinx.
I don't think they have the balls. How does that make sense with the lore?
Because then in League of Legends, because the fights in League of Legends are not canon to the lore, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
So, in the lore, it's like how, in Overwatch, the robot guy doesn't...
Oh, it wasn't Savica. L/ratio, rip bozo. Sorry.
But, I think my prediction maybe for the end of the series is that, Jinx dies, and then in the process of her dying, you get, she dies doing something heroic, and then you kind of get a peace deal, whereas Zaun and Piltover still have their problems, but at least Zaun is independent and it's run by Savica.
I think what they're gonna do.
Because I think Savica, listen, you do not want to know the fan fiction Like, the amount of fan fiction I've read of Savika, I just have great fondness for her. And the fact that they've given her, like, real character and I get to see more of her.
And the status quo of League, the Chem Barons are in charge, which is interesting because now they're dead. Well, at least one of them's dead. Here's my thing. Here's what I think is gonna happen. Okay? I think they are going to pull a Wicked. And so if you guys... Spoilers for a musical that's been out for 20 years, okay?
20 plus years, yeah.
So,
30 years?
At the end of Wicked, Elphaba fakes her death and then her and Fiyero walk into the sunset. I think that they are going to do something where the audience thinks that Jinx or Vi or, you know, fan favorite whoever is dead, right? Let's just say that it's Jinx, I guess. So we're gonna think that Jinx is dead, but then there's sort of a implication at the end of the show that she did not die and she just... left, like Zaun, and, you know, and that her and Vi, like, finally left and took up new identities and whatever, never talked again, because I do feel, as much as the sisters are at odds right now, I do feel like they are genuinely closer to being on the same side compared to any time that they have been, right? And we'll talk about this more when we get to episode 3, but, I mean, that's something that we see in episode 3, obviously, is that Vi sees that Powder is still in there, and she can't let that go, especially with Isha, right? And I think Jinx is also going to realize that Powder is still in there, because Jinx is like, I ruin everything, I'm a curse, I jinx everyone, but, like, she fixed Savika's arm, she still saved this girl, she did the gray thing and, like, rerouted the city, and so, like, you kind of do have that evidence that Powder still exists. Like, the girl that was technologically able to fix anything is still down there, right? So I think that Vi, especially after last episode, episode 3, realizes that. So I think that, like, I could see a sort of twisty twist where it's like, well, Vi and Jinx, they just leave. Because this isn't like, there's no, like, surveillance technology. I'm sure there's still, like, you know, you have bounties of, like, oh, this criminal, you know, whatever, just to let Piltover know this criminal's on the run. Like, obviously, even back before the Internet Kingdom still had communications with each other, right? But it was a lot easier to kill people and a lot easier to disappear before the time of the internet and, like, everybody having a smartphone and, like, all that sort of stuff. That's why we don't see serial killers as much, or I guess as prolific, I would say. There still are serial killers,
yeah, there's serial, but also part of it's just, like, why did serial killers, like, numbers go down so dramatically after the 1970s? And a lot of people just said less lead, because, like, lead will, like, like, screw with the development of your brain, so you no longer have it in paint, you no longer have gasoline. You no longer have people with, like, extreme. But
I think part of it is also, like, it's not easy to get away with crimes anymore.
Oh, yeah, that, and it's substantial. Well, here's the thing, is that, like, it is, but also you look at, like I think 50% of violent crimes go unsolved. In, like, the United States, I think. I don't know about Canada. So, like, you want to kill someone, you could probably still get away
with that. But I'm saying, like, back in the day, not to talk about this too much, but, like, Lizzie Borden, right, for example, right? They let her go. I was listening to something about that. Like, they didn't convict her. They were just like, oh, we don't have any evidence. But, like, in the era of the smartphone, maybe you would have had something more than that. You know what I mean? Like, there are crimes that in hindsight, I'm like, you could, if there was a phone today, this person would have gotten caught. You know what I mean?
Yeah, realistically, like, you know, you look at, like, historical murders where it's like the cops just, like, they didn't have any technology, and, like, someone in the neighborhood would have saw a random black guy who was coming back from work and pinned it all on him. Meanwhile, the actual murderer is lost in the wilderness. Like, that happened a lot. It was a lot easier to get away with murders back in the day.
Yeah. So what are we talking about? Oh, I think Jinx could just
disappear.
People can disappear nowadays.
Maybe. They might do the kind of Nimona, like, oh, I don't know if she's really gone, or...
Yeah, that's kind of what I think. Like, we won't know.
Yeah.
But it'll be, like, implied that she's not dead somehow.
Yeah.
You know, like, it'll be like the legend of Jinx lives on and whatever. I don't expect Jinx to leave, but on the other hand, how else can she meet her girlfriend, the light of her life, Lux? I see a lot of Lux in Jinx fanfiction. I don't know. She's a character in League.
You know what? This is what I think is gonna happen. It's like unspecific, or it's kind of implied that maybe she gets out, and then Jinx becomes kind of a unifying figure for Zaun.
Yeah.
And then maybe in, like, the next League of Legends show, you get, like, a little Jinx cameo or something.
Yeah, like something, I don't know. And because right here she's like, let's just watch it all burn, but I think that they have a different opinion later on, right? Anyway, so I want to skip ahead a little more, I think. Nope, that's going backwards.
I should say what Shmee want, or Shmee?
Shmee?
Shmee.
I don't know who this man, like, I don't know.
Robot Chihuahua. Evil Robot Chihuahua wants to murder, Jinx.
Yeah,
so
and
you
so
do
they're
have
after
that
her. Well,
set
they
up
all
for
wanna,
later.
they all wanna pull her in. Okay, I think I went too far ahead. Maybe? No, I didn't. Wait, hold on. Yes, I did. Oopsie. Sorry, you guys. I'm so sorry, Hunter. I feel like I'm such a mess today.
You are, listen, we're all messes today. It's okay. It's been a minute since we've done one of these, and we also had to do 3 episodes at a time.
I hate that, man.
I feel like maybe next time we just, Smeech, thank you very much, not Shmee.
Yeah,
I think next time we just pick like a handful of
probably. I just did this because it was easier for me in the moment, but I think in hindsight it was not easier for the live stream because now I can't. The problem is I can't even see the pictures because they're not loading on my computer. Anyway, so Victor and Jayce spilling their hearts out to each other, and then we also see Victor as this like amalgamation of metal and shimmer.
Might I say, the fact that he comes out and he's Jesus and not a giant monster is such a left field turn for me.
I think it's sort of like
he's
he's Jesus, but he's like it's not all good.
He's healing people. He has a robe. He has a staff.
But it's still transmutation,
got,
I think, Hunter.
I know it's like transmutation. I know he's not literal Jesus, but when they designed him, they were like, "Oh, this man is Jesus adjacent."
I know, but like I think that though they showed this shot to showcase that like Jesus, this is not Jesus-y. You know what I mean? Like, this is not Jesus adjacent. Like, you know, he's still messed up. Like, he's still severely messed up.
Have you ever noticed that it's kind of weird that no one ever, no one ever depicts Jesus as being ugly?
Well...
Like, every single depiction of Jesus, at a bare minimum, he's an Abercrombie and Fitch
I don't think
model.
that he's, like... overly beautiful. He just looks normal to me.
I think
he's very symmetrical, handsome. But I think that's just a matter of art.
He's got a nice beard. He has like long flowing brown hair. Because I was just thinking, I'm just like, yeah, this is like wet rat Jesus, and I'm like, yeah. The only time you ever see actual Jesus looking like kind of fucked up is when he's literally dying.
Right, but I don't know, Hunter. I think that maybe that's just a byproduct of like. Because artists want things to be perfect, right?
Someone made a great Monty Python reference in the chat. He's not the Messiah, he's a very sad boy. Which, he is a very sad boy. But, like, if later he gets sexy, like, Jared Leto hair, like...
Who, Victor?
Yeah. And then it's like, oh yeah, he's sexy Jesus again. They always make Jesus sexy.
I guess. I don't know.
Just now a thing
To me, I'm just thinking, well, in old Renaissance art, pretty much everyone looks nice because it's art. I wouldn't want to make ugly art, you know what I mean? Like, in terms of, I wouldn't want to make asymmetrical art.
The very
even
least,
though for, like, most
Jesus
of us, our faces aren't perfectly symmetrical.
No.
For an artist, you would want
But
that.
also, like, Jesus, and some of the drawings, like, because it's sort of like, you know, because it's sort of like impressionist, his face is very long.
Right.
But whenever someone like, I don't know what it's called, like whenever someone like plays him in a movie, he always looks very handsome. Okay. And I mean, everyone in movies are handsome, but that guy especially. This is a totally weird. Listen, if you get to talk about Wicked, I get to talk about Jesus.
Yeah, that's fine.
I just noticed that it's like, yeah, we're having a Messiah, but he's like a wet cat Messiah, and I think that's kind of interesting design-wise. A wet cat robot Messiah.
I think there are some interesting things here that we need to talk about. So Victor does not feel cold anymore, which is a little concerning that he's
just not quite human
like that he may
anymore.
not feel any like sensation, so that's not good.
Which is cool because oftentimes you have other like I've seen other video games or movies or whatever when people start to become supernatural, like they become a werewolf or a vampire or an angel, and they start losing those like very human understanding of the world around them, like heat and touch and hunger and sleep and tiredness. So having that communicated like that is very interesting.
I agree. The cult doesn't bother him anyway. Oh dear.
He let it go, humanity.
I think that like this is something that I didn't realize because I forgot about everything, I guess, is that, so Jayce was supposed to destroy the Hexcore, and he didn't. And so now, sort of against his will, Victor, instead of dying, has become a creature, basically, has, like, fused with the Hexcore. But, like, Jayce wanted to use the Hexcore to save Victor. As far as I remember, Victor did not want this anymore. And so Jayce kind of transformed his body against his will, which is why he's mad. So I know that they said that right there, that you promised to destroy the Hexcore, but I forgot last season. Like, you know what I mean? Heimerdinger was wrong. But yeah, so I kind of, like, forgot that. So that's why. Did he want it destroyed because it killed Skye? Was that, like, what happened, chat? Do you guys remember? Because I think that, like, now in hindsight, like, that must have been the order of events. I thought he wanted it destroyed first. But then he went to Singed, and then with Singed, I remember him being like, I understand now. And so I thought that, like, Victor changed his mind about wanting the Hexcore to be destroyed. But I guess he didn't. I guess he did change his mind for a minute, but then after he killed Skye, he changed it back because he realized that wasn't worth it. Even though he understood Singed and, like, the death thing and, like, that entire arc from last season. I think that killing Skye put it over the edge, because he was fine when he was using Shimmer on his own body to heal himself, but the fact that it killed somebody else was too far, I think. So now I kind of understand their little breakup scene a little better. Not that I ever thought either one of them was unreasonable, but I was like, oh, that escalated quickly, but I guess in hindsight, no, it didn't, because you also have just Victor feeling this kind of pulse to, like, go out there and do something else and, like, clearly follow the Hexcore, and, like, now our paths diverged long ago. That was just such a good line. He tried to destroy it, it wouldn't let him, and it forced his magical leg to collapse. Okay. Yeah, I didn't remember that, so that's important. So I guess he wanted Jayce to do it because he couldn't. It was affection that held us together. Like, is he implied that they don't have, like, affection for each other
Or just
anymore?
that, like, because he's no longer entirely human, he doesn't feel those human feelings the way perhaps other people would.
Yes, Victor's cane does get transmuted when he holds it because it's attracted to metal.
Yeah, it's also bigger now?
I think so. I think
it's
it
more
grew.
a staff.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that, like, it's obviously, like, attaching to metal and some other things. To cling to principles while your best friend bleeds out in your arms. And I'm like, yeah, that's a fair point, Jayce. And so I really like this argument between them. I never asked for this. Like, I never asked to see you die and not be able to help you, so I tried to help you. And then he also didn't ask for it either. Like, he didn't want to be transformed like this. Right? And so I do think that, like, they're gonna have some sort of reconciliation eventually, because they're not, I don't think that Victor's mad at Jayce. I think Victor's just like, you disappointed
Victor isn't mad at Jayce.
You know?
I think Jayce is gonna understand Victor, and that's how that relationship resolves.
Because I see this more as, like, disappointment.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, Jayce, you asked me to do something, or I asked you to do something and you didn't. You know, I guess, okay, so we have Heimerdinger and his bubbles. I want to go find the screenshot with Jonna.
Heimerdinger playing with his bubbles.
Because basically all we have is a conversation between Echo and Heimerdinger where they're like, the tree is dying, let's go. There are a lot of conversations this season. I saw someone complain about that. I'm not complaining, but, like, I guess in hindsight, just for, like, the purpose of our discussion, there are a lot of, like, talking, and we must explain what's going on. Which again, I don't necessarily mind, but, like, somebody pointed it out and then I couldn't, like,
I will
stop
say another, like,
it.
really interesting silent scene is Victor walking through the lanes, walking through Zaun and looking at, like, how bad it has especially gotten.
Yeah, because he was kind of living it up on top, right? So he wasn't even, he didn't know how bad.
So he gets to see this shimmer and he gets to see everything. Yeah, it's quite interesting.
Okay. This is people praying to, like, an old Greek mythology mural of Jonna. So I looked it up, and so apparently, like...
You need to show it on this.
Oh, yes, thank you. I looked it up, and apparently, Zaun used to be its own city, and then they buried it under the rubble, So there's all of this, like, architecture and stuff that people just dig up every once in a while, kind of like Greece, I guess, right? Or like Italy.
Same
if you go
reason
far
why
enough
Rome-
in Italy, you can just, like, you know, you
Same
accidentally
reason-
try to make a building and you find, like, a Greek, like, mural at the bottom
yeah,
of the
it's the
floor,
reason
right?
why Rome doesn't have a subway.
Yeah, because there's all this shit
Because
down
when
here.
they try to dig a hole and they keep discovering shit.
Yeah, so I think that this is basically what happened here, and then also you have the other Jonna stuff later. So like we mentioned, Jonna gave people fresh air, apparently. That's why they pray to her, is because as things got bad, before it was like, oh, good fortune to sailors to sail, but now it's, they are praying to her to get some fresh air every once in a while. I also forgot, because I'm stupid, that the gray is what caused Victor's injuries, right? So it's kind of messed up that Caitlyn is now gassing people with the gray when that's what caused Victor's illness, and that has been what Jayce has been trying to save Victor from the entire time.
Environmental racism,
And someone
everybody.
pointed out that Jayce may not be too happy with Caitlyn for
Or
doing...
I guess in this case, environmental classism.
Yeah, like, you know, Jayce pointed out that, or somebody pointed out that Jayce may not be too happy with Caitlyn doing environmental classism when that's, like, what caused his best friend to, like, develop the illness that, he had. Okay,
Struggled
we
with
have
his
to look
entire
at this
Come on
Jesus
now.
picture, right?
Come on,
and
this
obviously
man is...
this Jonna, I guess
this
this is
man
another
is
Jonna thing
Jesus.
in the back, right?
Apparently Jonna is a bikini elf in the game, so says
She
Grim
is.
Witch Bun in the chat.
Yeah.
I do kind of like that, like, I don't know how sexualized characters are in...
They're kind of are, but they're kind of not. It just depends,
Because
right?
I guess it also depends, because, like, depending on, like, what outfit you put them in, some are more sexualized than others. I will say, like, none of the female characters are that sexualized,
In
other
Arcane,
than, like, the actual sex workers.
Like, you know, so in League, like, for example, this is Jinx's outfit.
Yeah.
Right?
That's also just how Jinx dresses.
Some of them are a bit more scantily clad, but, like, you know, equal opportunity, some of the men are scantily clad, too.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
You know, Victor's wearing his slutty robes.
Well, yes. No. Oh, okay, so just to talk about Savika's arm for a minute. So she made it out of the machines that they used to play with as kids, obviously, we know that. But I read somewhere that all of the times we see Savika in Season 1, maybe not all of them, Caitlyn was different at launch. Oh, okay, so they changed her outfit, I guess. But yeah, it sort of just depends on who you're playing. Some of them are sexy and then some of them are not, right? Jinx is less dressed in League slightly. I don't know. This is pretty true to her outfit, though. It's, like, similar. It's not, like, you know, horrendously
Maybe
different.
she wore, like, a bikini?
What, in
A
League?
bikini top?
In League?
In League?
Well, she still has a crop top now.
Yeah, she has a crop top, but it's not like a bikini top. Would be slightly different, you know? Like,
Hold on.
technically, okay, I'm gonna look up.
Oh, she is in a bikini top.
Yeah, I
So they
vaguely
changed it
recall
to a
her
crop
dressing
top.
like that.
Oh, yeah, this is way different. Why did I
Which
say
is, like,
her outfit?
marginally different?
I'm
Like,
like, this is the same in my head. No, you know why? I think it's because they released an Arcane Jinx skin, and I probably just saw that recently.
yeah, that's fair.
What I was gonna say about Savika is that apparently in Season 1 we see her gambling. And I didn't remember that because we don't remember anything,
yeah, she
apparently.
plays poker.
And so
I only
the
know
fact
that
they made her a slot
because of the
machine
fan fiction.
arm is really funny.
That's cute.
Because she gambles with her, literally with her life. There's not a bigger
You know
high
what's
than
pretty-
gambling
you know
with
what's-
your life.
Oh, in the early, so says Reggie, or Riigi?
Yeah.
In the early days of League, a lot of the female characters were sexualized for no apparent reason, but they've been trying to get better about that. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of video games. I think people have been generally... Because, like, that was the joke, running, like, female fantasy armor, being, like, a chainmail bikini.
But, like,
with
Leona is in full armor, for example.
Yeah.
She's, like, the knight with the golden armor.
That's what I've always kind of liked about, like the design of the characters in Overwatch or Ruby or a lot of shows where it's like, people aren't that sexualized.
But see, okay, so this is what I mean. So this is the enforcer now, not the monster, but the glowing eyes. So I'm just wondering,
so they saw, but here's the thing, because the last one was 3, so that could be the glowing eyes plus the rifle scope.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. So now it was much more because they're all in here. So I'm like.
But also, it's like, I think I imagined it was like how, you know, that creature looked to him.
Yeah.
He was
I'm
so
just
scared.
like, is is there a real monster? Because you think that a lot of people that would have seen that monster wouldn't have lived to tell the tale. I mean,
Austin
obviously
Seven says Jinx's original top looks less like a bikini and more like a couple of belts.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is pretty good.
This is a great shot. I just want to talk about this before, because we don't really need to look at all the screenshots of Jinx escaping, but this is important because she recognizes that it's Vi. Like, I would know that haircut anywhere.
Like, frightened because maybe there was a little part of her that was holding out hope that Vi would have forgiven her.
Yeah.
And they could just, like, take it all back.
Yeah, and, like, obviously now to see her as an enforcer, is crazy, right? Considering everything they went through as kids, right? But yeah, so I think that I will skip ahead screenshot-wise, because all we have is Jinx playing, you know, Solid Snake or whatever. Like, what is it called? Metal Gear?
Metal Gear Solid. She's in a stealth mode.
In terms of the fight scene, there's not too much that I want to talk about here, because we already watched the fight scene in the show. I guess the only thing I want to...
It was a very good fight scene.
A screenshot of them just to put on screen while we're talking here. But yeah, it was a great fight scene. I
love the idea of like Jinx, Savika's arm made by Jinx being a slot machine. It's a lot of fun in a fight. Not very practical, but I'm looking at this, I'm like, that would be fun to play in the game. But Savika's not a character in League of Legends.
Not yet, but they put Ambessa in the game recently.
Yeah, so I feel like they must be putting Savika next. Maybe they were just waiting for her having the cool new arm.
Yeah, I would agree. I just realized we're seeing the thumbnail constantly. Not constantly, Lumen, but like I use the thumbnail to like stealthily cover up the screen.
Because otherwise YouTube gets mad.
Yeah, so I love that. Who's the funnier looking rat now? See, but this is what I mean, right? Like, I love the gambling aspect because it's like, well, what bigger gambling high is there than to gamble with your life? And obviously, we mentioned this in our reaction because sometimes we are smart and we do see things, but Isha's the one that threw the canister or the bomb, and so that's fun. I did see, I guess now I'll ask you, in terms of what you think about this. Are you, like, annoyed by Isha that she's just, like, some random kid and we know nothing about her? Like, do you think she needs character development for Jinx to care about her? Or that it's okay for Jinx to care because she's a child?
I think that it's not so much that Jinx cares about her, but that, like...
But if Jinx grows to care about her, do you think they have to give us a reason?
I think it makes sense that, what's her name again? I was just calling her Little Orphan.
Isha.
Little Orphan Isha. It makes sense that Little Orphan Isha, like, wants to be around Jinx, because Jinx is very powerful. Jinx protected her already. It makes sense that a child or anybody in a situation like that would want to be around strong people.
Yeah.
I think that Savika is maybe a little bit more caring, weirdly, because she's like, we don't give up our own. She has a little more class consciousness or sort of, you know, solidarity with other people. And I just like the idea that they're a little family of like two moms and their little orphan child. So I think that's very cute. I think that over the course of this rest of the season, they'll be closer together, but I think it's less about, it'll be less about Jinx caring about Isha, or maybe even Savika caring about Isha, even though I think Savika will care more about, but it's more about Isha caring about them, and a lot of people viewing them as like, who can protect us, who can get out of us. I think that'll be very important for that character.
Like, they're her first gang member. Like, she's their first follower,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Like, first of many followers. So I think people are looking at it backward. It's not about Jinx caring about Isha, it's about Isha and eventually a lot of people caring about Jinx and Savika.
Yeah, that's interesting because
and maybe also eventually Jesus.
I watched a video, because I watched a bunch of videos. I don't know if Hunter has seen Get Jinxed, but yeah, I did know that it was the Get Jinxed.
It's the, I remember when it came out back in the day, because like Tumblr loved it.
I didn't put my mouth on this if you want. Even if I did put my mouth on it at this point,
who
you know,
gives
what
a
does
shit?
it matter?
We're close. It's fine. Anyways, I've seen Get Jinxed because it's like her flying in the air of what I later realized is like Piltover.
Yeah.
And it's to that song that plays in the first season.
Yeah, and it also plays again here.
Yeah, I have seen it because I remember when it came out, everyone loved it, even if you didn't play League of Legends.
It's funny because I think like it's so cringe, but like in a way that I guess I can appreciate.
It's cringe, but it's like early 2010s, like this is so cool.
Yeah, like nostalgic
Sonic the Hedgehog core.
It's like the Coldplay Minecraft cover the Captain Sparkles, like, animated, like, music video.
That's a little more
like,
cringe.
I think that's kind of the category.
I was never that into it, but I thought it was cool for what it was.
Yeah.
And, like, I knew other people that loved it.
Yeah.
That would, like, watch it a lot, that listened to the song a lot. There's also that, like, how they turned, like, they, like, made, like, some characters in League of Legends into, like...
The
K-pop group. That was big. I remember when that happened, I saw that around a lot. I know that there was a ton of animated music videos that were set to League of Legends... Or, sorry, that were set to Imagine Dragons songs.
Oh.
And that's why they picked Imagine Dragons for this.
Yeah. I didn't know that Enemy was written for the show.
Yes.
I thought that Enemy just existed and they slapped it on there.
No, because
I think...
think...
For a song that was written specifically for the show, I'm trying so hard not to bitch about this.
Here's the thing.
But, like, I expect you to try harder because, you know, here's the thing, right? It's fine when a show has a song that already existed and they just sort of integrate that in for the recontextualized. Whatever, I'm not expecting much. If you write a song for the show, this better be a goddamn, like, musical number adjacent experience.
I mean, it's kind of like,
you know?
it's kind of like everyone is my enemy, all these people
I
have
know,
a lot.
but it's so, like, vague and I hate it.
Yeah, it's vague and I don't love the song. And here's the thing.
I just wish more things were like Ruby, where the songs were actually written with,
but
like...
what I love is that it also has a verse by Jid, the rapper, and that verse was made for a different song.
Yeah,
it was made for a Mac Miller song, but it never came out because he passed away too soon.
You know, because with anime, like, for example, Beastars, Wildside had to be written
Here's the thing, I don't know about that. I think a lot of the time it's just like, well, this kind of fits.
Well, most of the time it is, but for Beastars, they explicitly reference something that Legacy says at some point. And then for Shadow's House, for example, they call it Shadow's Dance. It was written because of Shadow's House.
We need more, like, Pokemon theme song where it's just straight up.
Calm down, Theater Kid. I know, but I'm just saying, like, Ruby is, like, the only Western show that's not a musical that I have ever seen have consistent music that is actually connected to what we're doing. Like, because you know what I mean? Like, Avatar doesn't have any music in its opening. It doesn't have, like, a theme song, right?
Like, long ago, they have that.
They have that, right? But I'm just saying, like...
all the songs in Arcane were made for the show. Fooled me.
Yeah, that's crazy. I expect better from you guys.
Because here's the thing, the people making it were doing it just because, like, okay, vague idea, let's make a song that more or less fits in. My issue is not that it doesn't fit one-to-one. So Steven Universe, listen, there's a lot of shows that
but Steven Universe is a musical, so that's different. I'm saying for things that are not musicals, but use music in the fight scenes that have
Steven Universe also has songs where it's like, this song was made by someone else, not for Steven Universe.
But my point is that in Steven Universe, people break out in a song. What I'm saying is that Ruby is like one of the only shows that has music that was written just for
my issue with Enemy is not that it's vague. My issue is that it's not a good song.
No, it's a bad song. But I think that songs are also bad because they're vague sometimes.
It's not bad. It's just Imagine Dragons typically doesn't always make bad songs. A lot of the time they make just kind of like vague, disinteresting, deeply middle of the road songs.
Yeah.
Just like I don't like any of the hooks, like the oh, the misery.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's supposed to be a hook, but there's no, like, just the punchiness of the vocals isn't there. The instrumentation's just kind of low and trudgy. It isn't very exciting.
Yeah.
I don't like it
But
very much.
I understand what you're saying, Hunter. I guess my thing is that to me, all poorly written songs happen because of vagueness. Like, I could pinpoint, there is not, like, maybe there is, but to me, there is no hyper-specific song that is, like, bad. Because when you have the thesis down, you're okay. But every song that tries to be, like, I guess I should say 99% of the time, typically, the number one pitfalls with a song being bad has nothing to do with structure, has nothing to do with technical things, has nothing to do with hooks. No, but I'm saying a good hook will arrive from a good thesis. If you only have vagueness, you will never arrive at the good technical elements, right?
Here's my retort to that, and my retort to the people that are disagreeing with me in the comments. There's an Imagine Dragons song called Believer.
Yeah.
Believer is a song, it's like kind of like it's like how the like the Burj Khalifa is a very big building that's very impressive until you realize it's completely empty. That's what the Imagine Dragon song Believer is. It's basically impressive because it's big and loud and boisterous and punchy, but it's fundamentally basically about nothing.
Yeah.
It's so super vague, and it's like it doesn't, and I think for that reason it really doesn't hold up to repeat listens. But at least it has like a punchy, at least it has kind of a build up on the chorus and a big punchy chorus. The verses are kind of boring and tedious.
But I would probably say that song's bad too.
Here's the
so
thing.
At least I'm consistent with my bad logic or whatever.
Here's the thing. That song, I also don't like that song, and I think the song is incredibly overrated. But at least it has a kind of punchiness. It's about nothing, but it's punchy and it's there.
I guess I don't like any song that's about nothing.
Enemy just doesn't even have the punchiness.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
But here's the thing, there's other songs that are basically like shallow and kind of super vague and kind of annoying, like super vague that they have called Thunder, but it's also incredibly annoying to listen to. So like, as far as I'm concerned, by just being kind of vague and like, fine, Enemy is very middle of the road.
Yeah.
Where it could be slightly better, it could be great, it could be slightly better, it could be a lot worse.
Yeah.
That's how I feel about it. We're skipping over Jason having his Victor having his Jesus moment.
We're skipping to him having
where he touches the drug-addled guy that we see, and we kind of see his, like, rise and fall.
Wait, so Imagine Dragons doesn't have a single song with any singular message?
Imagine Dragons...
I don't know.
Imagine Dragons was a rock band in the 2010s, and they realized, hey, there really hasn't been any rock bands in a while. How do we be a successful rock band? They said, okay, let's not be a rock band. Let's be a little bit rock and a little bit metal and a little bit alternative and a little bit hip hop and a little bit country and a little bit pop.
Yeah.
And your aesthetics, basically making it nothing. It's like a mono-genre sludge.
Right.
Right? It's like how, like, shitty Marvel movies, and some Marvel movies are better, but some, it's like how you watch, like, not Marvel movies, because they tend to be a little bit better, but, like, B-list, blockbuster movies try to be fantasy and sci-fi and comedy and action and adventure at the same time.
Is it Shazam
and
or
it just becomes vague, The Flash, where it just kind of becomes, like, vague gloop. They make vague gloop music.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, do the lyrics save you? Is the lyricist of Imagine Dragons especially good? Not necessarily. What about the lyrics? Do the lyrics deliver on some kind of specific things? No, they are so vague that basically any person on Earth could listen to a Imagine Dragons song while working out at the gym or on the radio, and they don't necessarily have to think about it too much.
Yeah.
Or they're the type of person that look up, like, those, like, I don't know, those, like, you can't da-da-da without da-da-da-da-da-da-da Instagram captions, pretentious Instagram captions, and they're like, oh, that's deep. And they listen to super stupid, vague Imagine Dragons lyrics, and they're like, oh man, that's deep. And that is a substantial portion of the population, which is why Imagine Dragons is as popular as it is. The actual people that run Imagine Dragons are really nice people.
Yeah.
They're very cool, they're very sweet, they say nice things about trans people. So I feel bad personally shitting on them for their artistic... Yeah, it's a Chris Pratt movie. It's like an indistinguishable, handsome white man.
Yeah.
It's like Adam Levine, where Adam Levine is like covered in tattoos. And so he's like bad boys for suburban white mothers who are afraid of what actual bad boys look like. It's this kind of corporate rock. The people who make them are really nice people. So I don't want to shit on them because they're lovely people. And if people like it, it's whatever, you know. Like I insulted the fans of Imagine Dragons.
That you had, like, these
I have so many
in
music opinions. I insulted some of the people who liked Imagine Dragons. Imagine Dragons is absolutely modern Nickelback. Thank you, Grimwitch Bun in chat.
See, this is how I feel about...
Here's the thing about Nickelback was more distinct. Nickelback, the voice, the lyricist of Nickelback sounded a particular way. Nickelback songs were occasionally actually about stuff.
Yeah.
They weren't great, But they were at least specific. Like, Rockstar is about the folly of being rock stars and the rock star lifestyle. Is it a good song? No, not necessarily. But they're at least specific. They fail in their specificity. Imagine Dragons don't. I apologize if you're Imagine Dragons fan and I insulted your intelligence.
Well, I mean, I insult people's music taste all the time.
I also like a lot of silly music that you don't have to think too much about. That was wrong of me to say that. But I don't like Imagine Dragons, and the fact that they didn't make a particularly good song for what is a really, really good show shouldn't surprise
anybody. Every time a song plays in the show, it ruins it for me. I'm just gonna, I'll be the brave one to say it.
Oh also, my god, I need a cigarette after that. I feel so much better.
What you're describing is like how I feel about all pop music.
That's how I feel about a lot of pop music.
I know that Aster's gonna come to my house and
have you ever listened?
Kick me in the kneecaps, but that is how I feel about a lot
None of their songs are
music.
about dragons. That also bothers me. Imagine Dragons. I never imagined dragons. I never imagined dragons. And so much pop music, so much love songs, like love pop songs, are so fucking vague. They describe like, I love weird, like, pop songs where you, like, love songs where you describe your lover in specific detail.
Yeah.
Like, Chappell Roan describes her lover as Brigitte Bardot, who is a model and actress, a French model and actress from the 1940s. How fucking specific is that?
Yeah.
Whereas, like, Justin Bieber-ass people will be like, I love you because you have eyes that I stare into of a particular cut, like a bluish, brownish, greenish color. And you have such wonderful hands that fit into my hands so beautifully, even though basically all fucking hands do that unless you got, like, 11 or 9 fingers. I love how I love you, girl, and your attributes and your characteristics and your personality, whatever that personality is.
The way you smile.
And ooh, girl, I love you for your imperfections, whatever they are, so that you get to, because all girls have imperfections, so that way you think that I'm...
Hunter is stealing a Bo Burnham joke right now. I
have
stolen the same Bo Burnham joke on my YouTube channel.
That was a Bo Burnham joke. I was there when he released that, and I said thank you for expressing my opinion again. Because I was a teenager when One Direction was a thing. Oh, no. And all the teenage girls that I had romantic feelings for loved these fucking vague, pretty English dudes. And I was like, why do you like these vague, pretty English dudes? I'm like, for their vague, pretty words. And I'm like, that's weird, is it not? He made jokes about it. I was in the fucking trenches.
Yeah,
so
Hunter
many
felt
people.
It in her heart. I mean, I feel it in my heart too. That's why I make that exact same joke.
All of my friends liked those people.
In all of my videos.
All of my friends liked those people.
Yeah, this is not an attack if you like pop music, but I'm sorry. You
Here's
came
the thing.
to the wrong
No,
street.
it's not pop music. It's bad pop music.
Yeah.
Anyways.
I was gonna say something,
likes
but I forgot. Oh yeah, every time they play music in the show, I wish they wouldn't. I think that's the thing in the show that's probably gonna age the worst.
What?
The music.
Oh, probably.
Inclusion, because we have a music video every episode, and the music is bad.
I like it because it's like, I don't want my comment about teenage girls liking One Direction to sound incel-y. It was more just like I was friends with these people, and I'm like, why do you like these music?
Women do it, like, female music artists also do the same vague. Okay, this is what I was gonna say, I forgot. Okay, here's what I'm saying. I have a theory that I haven't shared with anybody, but I was gonna make a short about it on the Calxiyn Cares Too Much channel, so I'll try it out on you guys first, okay? Can I say that I think Christmas music has lost the goddamn plot, and that's why I like Halloween music more, because you have the Monster Mash, and you have Thriller,
spooky,
and you have Spooky, whatever, and
horrorcore rap songs.
Yeah. Like, and you focus on Halloween and the demonic nature of Halloween.
And being spooky and
right.
scary.
But then in modern Christmas songs, for whatever reason, it's always like, gender doesn't matter. Like, female singers do it, male singers do it. But there's this trend where it's like, I'm at Christmas, surrounded by all of my family and the people I love, but I'm thinking about you, a random man who has shown no interest in me whatsoever, and I wish that you were my gift on this one Christmas Eve.
Christmas is really romantic.
Like,
yeah,
I know that Christmas is romantic, but it's never like, I want my husband to come home from the war. It's never like someone that you're already in a relationship with, and it's like, oh, but they're in Japan and I'm in the States and I wish we could reunite on Christmas Eve. It's always like some teenage girl being like, I'm in love with some random person that doesn't even
it's
know
also
I
Christmas.
exist, and it's Christmas, and I wish, even though I have all of this joy around me, I want you, the basic man, to be happy. And so, like, that was my theory about, like, oh,
and
this
I'm
is why
sure
I
if
like
Imagine
Halloween
Dragons
music
made
more,
a Christmas
you know?
song, it would fucking suck too.
But that's why I was like, oh, I think this is why I think Halloween music is, like, better, because Halloween sticks to the plot, whereas with Christmas you have...
It always has to be romantic.
It's not even a Hallmarkification, though, Austin, because, like,
no,
I have
because Hallmark movies are romantic, so it kind of...
Like, I have no problem with people falling in love.
So many Christmas movies are also romance movies.
Yeah.
Because it's like it's going after the sentimentality, and I guess romance is fairly sentimental.
Yeah, and I get it, but I'm just like, I don't have a problem with like, Baby It's Cold Outside, right? Like, that's a love song that takes place during Christmas.
When it's
but
cold
what I have
out.
a problem with is, like, you just want to write an excuse. Like, you need an excuse to write a romance song, and Christmas is your excuse. Christmas should be about the family and friends that already care about you, not some random man that, like, you're texting on Snapchat, like, when you're, like, you know what I mean? When you're supposed to be spending time with your grandparents.
Anyways,
is what I was trying to
agree.
So yeah, so that was my, like, I wanted to test that out.
Anyways, speaking of Christmas, Jesus!
Oh, God.
Jesus, Victor Jesus.
Okay.
I feel like can you please do me a favor?
Yeah? Can
you edit that out and then post it into Calxiyn Cares Too Much?
What, the music
discussion? The Imagine Dragons.
Maybe, I might.
Please do that. I would love you forever if you do that.
Cal, you're cooking with this take, thank you. Also, I don't think Baby It's Cold Outside is creepy, but that's for another day. Those are clearly two people that have known each other. Maybe they're childhood friends, and they've been floating, like, for a long time.
But also,
flirting,
you can see how, like, someone
while.
could say the same thing to you, and in a different context, it would be creepy.
Yeah.
But in the context
is important.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's my Christmas movie.
But also, the phrase,
song.
hey, what's in this drink? Contextually, we have roofies now. The world is just different than it was in the 1940s.
Because that's supposed to be like, oh man, I'm getting hot because of the drink, right?
Yeah,
it's only because of the
alcohol.
drink, right? But it's not because of the drink, it's because she wants to fuck him, right?
Yeah.
So that's the whole point. Anyway, so what's interesting...
I also think the little drummer boy is very horny, but that's just me.
What are you talking about?
I'm joking.
So
Anyways.
we need to talk about the Hexcore, because I didn't understand anything the entire time that we were watching this, quite frankly. So now, I think I understand, because I saw somebody break this down in terms of, like, there's the Hex tech stuff. There's Shimmer, but then there's something called the Anomaly, or at least people are calling it the Anomaly, in terms of that weird shit that we're seeing underneath the city and stuff, right? So, the Hexcore that's inside of Victor uses metal and transmutation to fix Husk, who is the guy from season 1 who got almost ripped off, but then Vander helped him, and then also helped
became a drug
Vi and Caitlyn, and, like, you can see exactly where the Shimmer was. He is now transmutated with whatever's going on here. So it seems to be a mix of metal and then kind of just, again, alchemy, magic, gold, sludge, I guess, goo, I don't know. So that's important. The Hexcore takes organic matter and exchanges the Shimmer with this transmutation. I believe in episode 3 it was confirmed that I was right, which is what I wrote in my notes. I don't know if that's true. I'm guessing it is true.
I can only assume it was.
only assume it was.
And I won't double check. I will share my lies.
Well, we're going to go to episode 3 next anyway. So then Victor, I don't understand how exactly Victor's cult is going to play into anything, because they don't seem like the fighting type, so I don't understand how they're going to connect in terms of the revolution. I wonder if they're also going to be some sort of, like, plague on society, because, like, what if they're, like, zombies and they try to, like, iridescently assimilate people? Someone in the chat said iridescent. So I'm like, I don't understand, and I literally,
but I mean, him
touching
people and them, like, healing, that's so Jesus-y. Like,
it is.
And, like, the fact that, like, his first, like, I mean,
act of miracles.
addicts. Like, they're not leopards per se, but they kind of look like leopards because they're physically, like, deformed and, like...
Victor's glorious evolution. Victor can bestow estrogen. I think that, like...
Oh, honey, if I'm...
I think it just made him a little younger. But, like, I think it just healed him. Like, he looked old
Estrogen will do that.
He was having a bad time. So they could, if it cures Shimmer so the Shimmer doesn't get bought anymore, I guess, but, like, okay, so this is gonna sound stupid, but didn't Caitlyn say that she dismantled the Shimmer producers, and so wouldn't they have no choice but just to ride it out? Like, it wouldn't matter if they were addicted to Shimmer, they would just...
Well, no, they said they were going to, not that they have.
Well, in the next episode, they did take down some places, right?
Yeah,
so
but
I don't know if that's all of it.
Yeah.
But I guess you're right, chat. I guess
Because that's
you're
the thing about taking down drug labs. You take down one, two come up in their place.
But yeah, I guess you guys are
it's a
right
Hydra.
that this could be the solution to curing Shimmer. The only problem is I have a feeling that this is gonna end up being some sort of, like, other addiction. Like, there's gonna be a twist here. I think that, like, Victor has some sort of, like, call in his heart.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that what's the problem is here is that all of these people, sure, they're gonna be healed of their Shimmer addiction, but now they're gonna be amalgamated into...
Wow, we're both struggling.
Oh my god. Amalgamated into, like... Do you guys know the Borg from Star Trek?
Yes, yeah, so
like,
they become a hive mind.
This is what I think is gonna happen.
They become a hive mind,
is that they're all gonna be sort of a hive mind.
He looks still like an individual person there.
Right, but I'm saying, like not yet, but more like, if Victor is, like, say that Victor's under attack, then suddenly they're all gonna swarm like little bees. So they'll mostly have their autonomy, and they'll mostly, like, have their personhood. But it's like, if Victor is ever in danger or threatened, I think this thing is gonna take over these bodies and use their bodies to, kind of like how we manipulated Sky to come down, or sorry, how the thing used Sky to manipulate Victor to come down here in the first place. Yes. I think whatever this thing is that it is going to manipulate, whether it's a forcible takeover of their bodies or just a suggestion, it is going to give a suggestion of, like, oh, you know, Victor needs help, let me go help him, right? Like, it's gonna show them visions, too. So I think that, like, it's not gonna be full-on zombification, but it's gonna be, like, we're gonna start to see this thing start to extend its control like some sort of disease, like a virus, and that's probably bad.
Potentially? I mean, I don't know. I think I'm still trusting of Jesus here, so...
Well, but how can you be, though? Because you saw it in the bottom of the thingy, like, last episode, and then Jayce hit it, and then it didn't seem to like that, right? So, it definitely seems
But it almost
mad.
looks like... It almost looks like its intention. Like, what is Victor's intention? If his intention is to help people, then I get the feeling,
But it was
like,
acting up under the city even before,
that's
right?
True. But that and, like, maybe that hex tech, like that Hexcore and that Hexcore, they operate individually.
Yeah,
and, like,
I see
it's
what
still,
you're saying.
Like, it's like it changed Victor, but it still maybe has Victor's altruism.
I thought the idea for that was that the Hexcores are all influenced by the Arcane, and it's the Arcane that created the abnormality, and the abnormality is connected to all of the Hexcores in Piltover regardless.
I can only assume.
I don't know. You think it's a trick in her soul? Yeah, I think it's a trick. I think that the thing has her memories because it fused with her, but that's not like her soul. Like, she's not like in heaven being like, Victor, come help me, whatever. Wow. Like, I don't think that that's her. I think that, like, her memories are inside of the Hexcore, and that the Hexcore, like, remembers stuff about Sky. Does that make sense? This show is getting really confusing really fast, and I don't know if Dar's still here.
I don't think it's confusing because I think it's like, no, that, like, it changed Victor, but that's still Victor. That's still his intention.
The lash out was because of being demanding, but Victor is exchanging metal. Okay. So you're saying that the abnormality only got mad because they were asking for magic without any source. Yeah. But the reason why it's okay with Victor is because Victor is doing an actual transmutation and equivalent exchange. That's interesting. I agree with that. I just don't know how that's... Like, are these people gonna fight? Are they gonna get guns, or is this gonna be the last peaceful nation, or is this gonna turn into a cult? Like, I just don't understand how this fits in with the greater puzzle of the show right now, because it's so easy to guess other things. Like, it's so easy to guess that, like, eventually Caitlyn may realize Ambessa's using her and kill her. Like, that's an easy prediction to make, but I don't know what the fuck is going on with Victor at all. The afterlife is real. I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying it's not real. I'm just saying,
in League of Legends.
In League of Legends,
should specify we're not proselytizing. Well, I'm proselytizing for Victor Jesus, but that's just me, you know?
Yeah. I just wonder... I just think that it is a manipulation tactic. I don't think that it's her soul speaking.
I do like how... I do enjoy that they're gonna... Yeah, maybe
One of the reasons is, Austin... Somebody I was watching on YouTube pointed out that Skye does not wear her glasses in the flashbacks that, or sorry, not flashbacks, in the visions that we see her, even though she wore glasses.
So it's more his memory.
Well, no. What that person was saying was that the abnormality would like to do eugenics and get rid of, you know, everything that is wrong with people. Healed Victor and gave Skye vision, I guess. He doesn't have her glasses anymore. It, like, fixed Husk, right? So I think that's what that YouTuber said. I don't know if they have, like, game basis for that, but that's what their theory was. Her glasses were left behind after she got vaporized, but, like, so did her clothes. If she was in heaven, wouldn't she get her glasses back? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I understand what you're saying, though, Sam, that her glasses got left behind, but I'm saying, like, I'm sure a lot of things wouldn't have transitioned into the afterlife, like, if we're going through, like, what she experienced. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. I'm like, if I go to the afterlife, I would hope that I have my glasses on. But yeah, maybe the argument would be that she is literally inside of the Hexcore and she's not dead as much as she is living in there, and so her clothes didn't get vaporized and that's why she has clothes on. Whereas her glasses were actually physically left behind. I just think that if it's an afterlife thing, she should have her glasses. If she's actually inside of the Hexcore, then that's
he could just be imagining her inaccurately because it was just sort of a flash of a memory.
I guess, but I don't think so. I think it's suspicious.
Jayce is a little self-obsessed, though. Did he pay that much attention to? Oh, Victor.
Victor's the one thinking about her.
Yeah.
So I'm like, why isn't Victor seeing her with her glasses on? But yeah, resurrection and afterlife, world building, yeah, I guess. I don't know. I think that, like, if anything, she's in the Hexcore, but I don't think that they can actually revive her. I don't think she's coming out, is what I'm saying. Whether it's a trick or whether she's actually in there kind of doesn't matter to me. I don't think that she's getting out, I guess. But I'll think about it more. So this is where we find out that Caitlyn...
I do kind of like how the first episode was all Piltover, second episode was all Zaun, and then this is kind of where they cross. So
we got child labor... we have Caitlyn using the gray. Yeah, so, like, gray is also capitalized, which, like, I understand, but also, like, what's
I mean,
happening?
People often, like, conceptualize disease, like, they personify disease and pollution
but I'm just like, but Caitlyn's mom seems a bit more... She wouldn't do that, you know what I mean?
I like how they call it the gray, but it's green.
Yeah! That's a good point.
Maybe it makes people gray?
I guess it kills them. So yeah, then we have the enforcers. Yeah, so it's like just like how the enforcers are coming in now.
This
is the gray coming in back then.
I forgot, we're kind of 3 for 3 of like kind of silent film moments, or I guess not silent because there's narration, but first you have the kind of old-fashioned news article illustrations and medical illustrations, and then it goes into this almost like comic book style of Vi and the gang going through the ducks, and it almost kind of feels like
you have this nice silhouette of Jinx right here.
Yeah, that's good. I don't know what video game, like
almost like Into the Spider-Verse-ish.
I was gonna say
Borderlands.
I was gonna say Limbo, where it's just like you see the silhouettes of them running through caves and.
Like, I think this looks a little bit Borderlands.
That looks Borderlands, with the kind of cell shaded sort of quality.
But yeah, we will talk about Black Rose, guys. Don't worry. I did look at some things.
And I just love how it's them shaking everyone down. And...
Yeah, so this, I didn't realize what was happening here in the moment. Because it went by so fast. But they're interrogating people about where to find Jinx, and I guess somebody eventually points them in the right direction. But, like, telephone guy gets, their hideout gets gassed, I guess.
Which, yeah.
Also the dominatrix hideout. So that kind of implies that, like, they are doing a good job at dismantling the shimmer, because we see Caitlyn literally set fire to, like, a whole shimmer thing.
Yeah, they're dismantling it, but they haven't dismantled it. Like,
yeah, exactly. Like, there's always gonna be some teenager in a lab somewhere trying to recreate.
And it's probably affecting the supply a substantial degree, but...
Guys, I don't think it's Zach. I don't think it's goo. It would have to be something else. Like, I think it would have to be more of a smoke-like entity. You know what I mean? Everyone in Zaun is red and green colorblind. Yeah, we will talk about Black
That is
Rose
pretty funny.
when it pops up. Yeah, so the guy that got kidnapped right here, I did not notice, but he is the accountant, like Shmi's accountant. I don't know why Jinx took him. I guess for fun. I don't know. Like, you know what I mean? He was the only one alive in that encounter, I guess. I think the only important thing in this scene is Caitlyn being like, take him to... Oh. Hello?
That was just the pre-title sequence, I guess.
Oh, okay. This must have been where it ended, because we had all the little
and you're
dolls.
seeing a threat, I believe, is what that is.
Yeah, voodoo dolls. But yeah, okay, so let's go back.
Hanging by their necks from the
Smog
ceiling.
from the Chemtech factories would have a green, tint. I guess that's why. Like, originally it was smog, but now it's, you know, kind of mixed together with all the other Chemtech stuff going down there. But yeah, there was something about Caitlyn that I wanted to talk about, and it was her being like, take him away to prison. But we'll try to find it. She's got a real fire lit under her ass. She's planning something big. So, like, I guess in terms of Jinx's motivation to do this, I don't know why anymore. Like, I think that this was just to lure them into a trap. I don't think, because she said, oh, it wasn't ready yet. So I don't think that she actually cared about, like, sticking it to Zaun or whatever. Like, I think that she was just doing this because of Caitlyn and Vi. You're a confessed criminal. You'll spend your retirement in a cell. So, yeah, see, this is interesting because I saw people on Twitter being like, oh, like, how could Caitlyn do that and just send him to, like, a non-violent criminal to Stillwater? And I'm like, but is Stillwater the only prison, though?
I'm not sure, but also, police officers send non-violent criminals to prison a lot of the time.
But I'm wondering, like, are there other prisons? Like, I don't know.
That's a thing that our legal system does.
Okay, so they don't have the conversation until after. So I guess now we'll just get to Ambessa. I think that for people that never played League, this is gonna be like the most confusing shit in the
because it's like you're just adding this kind of other thing. I mean, it works as a motivation from Ambessa.
Yeah.
But it is kind of left field.
Yeah. I wish maybe they didn't do it this way. I don't know what other way they would have.
I think what they want to do. I don't know. I think everyone, especially when we do this, where it's like theorize and we make videos about it, you kind of want the answers quickly. They'll bleed out all the answers.
Oh no, I know. I'm just like, I'm wondering, like, was this plot line like necessary right now? But I think they are trying to set up the next season.
Well, there's no. I mean, next part of the same season.
No, I'm saying I think they're setting up going to Noxus, like,
this
after
is the last season of Arcane, right? So the next League of Legends
League of Legends.
Yes.
The Black Rose saga or whatever, right? Okay, so this is what I was so confused about, right? Did the witch possess Amara? Or is Amara a double agent, or both?
I assume it's like one. I think it's a bit of both.
Yeah, because that's what I read online, but that was not obvious. Like, I think that picking one or the other probably would have helped, but it is to my understanding that the Black Rose has assassins and gets them to join this organization. And they maybe don't know what they're signing up for, and then the witch who leads the organization just body snatches them whenever she feels like it. So I think that what they were trying to convey was that Amara willingly at some point joined with the Black Rose and is now possessed by the witch. It's not like the witch randomly picked her up off the street. You have to join the organization first and then, like, you might get possessed later. Yeah, and so I think that's what happened. Like, do you guys know what I mean? I think that she was part of the Black Rose. Because she's talking directly to the witch, right? So I don't know if Amara is also a witch, and like there's just an abundance of witches, but a lot of people think, yes, the witch's name is LeBlanc. A lot of people think that this is LeBlanc possessing Amara, but that Amara was still always part of the Black Rose, and so she was brainwashed kind of into a sacrifice. You should have given up the feud. Well, that's not good. I guess that's the reason why she didn't give up the feud, right? Was for her family. I just wonder, like, why this would matter.
What specifically this is?
Yeah,
like,
well,
presumably
I have ideas.
She pissed off a witch, and now we're all just dealing with
yeah,
it.
she pissed off the Black Rose, maybe stole something more precious than gold, which I still think is related to, Mel's armor.
Perhaps.
Right? And, like, magic and stuff. All of these are trophies, by the way. They're, like, Ambessa's trophy collection from people that she's killed, presumably. So, yeah, triple the guard. Yeah, y'all just let anybody in here, by the way. Oh, but this guy has runes on his weapon. So, that's the other thing that I feel like Hunter and I need a little bit of a memory jog. So, like, people can wield the arcane without hex tech in their weapons with runes. But, like, do they have to pay a consequence for that? Or is it just, like, a freebie? Like, you know what I mean? Because if the arcane under the city is mad, like, how do magical weapons work is, I guess, the question I'm asking. Because we have Chemtech, I understand that. We have Hextech, which is what Vi and Caitlyn have. What does this guy have? Because the runes on his sword are glowing, but how do you use magic without exchanging something in return?
I don't know. Perhaps, like, he stole it from someone else?
Well, yeah, I did read online that the Black Rose gives their members rune weapons or something. At least, yeah, you guys are talking about Riven, who Hunter doesn't know who that is. But I'm asking, like, but how does it work? How do you do the magic? Like, you know what I mean? How do you do, are you born a mage and only mages? Like, if Ambessa picked up this weapon, would it be still magical? Or, like, what's going on with this man? How does it work? I don't understand. And that's my question. But yeah, I guess Ambessa's scheming is pretty self-explanatory, like in terms of they wanted to bring Mel in. Her disappearance won't go unnoticed. Okay, so that's them plotting to kill Amara. So, like, I love Ambessa. I love every scene that she's in, but I feel like we can move on just because, like, we kind of get it. You know what I mean? Like, in terms of what happened in this scene, I don't know if there's more purpose for analysis. However, what I will say is if you look at the rose has a golden, I know it's disappearing, but it could have disappeared red, could have disappeared orange, could have disappeared purple. It's disappearing into gold. And so I feel like that is more pointed towards Mel, and then that Mel's armor is Black Rose related. Okay, a weapon imbued with magic runes, runic magic would work similarly to Hextech weapons. Anyone can wield, but only those who know can wield properly. Okay, I understand. Some regions are more attuned with magic. But, like, okay. So you guys are just saying that it's magic, basically. There's not a secret trick to the magic. It's just that the weapons, somebody knew how to forge magical weapons, and during that forging process, whatever happened, and now the weapons have magic. It's not like a constantly exchanging experience with the arcane, I guess. I love cutting the others loose, by the way. I thought that was funny. I think that it's also, like, Vi wants to do that too. I think not only because they'll get shaken up, but because she can sort of appeal to Caitlyn better when the others aren't around, because then it's just them two as partners and not like, oh, Vi says something and that undermines Caitlyn's authority. So I think that was a very strategic thing to do. like Lux is a mage born into Demacia who hates mages and has magic absorbing weapons. Okay, so some people have, I guess, just are in tune with magic. But people like Jayce aren't, and that's why they need Hex Tech. Dear God, man. What the fuck? Anyway, I get it now. It's just I forgot that the Arcane could be wielded without Hex Tech as a conduit. So I guess you could say then maybe the conduit is the weapon or the person's own natural ability when they have it, and when they don't, they need Hex Tech for it. Yeah, so this is important. My sister is gone, there's only Jinx now, but then in the scene where they actually confront Jinx, Vi realizes that that's not true, obviously. So I feel like that's really good, because that's what she's realizing in that moment. She's realizing that, Powder still may be in there. But yeah, I love this, like, promise me you won't change, and then Caitlyn, like, says I won't. And so that's a nice double meaning, because you could see it as, like, I won't change, or I won't promise, because I know that I've already changed. But I think that, like, the point that they're trying to make is that there is no change, because in reality, Caitlyn was always like this. She just needed, like, an excuse. Almost.
And they kiss.
Yeah, you were very, calm about this kissing.
Just because it kind of, like, I don't know, it kind of felt, I almost kind of forgot that they didn't kiss in the first season. Because it just felt so, like, obvious that they were into each other. So I think what had happened, I didn't realize that this is the first time you saw them kissing. Which is nice.
You just gaslit yourself.
Yeah, I gaslit myself into assuming it had already occurred, and I was incorrect. Fanfiction, right? You read more fanfiction in the intervening 2 years since the first season than you have rewatched the first season. You know, you forget some things. But yeah, that was very cute. I quite like that. Wow, right on to...
Yeah, we're right on to Sallow.
Twink falling on the ground.
Over here. Hold on. Okay, so with Sallow, I feel like that we don't need to talk about all of this.
Ambessa walks into Sallow giving himself...
shimmer tattoo treatment, and so
or having shimmer tattoo given to him by someone named Bess.
Yeah.
Yes,
and so they were gonna expose his ass. Well, Mel was like, oh, we can expose him because he's using shimmer and they're not supposed to do drugs.
Yeah,
right?
But also it's just like, Ambessa only liked him around because he would do what. And it's funny because Ambessa was like, listen, I already have to prop you up. I also can't have you be like an addict.
Yeah.
I can't have you be stoned all the time.
And so this was a nice scene. Just to talk about, I guess we'll talk about, Cat Lady
who gave, who was giving, Twink his,
Yeah. I like how Mel at least isn't
shimmer
like,
sponge bath.
I could get you arrested for prostitution, or like,
Not prostitution,
I
don't think
no, hold on. Like, Mel was like, oh, I could get you thrown in jail if you don't listen to me. Like, she doesn't blackmail her. She doesn't, threaten her some other way. She doesn't bribe her. She's just like, if my mother gets what she wants, everyone's fucked. So can you help me? Right? So I thought that was a very nice, sincere, like, we see that Mel still has good in her. Some people have pointed out that this character, in terms of how they're designed, is kind of sus. In terms of, like, they might be from another kingdom, and they might also be part of LeBlanc, organization. Who knows? I did see some people say that.
The furries come from a different part of the world.
I mean, clearly she has a different design than everyone else, and so I understand. But, like, people were saying that there's, like, a game, not League, but, like, in a different game, there are furry characters who look like that come from, I think it was Noxus, but I can't remember.
So it's set in the League of Legends world? But
yeah, there's, like, another game. There's, like, a card game or something.
Okay,
and there's a character that looks...
Hearthstone?
No, yeah, like that, but it's not the same.
But
it's like I think it's Hearthstone adjacent. But like, I think that like that was the point, was that people had seen a character that looks very similar to her in that game.
Also, Les is a trans character, and she's a cat girl, and that feels like kind of pointed.
What do you mean?
Because it's like, she's trans, like, hi, trans actress. Who do you want to play? The cat girl. The cat girl? Is the cat girl open?
You picked up on that right away.
Well, because I recognized her voice.
But from what?
I don't know. Yeah, because I
think you just...
No.
It was,
spiritual
what do you call it? Queer-to-queer communication.
No, because I recognized her voice because she had been a voice actor in something else. That I recall her from. So I recognized her voice, and I'm like, I think she's trans. And I was right.
Yeah, Legends of Runeterra is what I was talking about. Let me see where we want to go in terms of our screenshots.
But yes, I liked that. I like the trans girl is, blackmailing the rich guy with drugs.
I
think that's great for us.
The only thing that I wanted to talk about was
a lot better than the first season of Arcane when like you had a bunch of like in the first season of Arcane there's a bunch of prostitutes that are like stereotypical like transgender prostitutes.
Oh, I didn't
That's not a great
that.
time. That was in the first seaon. I forgot about that until someone pointed it out. So that's a definite improvement. Go team.
What I was gonna say was, now I forgot. I like that this happens in the theater. I don't quite understand why. Like, I don't know if she's an actress as her night job and then she's whatever she is during the day, or they were just meeting there. But obviously in season 1, we do have some things with like, you know, Heimerdinger is the only one enjoying the show and everybody else is just doing politics at the show the entire time and not actually watching the show, right? So it's nice to see now, like, they're rehearsing for the show and then Mel is backstage again doing more political stuff. And this also had, like, people have speculated, oh, like, Caitlyn is Macbeth and Ambessa is Lady Macbeth and there's all these play and theatrical references and all of that stuff.
What was A Tale of Two Cities about? Because I feel like maybe that's...
I don't know. I don't remember. Oopsie. Hold on, guys. Yes, and they're putting on a show about the Demacian royalty, which I do remember because I saw that crown before in the game.
I wonder when Vel'Koz is going to show up.
I don't think Vel'Koz is going to show up.
The only characters I know.
So now we're in the Pass Me the Tome section. So...
Where they just
Where they talk about semiotics, I guess.
Yeah.
So, like, wild runes, you don't know. Okay, most places. This is what we need to read again to make sure that we get it. Okay? In most places, the arcane is dormant. But here and there, it's more active. Yes. Wild runes are sort of like its fingerprints, right? So the runes on that guy's... Well, I guess the runes on that guy's sword are not wild runes, right? But, like... You know, but wild runes are like in the world, right? So my tree is sick because you pissed off the arcane with all your demands, right? So that's like the Hexcore under the city is mad. Every action sparks a reaction, and this is where we got into the transmutation idea.
No ball sockets. I love Heimerdinger.
So this could be a result of an overuse in Hextech. So we thought that this was shimmer poisoning, but I guess it's not, unless what's happening is that the arcane is taking shimmer in the water supply as its equivalent exchange.
Presumably that tree is also magical, so because it's magical, it's a part of the arcane, trees are magical. I don't know, that happens a lot, right?
Oh, you mean nature?
Yeah. Or like that tree is like a special tree. It is especially large. It's a like it has connections to the arcane.
Yeah.
So is it not unfeasible then that like it
see what you're saying.
It would be negatively impacted that like it would suffer because maybe its arcane magic is being drained to use for the hex tech as a kind of equivalent exchange thing.
Perhaps it is a property of the arcane itself. So this is Heimerdinger realizing, like Heimerdinger thought, oh, I thought bad things happened because mages had bad intentions. Now he's realizing that this may be a property of the arcane, which would actually go against what you said earlier about if Victor has good intentions, it should all work out, right? Perhaps, that means it will it's not work out eventually.
I don't know.
Right?
Maybe Victor will sacrifice himself for our sins.
Maybe.
Like finally capping off Victor Jesus.
If there's some kind of reaction taking place, how come we have never seen it still now, and why would it appear on a tree deep underground? Did we get an answer to this question?
He just twirls his Heimerdinger
I think they're like,
mustache.
oh, I guess the answer was like, I guess let's go. Okay, Hunter, do you agree that maybe I should go get us some more water because the Caitlyn Jinx Vi debate of who was right and wrong may take
Made a while. I would also maybe request an influx of candy.
Yes, what candy would you like?
You know, I think the previous supply was good.
Oh, okay, I will bring down some more candy.
Smarties. I enjoyed the Smarties.
I'm making a mess. All right, what are you going to talk to them about?
Imagine Dragons again.
Oh my god.
So here's the thing. Wow, this is a very bumpy, bouncy. You know what, I'm just not going to do that. So Cal doesn't get mad at me. Yes, I'm upset that they picked, I'm upset that they picked Imagine Dragons. What scene are we at? I realize that you guys do not have... Okay, no, so we're at the beginning when they walk into where Jinx and Vi start fighting. Okay, interesting. That's the thing that kind of bothers me about it too, is that like a lot of it feels sort of stuck in its place because, you know, League of Legends became a thing in the early 2000s, as did that kind of mono-genre rock that Imagine Dragons is, as is like the kind of dubstep stuff. And it's odd that they didn't go with dubstep as much, because dubstep is very early 2000s or early 2010s, as is League of Legends. So I feel like they could have had a dubstep song, and that would have made more thematic sense. Would it have been a better song? Probably not, but at least would have fit nicer. I don't know. Imagine Dragons is not very good. Do I want to share my other unpopular? So here, okay, so do you often think that maybe sometimes, because like League of Legends is a MOBA, but it's also a serious animated show, and it's also Runeterra, which I suppose is Runeterra a like card game, or is it more like a Bejeweled type deal? Do you worry sometimes that, much like the Imagine Dragons, this I guess is my thesis, Imagine Dragons I think fails because it tries to be everything all at once. And when you try to be everything all at once for everybody, you're kind of nothing for nobody. And you're sort of disposable and enjoyed by fewer people. Whereas League of, like, because they try to do everything all at once, they suffer. Whereas League of Legends and Pokemon and a lot of these very large Legends of Runeterra is a card game, thank you. A lot of these things, they they try to segment themselves, right, into individual things, right? So under the brand, it is a somewhat really good, somewhat serious adult animated series, and a card game, and a regular video game, and presumably there's also comics. I think fundamentally, that's why League of Legends as a series works. And why Imagine Dragons doesn't. And I kind of assumed that, I thought I was gonna make some kind of point that like, that thematically they work to each other because they're both trying to be everything at the same time. But no, League of Legends is not trying to be everything at the same time. It's trying to be everything separately. So I can't even draw the like thematic conclusion. Imagine Dragons just kind of sucks. Which is unfortunate.
Lots of comics, lots of shorts.
I also personally think Taylor Swift is slightly... like Taylor...
Wait, what are we talking about?
Like, because they were like, what other artists do you have issues with? I think Taylor Swift is, like, weirdly very, like, overrated, but her stuff isn't bad. It's just inexplicable that people like her as much. Whereas, whereas Imagine Dragons is bad, and it's inexplicable, which makes it even more inexplicable that people like it. Like, Taylor Swift is good. She should people should be normal about her. But her music, but instead people are obsessive about her. Which is at least a little bit more acceptable than Imagine Dragons, where a lot of people really like Imagine Dragons.
Yeah.
And they're crap. I don't know. So I can't get that mad at Taylor Swift.
Right.
I wish she used her plane a lot less, but so be it. I don't know. You dislike most pop stars. Yeah.
I mean, I think with Taylor Swift, you know, I think I do like some of her music actually, but I also can't be mad because she's like a net good for the economy for wherever she comes in. So, like, what did Imagine Dragons do for the Toronto? I don't know.
What did Imagine Dragons do for the economy of Ontario?
Right, and so, yeah, like, she brought it. She's here, actually, in Toronto.
Currently, right now.
Right now, as we speak. She's probably performing tonight. I think she has 3 concerts here, in a row or something, or around here somewhere. Anyway, and so she is bringing in, like,
she's a net positive for the economy of Ontario, net negative for the, like, level of carbon in the atmosphere. Yes. But then again, none of us are zero exactly, but she's like running up the number. So I dislike that about her. I also dislike Drake. I've been a long-term Drake hater. Only recently, with the Kendrick Lamar thing, has people, like, gotten on my Drake hating level. Like, no, I've always been here.
So that's what you guys have been talking about. Here's another ancient ruin for Jonna. I think that's fun. There's little arms out of this hole, but then we immediately go over to Mel, who was smart enough to investigate everything. See, I guess she knew her mom was suspicious this whole time. I didn't know how suspicious, though. Like, the fact that she's going all the way back to, like, figuring out how her brother died is, like, crazy. You know what I mean? That they're investigating her all the way back. Like, for some reason, when this happened, I don't know if we blacked out or what, but I totally forgot that Mel got kidnapped this episode.
She did.
Like, she definitely got kidnapped, right?
Which kind of puts a hole into the whole Mel having protective armor business.
Well, no, not really, because the armor would protect her from other
explosions,
things.
But I
from
guess
explosions,
not.
but not from the people that made it, right? They're probably using that to track her ass, if I had to guess. But yeah, this scene, like, jumps back and forth between so many. I kind of wish that they just, like, did the Mel kidnapping so we could not be distracted because this scene, like, I get why it goes between Jayce and Vi, because what Jayce is doing in the underground impacts the fight scene. But, like, I think that, like, going from her and then being like, okay, bye, and then, like, you know, seeing her again later was kind of like, I could have used that all as one scene. Yeah, the kidnapping was so quick that I don't know, I just forgot that it happened. But yeah, so here we're talking about the Hex energy channel and, like, the fact that they put this underground. But then immediately, now we're going back to Jinx, who has desecrated ancient monuments with her life story and spray paint of her and Vander and Vi and, like, their childhood.
Which is interesting because I just imagine, like, Jinx is such a particular person that, like, this is how she works out her feelings.
Yeah, so like, you can see Silco here in his chair. I think that's supposed to be Silco.
With his brains blown out?
Yeah, then you have the Jonna thing. I wonder if they're gonna let Jonna out. I did see some, like, pretty interesting art where Mel was Jonna, but, like, Jonna is already in the game, so I don't think that she could be, unless it's, like, Jonna reincarnates every such and such, because Jonna is a spirit. Right, so technically she could possess people, but I don't think that Mel is going to be Jonna. I did think that that was just an interesting, like, people were drawing fan art of that, and I thought that that was an interesting thing to suggest, but I guess we should talk about, like, somewhere in here, Vi, I think, has a line of, like, if you get the shot, take it, right? Yeah, if you see the opening, take it. Yeah, I agree with you, Dragon, like, that it would protect her from injuries, especially if the Black Rose people made the armor. They're not going to make armor that withstands their own attacks if they have to attack other people, right? So, yeah, I don't think that we immediately go into the fight from here. I think that we're back. Yeah, we're like, how do you know so much about its design? And then obviously Jayce is using the hammer to unlock this. So I like this back and forth. Like, I think this back and forth is okay. It's just, like, for the rest of the, like, I don't know. For the Mel thing, I wish they had resolved that where it happened. But yeah, I think we probably skip past some stuff, but that's all right. I think you skip.
Well, I mean, the fight intersperses with them having their moment with the, like, universe converging.
So I'll try to go back as far as I can without our screenshot thing getting mad at me. But yeah, I think for next week, I'm definitely just gonna pick key moment screenshots because we don't really have anything that we need to go frame by frame
here. Other than I personally think that the fight scene between Savika, Vi, Caitlyn, and Jinx was, like, properly brilliant. Like, it was,
yeah, it was great.
I really liked it. Not quite as much as the other ones from the previous two, but yeah.
Oh, but it was clean.
It was clean. It was gorgeous.
But yeah, so they're asking if this is a wild rune, but Jayce says he has no idea what this is. So this is what people are calling an abnormality. I don't know if there's in-game lore to back that up, but that's what people are calling it. I watched a very interesting live stream where someone said that they believe that, like, this is its own character and we should think about this as a character and not like a thing of nature, that it may have, like, wants and desires, and I think that that was really fascinating. My question would just be, though, what? Because obviously it's iridescent like Victor, so it's clearly connected to that whole situation. I'm just like, this is getting kind of crazy, where it's like, well, what does this have to do? Or could it be possible that, like, the Arcane is addicted to Shimmer, too, and that's why it keeps taking the Shimmer? Like,
I don't know.
Could that be possible that...
That a drug is so vicious that it affects magic?
Yeah, kind of, because if you think about it, what Jayce said is that there's magic that is more prominent in some places than others, right? And so if you think about magic as nature, if the tree is getting infected by Shimmer, right, and Shimmer is, like, around and whatever, like, could that be what happened to the Arcane, is that the Arcane was poisoned by Shimmer and people using Shimmer, especially like how, you know, Caitlyn just sort of haphazardly burns a bunch of it, right? That goes in the air, we're in the water, like people are breathing Shimmer. Like I know some people are like addicted where they're literally injecting it in themselves like Silco, but when you think about it, surely there's been a Shimmer oil spill that has happened and has like gone down the drain and into the sewage and into the earth, right? So like, could that be why? And then that's why it's healing the people that have the Shimmer marks, because it is addicted to Shimmer somehow, like the magic is. But yeah, I think they want you to think of the Arcane as conscious in the similar way that the Force is.
Oh, I see.
The original theory was Shimmer was made of the void entities like Vel'Koz. What, like you milked him? Or like, what do you mean by that?
You milked Vel'Koz?
Like from their death? But like, I thought that like people are making Shimmer in a lab.
I imagine being like, here at Vel'Koz Ranch, we give you nothing but pure 100% Canadian grade A Vel'Koz milk.
Well, I guess I should say the person in chat said that was the original theory, so that may not be true anymore.
Got Vel'Koz?
Because people are clearly making the Shimmer, right? Like, unless it's like mixed with something, like kind of like, you know how fentanyl is mixed in now with like street drugs or something? Like, I wonder if, unless they're mixing the monster juice with like another drug that used to exist before.
Previously, I don't know.
I hate it here. I'm like, this is so much harder than Ruby.
Yeah, well, I mean, because this has so much outside lore that is not concise in the show, whereas Ruby was a show first.
So Austin is saying that the Shimmer came from the mutant axolotl. Okay.
Right, yeah.
But how are they making it now, though? Like, how are people replicating it? Singe is not the only Shimmer supplier, right? So, aren't people making it somehow still?
I mean, like, yeah, opium originally, like, opiates, like heroin originally came from a plant, but then we made synthetic opiums.
So you think that the original one was...
Yeah.
Okay, that makes some sense, I guess.
It would have a real-world, analogy.
Yeah, okay. There's so much going on in the show sometimes. This fight scene was good, but obviously we already reacted to it, so I'm mostly gonna focus on, like, the abnormality. No, Cal, I don't know about them. How do you know that? Because we're in Canada and it's happened a lot. I watch the news, guys. I don't do drugs, I just watch the news.
Oh, that's joking. So,
yeah, I know they're joking. Oh, man. But yeah, this fight scene was really good, but again, we already watched it, so.
Also, I just love how, like, Jinx normally looks like she's enjoying herself
Now that they
fighting.
have the recipe, they can reproduce it. Okay.
She doesn't look like she enjoys herself.
What do you mean?
Like, it doesn't look like Jinx enjoys herself when she's fighting.
At least not, yeah.
Whereas previously, whenever Jinx has fought someone, she really looks like she's having a good time.
Yeah. What was this? What did you grab here?
Jinx's Gatling gun.
Oh, dear. Yeah, did she snap her gun in half? Is that Dunsies? Are we not getting another one of those? Okay. Yeah, so what's crazy is, like, how is Season 2 gonna start with these guys? They hid the abnormality and then we didn't see them, right? But, like, you see Jayce's weapon clearly reacting to it and, like, kind of conducting to it. And then this is what I really wanted the meticulous screenshots for, because stuff is going on, like, in these scenes. Like, you see them, that all of the Hextech weapons are reacting. You know what I mean? And, like, you see that iridescent, like, glow on all of them, right? And you see, like, Vi's gauntlets, they multiply, and there's all these weird you know, things that are happening. The same thing with Caitlyn's gun. I like how she bites Savika, just like the little girl, because it's just such a thing of desperation, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But, wait, so, does Jayce have another gun?
I guess so. It was just stowed
I guess
away.
she has more guns.
Because, like, she has the Gatling gun, she has her pistols, and then that's her, like, rocket launcher.
Right. Because I'm like, where did we get this? Yeah, so see, look at this. So clearly this thing is impacting all of the hex tech, right? Because it's mad that everybody's been using it to fight without giving it, feed me, see more. I saw someone else make that comparison, that they think the Arcane is going to be like the Plant and Little Shop of Horrors.
Oh, I love
Especially
that.
with all the theater references
Audrey
this season, yeah.
Has
so
there been a lot of theater references?
Well, you had the play, and then you had Echo with the Phantom of the Opera mask, and then you had the Macbeth stuff. Then you had the lying on the chair, like the, I guess the, you know, Greek myth thing with Ambessa, right? So, I'm imagining them milking the axolotl like a cow. I'm sorry.
I love that.
Oh, man. Okay. Oh, why did our music stop? There we go. Okay. So yeah, we're pretty much gonna go past most of this fight scene, but I just want to point out, right, that in our multiverse theory, I'm just saying, like, come on, this kind of does look like there are multiple Jayces and multiple, you know, realities, and, like, reality is closing in on itself, or could somehow, and, like, look at this perfect, like, I don't know, it's not like a hexagon, but, like, what is this?
A fractal?
Yeah.
A fractal image?
But
like
you know
when you
what
looked,
I mean?
Like when you're looking down
a kaleidoscope. Yeah, that's what I mean, right?
Image.
And so I'm like, this is like fucking crazy. And I love this. This does remind me of some of the Void stuff though in League, so I know why people think that the Void is involved. But it's not the color of the Void is the weird thing. Like, it's iridescent, which is more ethereal. Like, Void is usually purple in League, so I don't know what, you know, what that's, all about. But yeah, I love, like, look at Heimerdinger, his eyes are being ripped from him, and like, say, like, with Echo, they're like abstracting, you know what I mean? And like, look at this, like Nightmare Before Christmas tendril, right? So I think that, like, if anything, this is like, could be a monster. Vel'Koz? Question mark? Is Vel'Koz coming? No. But he could be, I don't know. But yeah, just like, this scene was so fuckity-wuckety, but I have absolutely no clue, like, where this is going, like, whatsoever. Like, at all. In terms of, I don't know if it's just, you know, it's to showcase the impact it's having on the weapons, or if reality is breaking all around us. See, okay, Austin, I don't know if Jinx, because why would Savika be there? If Jinx wanted to die, why would Savika be there fighting Caitlyn? You know what I mean? So I don't think that, like, I don't think that Jinx was trying to die, because you would think that she wouldn't have Savika there as, like, backup, because if she wanted to lose, you know what I mean? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Unless she did that, like, without telling Savika her plan. I don't think that she wants to, I don't think that Jinx was trying to unalive herself. I think that what was happening was that she lured Caitlyn and Viger on purpose so she could kill them. I think at this point, Jinx kind of does want to kill Vi, or at least kill Caitlyn, because she's still mad about everything that they talked about at the little tea party. You know what I mean? But okay, so Jayce is like, what have we done? Right? And I think that we see a similar shot in season 1, right? Where, like, the mage has the world in his hands, right? When they teleport and all that stuff. But I'm like, so what if this, now we're seeing this, like, why are we seeing this? Are we just seeing this because this was Jayce's first encounter with magic, and he thought it was something, like, beautiful and, like, you know, but now he's seeing the ugly side to it? Or is, like, is the being literally showing him this thing? Also, I just feel like now, looking at this looks a little bit more like Victor. I know he's not in his cloak or whatever, but I'm like, I think somehow this is Victor. I still think, even if it's like, he was pulled from reality just for a minute to be here by the abomination or whatever, right? Like, I still wonder, even if it's not multiverse, that they're still gonna go for that. Because,
like, yeah, we had this conversation where it's like, yeah, it could
like, how do you avoid the paradox?
It could just create a paradox, and it's okay with it, and it doesn't have to make sense because the universe just got scrambled for a moment.
Yeah. And so, like, I think that maybe, if anything, because we don't see Victor, right? So what if Victor, for that moment, got pulled into the past and then just, you know, came back undisrupted? Like, could that be? The hands of the mage and Victor don't match, but, like, his hands could change. I don't know.
Yeah.
His body's changing. I would have to look at his hands, I guess. But, like, also, could we argue that we're seeing the mage as Jayce remembers it and not for what it actually was? And so, like, stuff like, oh, but the hands don't match, like, could we explain that by Jayce not being a reliable narrator? And so Jayce, like, I don't care if it's the guy, I know what you guys are talking about, I don't care, I want to believe that it's Victor. The mage has skin with tattoos, but, like, Victor could graft skin onto himself, you don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean...
I'm just saying, I don't want it to be Rise, because how is that gonna connect back into all of this?
I think it makes more sense, because then it doesn't...
At least with Victor, it's a full circle moment,
I think I would rather it be Rise, just because it like, undercomplicates things slightly.
I mean, but now you're introducing another character that we haven't seen this entire time.
That's okay, but then it could, like, that's what's kind of nice about doing a show based off of a series where there's a big pantheon of characters. You can have just a little, like, Peekaboo from Rise.
I guess so, I don't know.
Little Peekaboo, that's what they said. Like, who's this character? Is this... No, it's a little Peekaboo.
So, okay.
How silly of me.
Jinx literally being sacrificed on the altar is kind of funny.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's...
Also, she shot her finger off.
Here's where we have to talk about... But Caitlyn said she doesn't miss, but she missed when she hit Jinx in the finger. Look at why she missed. Because Vi just fucking bear tackled her and knocked her out of the way.
But here's the thing, like, I think that, like, Vi's not... Like, I think that Vi's correct in assuming you were taking an unnecessary risk.
Oh, no, she's right.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is people are hooked up on, like, whether Caitlyn would have missed or not, when that's not the point. The point isn't about whether Caitlyn would have actually missed. The point is that in that moment, and this is why I wanted to get water because I feel like we'll be here for a long time, people are so busy arguing about whether or not Caitlyn would have missed that they're missing the point that what this scene is supposed to be representing is that they thought that they were on the same page ideologically, and they're not. And so I will say that I don't think that Caitlyn would have missed because she never misses, and we saw that established before. But that's not really the problem. It's that Vi, from Vi's perspective, it's that she would have taken the shot period. You know what I mean?
That, and also, like, I don't think it's an impossibility that someone could thrash around and then someone who shouldn't have gotten shot gets shot.
Yeah. But I guess I'm saying, in terms of, like, objectively, the narrative has showed us that Caitlyn is a perfect shot.
She's a very good shot.
Yeah.
But, like, as proven previously, she can miss when people are thrashing around.
But that's because Vi
I know, but when everyone's tied up like that, when there's Jinx and the little girl and Vi thrashing around, it's not impossible that she could miss.
Yeah.
And I think
that's what's interesting is that in the narrative then, it represents that to Caitlyn, she only missed because of Vi, and then Vi is an unnecessary hindrance. So it's like a metaphor.
I think what it is in the message is that, like, Vi only wanted to do this provided they only kill the people truly responsible and they didn't harm anybody else along the way. Yeah. And clearly Caitlyn slowly decides that some, like, you know, you can crack a few eggs to make this omelet.
Yeah.
Right?
But
and so
it's funny that Vi's like, I'll gas the entire population, but I draw the line at shooting children. I'll give them lifelong disabilities, but to shoot a child,
think it's the idea
that's not okay.
I think it's like, yeah, you have a point, but the idea that, like, they gas an area just to sneak through and then it goes away. And I think it was the prolonged gas that caused the problem.
I mean, but that little kid was exposed to the gas one time at the end of the episode, and now he has a breathing mask on, and his eyes are bloodshot, one of the rich kids. So, enough exposure is enough to permanently damage you, apparently. Because we see that at the end of the episode. Like, some of the rich people are permanently, seem to be permanently disabled.
Well, that also didn't look like the regular gas. It looked like color paint.
Well, that was because somebody had to tell us. So Jinx dyed the gray with paint. So it was still the gray. I'm assuming that you're right, Hunter, that after it went into the air, it did dissipate. But if you were in the direct hit of the gray coming out of the sewer pipe,
this is what happens when we took the children out of the mines. Their lungs got weak.
God.
They're susceptible.
But here's something interesting I didn't notice. So Caitlyn actually starts to lower her weapon, and this is what makes me think...
Because she thinks that, like, maybe they have Jinx captured, or maybe
yeah,
Vi
like, this is what
take
makes me think that they weren't gonna kill Jinx unless they needed to, and they were just gonna take her in prison, because why not shoot her, you know what I mean? But I think in her mind, she's like, okay, Vi is subduing her, maybe we don't need to do this. You know what I mean? Because, like, I think that Caitlyn still believes in a trial and not just executing people. You know what I mean? Or she thought that Vi was gonna kill her and wanted to, like, stay out of their moment. Like, I don't know, because I can't look into Caitlyn's mind and see. But I think it is important to acknowledge the fact that she had the shot, but she wasn't going to take it because she thought that Vi would do it. And so, again, part of the conflict is, like, but you got in my way. I trusted you to finish your sister off, and then you had a sentimental, like, moment with her, and then you didn't. Which is obviously fair for Vi to have a sentimental moment, but I think that this is about a lot more than even, like, the child. Because Vi's already not finishing it off, and the child didn't even come in here yet. So I think it's about, like, it's like... to Caitlyn, Vi broke her promise before the child was even involved. I do think, though, that that's kind of a fault on the conversation they have after, in terms of communicating that to people.
Even before that, it was like, I won't stop you. So it's like, I'm not going to kill my sister. You can kill my sister. Which,
you know what I mean? And so I feel like that, like... But that's what I wish that they had said. Like, you know, the child was in the way. Instead of, like, I wouldn't have missed, it'd be like, but you didn't even do it before the child was there. Like, I wish that they had said that, because I think that, like, that did.
You pushed her out of the way, and I only got her middle finger.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I think that would have helped clarify some
Which I think
things.
it's very funny that Jinx loses the thing she can tell people to fuck off with.
Yeah. Because you see, because this is the other thing, right? If Vi wasn't willing to kill her sister and only only Caitlyn was willing, why is Vi, like, ready to do it? You know what I mean? Because I think that Vi implied to Caitlyn earlier, if I don't get the shot, you do it. As opposed to, I'm not gonna do it, so you have to do it. Do you know what I mean? So I think that it was like, if I'm not in the position to kill her, Caitlyn, don't feel bad if you have to. But that Vi was going to do it, maybe herself. Or, like, were they just gonna knock her out? I don't know, but she says, I'm ready, right? So I think that, like, maybe they would have taken her into jail after punching her right in the face. I don't know if they would have killed her. But either way, I guess it doesn't really matter. My point is like, that Vi, is not doing it. It's a callback to the bridge fight with Echo. He couldn't finish the last punch either. Yeah, and obviously it makes sense, because, you know, whenever we talk about these things, people are like,
everybody just loves Jinx too much.
You know, like, you know, why are you complaining about this? It's perfectly in character. I'm not saying it's not in character,
I agree.
But this contributes to the conflict that Caitlyn and Vi have later, because from Caitlyn's perspective, you should have killed her, and you didn't kill her when you had the chance. And then you got in my way when I tried to do what you couldn't do. And so, right, like, she had time before Isha suddenly, like, came into, the fray here. But anyway, so I think, like, people are missing the point of the conflict. It really has nothing to do with whether they killed Jinx or not, because, like, this could have easily ended in, don't worry, we'll get another chance. The reason why that didn't happen is because Caitlyn is realizing that she can't trust Vi. Like, ultimately, this is a matter of trust. Like, Vi can't trust Caitlyn not to change, because Caitlyn has clearly already changed, and Caitlyn can't trust Vi to put her sentimentality aside and, I guess, do what needs to be done, like, from their perspective. So I think, like, people are too caught up in, again, the missing argument, when it's supposed to showcase that the reason why they can't work together is because they're diametrically opposed in terms of what they now believe and value. Because otherwise, old Caitlyn would have said, don't worry about it, we'll find her again, we'll get another chance. But there's not gonna be another chance, because Caitlyn is dropping her like a hot potato, you know what I mean? So, but I like this, in terms of, Isha coming in.
I also love, like, the image of it is very striking.
And I think that this is where Vi realizes
I was a little
that,
concerned that Vi was gonna get shot in the head here.
Well, I think that, like, this is Vi realizing that, like, powder is still in there. Because why else would this, like, random child care about her monster sister? Like, clearly she can't be a monster. You know what I mean? If this child is willing to protect her, right? And so I just think that that's interesting, too. And that Jayce is like, what the fuck? Like, you can see in her face, she's like, I didn't do that. Like, I don't know, right? And I think that you can also see that Jayce doesn't want Isha to kill Vi either. What was that? Oh, okay. So that was, yeah, so again, Caitlyn perfectly gets the gun, right? So again, we have kind of Caitlyn perfect shot. So here's a funny story to tell Hunter, and the reason why I'm harping on this so much. So in the game, Caitlyn has an ultimate attack where she locks on to you and shoots you. So she can never miss because that's the whole point. However, Arnold and I were playing League the other day, okay? And Caitlyn locked on to him, and I moved out of the way because I thought that I would be next. And Arnold was like, Cal, you don't understand. When Caitlyn locks onto you, you have no hope. The only hope you have is somebody else getting in the way. So by me moving out of the way, I resigned Arnold to death because he got shot. Whereas if I had stood in front of him, right, I could have shielded him and taken the hit and I had more health. So the reason why I'm thinking about this is because when you think about why Caitlyn missed the first time, it was because Vi was in the way. And now what happens in this scene, but Vi also gets in the way a second time. You know what I mean? Like after this. And so I think that that's really funny. Like, I think that's just a really funny thing, because, like, obviously that's how it works in the game, and, like, in reality, people don't have magic kill moves and whatever, but that's why I'm like, it's a metaphor, because she wouldn't have missed if Vi wasn't literally in the way, you know what I mean? And so Vi gets hit instead, because people are also arguing, like, oh, people are also arguing, oh, Caitlyn meant to hit Vi, and this was manipulative or, like, domestic abuse or something, or whatever.
That's silly.
Well, I think the hit later people are probably talking about when she hits her later. But anyway, in the game, you don't ask, you just get vibes. I didn't know how it worked. I was trying to save my own ass. But see, so I don't think that she meant to hit Vi. I think because Vi was in the way, Vi got hit. You guys see what I'm saying? So, like, the League thing makes sense to me now because I experienced it firsthand a couple days ago where I doomed Arnold to death because I didn't stand in the way of Caitlyn's ult.
Well.
Oh, man. I love the Janna, just the fact that it's in here during all of this conflict, I think is really interesting. Yeah, so, like, she grabbed the weapon, and that's why she hit Vi by accident, because Vi was, like, literally in the way. I think that this is for Jinx realizing that her sister still cares about her, or still has values and hasn't entirely sold out to becoming an enforcer. Caitlyn has a very, like, Attack on Titan, Eren Yeager, like, facial expression right now.
Like bloodthirsty and just confused and upset that someone would interrupt said bloodthirst.
Yeah. Because, like, even Jinx said this wasn't, this is not how things were supposed to be, right? But, okay, so they blew the sacred, mural of Janna open, which I think that's really fucked up. I love Savika protecting them like this. And then somebody also noticed when Caitlyn and Vi are flying away, oh, we're out of screenshots. When Caitlyn and Vi are flying away, somebody noticed that Caitlyn's grabbing her gun, but, oh god. But, Caitlyn's grabbing her gun, but Vi is grabbing Caitlyn. So she still thinks that she can shoot Jinx. That's not an moment, Hunter.
I guess I was like, you're trying to protect her.
Well, Vi is trying to protect Caitlyn. Caitlyn just wants her gun.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can find that screenshot now. Okay, so see, so this is what I was confused about. I thought that this was a warning shot because of the smoke being colorful.
Especially because
I think that they should have clarified that somehow because this is not obvious. I know that Jinx wanted to tag the city, but this was confusing.
Especially because the grass is like green when they pop it there.
Yeah.
But then it's colorful here.
So I don't get how that happened.
So it's confusing.
I guess
Unless it's like she popped a bunch of different places.
I think she put the color, like I'm imagining, you know how the sewer had the holes? I'm imagining she just
Sewers
stuck
have holes,
them, like stuck a paint bomb in the hole, and then when the gas went up, it exploded.
I see. Okay.
But yeah, so like, this is like, Hunter's like, it dissipated. Nobody breathed it in. All of the people that were in the direct line of fire now were sick by that. So yeah, what I don't quite understand is why Jinx wanted to do that. Like, if it wasn't a trap for Caitlyn
like,
and Vi, was it just like, but she said we want to watch it all burn, so I thought she meant the Undercity, not the top side. But maybe it could be possible that like Savika
maybe that's Savika's
had like
influence.
exactly, had an off-screen conversation of, no, we're gonna do this instead.
Kill other
actually,
people.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Let's aim down range.
Did
okay?
She gave Jinx some Marxism, classism, whatever 101 course. But yeah, so now to talk about this scene. I think there must have been a subtitle we missed here. You stopped me. I shouldn't have had to. I had the shot. That was a kid, what have you missed? See, I feel like we're just focusing on the wrong thing here in terms of the dialogue.
You're focusing on whether or not Vi was in the wrong, whether or not, like, what you really should focus on is the difference in values between the two.
Exactly. Like, people are so focused on, like, Vi was wrong, Caitlyn was wrong. It's not really about who was wrong, though, because every other time that Jinx has eluded them, they've just been like, that's okay, better luck next time, you know what I mean? And so the fact it's not even about, like, the missing or the not missing, I love this, what's wrong with you? Just reminds me of, you're stupid! If you keep messing with the Heartless, they'll destroy you! Like that line in Kingdom Hearts. I keep telling myself you're different, but you're not, and see, like, that's just fucked up. Because Vi's probably, well, I mean, Vi has changed. Some people say that Vi's the only one who has never changed. I don't agree with that. I think that Vi did try to change for Caitlyn. She's clearly trying to be more heroic than she was last season. I guess some people, I don't know. Some people I read had the analysis where, like, Vi is the only unchanging character in the show, and I really disagree with that. I think that, like, what sucks about this is that Vi definitely changed. She tried to be more heroic for Caitlyn.
I think
she tried to go down there and kill her own sister. You know what I mean? Clearly, she's not unchanging. So I think what hurts more is that Vi actually tried to compromise, but Caitlyn knows no compromise right now.
Not anymore. Not after her mother passed.
Some people were debating racism here. I thought that this was blood is thicker than water, like, you're Jinx's sister. It's Jinx's
but also,
blood
they're not
in your veins.
Related.
Jinx and Vi?
Yeah.
No, they're related.
They are?
Yeah.
I thought they were just two random orphans that, No,
that's her biological sister.
They're biological sisters?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Can the chat confirm this?
Yeah.
They don't look very alike.
They are related.
Because I just assumed Vander, like, just picked them up.
The two boys were, like, their unofficial siblings.
But
Jinx was always her biological sister.
Okay. Never mind then.
I know they don't look alike, but, like, this is anime logic, guys.
I know it's anime logic, but still.
I love how Wander's gone through this entire show not knowing that they're...
Well, okay,
what did you think this meant, then?
Honestly, I don't think I noticed it, because I was too, like, hyped from everything else.
Yeah.
To be totally honest with you,
they share a bio parent. Yeah.
Okay. I guess in my head, I guess I just assumed that it didn't matter, because they were, like, sisters nonetheless.
Sure.
They were, like, adopted sisters.
Some people are saying, oh, you're from Zaun, so, like, your blood... whatever.
Yeah.
I don't think that it's that. I think it's that she's Jinx's sister.
Here's the thing. I think a bunch of people don't realize they're biological siblings. Because I'm probably not the only one.
Their purple-haired parent is visible in the first scene of the show.
Fucking hell. Okay, well, listen, it's been 2 years.
I know. But I'm saying, like,
apologize.
some people are interpreting this as Caitlyn generalizing the people of Zaun. I guess you could say it as a double meaning, but she didn't say it's their blood in your veins. She said it's her blood. Like, it's particularly Jinx's blood. Both of you are crazy. Get me out of here. Like, I don't think that she was saying anything about Zaun in this moment, though you could read it as a double meaning sort of way. That, like, this plays into more of the classism, and, like, Caitlyn now being, like, you know, they're animals and that other stuff that she said earlier. I think that it was a literal, like, you're related and she'll always mean something to you because you're sisters and you can't, like, shake that connection. You know what I mean? So, Hunter's learning stuff today. Then why are you the one acting like her? That was just brutal. In terms of like that Caitlyn is acting like Jinx. Which is crazy because I don't think that Caitlyn is acting like
murderous?
Jinx. Well,
murderous.
But I think the difference is that Jinx...
Slightly indiscriminate.
Jinx clearly takes pleasure in
Jinx
doing
has a lot more
whereas
fun.
Caitlyn doesn't, so like that was kind of a low blow. This is what people are complaining about, that Caitlyn hit her. I think that this is like a very
Caitlyn also almost killed someone. You realize that? Like, and someone got in her way, so she gun-butted them, you know?
Oh, yes, also I do know that, Austin. I do know. Yeah. What I was gonna say was, like, Caitlyn hitting her is, I think, a direct parallel to the scene where Vi hits Jinx. And I know that Vi was a child when she did that, but I don't think it matters in terms of the narrative storytelling. I think it was supposed to be a direct parallel. Obviously, it's different for a child to hit another child and to adult, like, you know what I mean? But I think that the show was trying to do it on purpose, and I don't think that people understood that. Because they got so caught up on, like, well, you can excuse the actions of a child, but then, like, you know, Caitlyn's an adult, it's not the same. Like, you know, but
here's the thing,
in the narrative, it's the same, though. Like, it's supposed to be that when she's so overcome by her grief that she physically lashes out.
And also, like, Vi, or it's rather Caitlyn, not the best version of herself right now. So it's like, no duh.
So I think that this was an intentional callback and that people missed the point of the callback.
Also, the
like
whimpering noise was so brutal. The facial expressions and the animation of the facial expressions are so good in the show.
It's the third episode of both seasons. That's what I'm saying. I'm glad you guys have some media literacy because I don't know. See, the problem is that I'm on Twitter, so I see everything. I see people's good takes. I see people's bad takes. I see people's discoveries. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think that this was supposed to be intentional. And I think that, unfortunately, because obviously Caitlyn has a lot of, like, real world connotations or whatever, that people are missing that this is ultimately a story about revenge and that Vi got her revenge and that's why Vi is like having a normal one because she got to the other side of it, but Caitlyn has not, right? And so Vi was acting like this, I swear, in season 1 when she wanted to kill Silco and then everyone had like, you know what I mean? Like everybody had short-term memory loss because I'm like, was Vi not doing the exact same thing when she wanted to kill Silco and she was on this one-track mind of revenge? Like, the only thing that makes them different is that Caitlyn has, I guess, privilege and a position of power to go after her revenge. But in
also,
the foundation, this is all about family and, like, the cycle of family, you know what I mean?
And, like, pulling apart of, like, the conflicts that arise when you love people. But you're torn apart
and, like,
by sort of
grief
ideology and
everything. But also, Vi, get up! You've taken harder hits.
That's also,
I think it's emotional.
It's but like realistically, she's definitely taken harder. Yeah.
So. Yeah.
When I said I wanted you to hit it, Caitlyn, this is what I had in mind.
Oh my god.
I also love how Jinx makes a joke earlier of like, hey, have you two,
well, see, I thought that was like, I hope that you guys said your goodbyes before I kill you.
Also, like her face, her pained it looks.
Yeah, because this is the exact same scene as what happened with Jinx, but I think people forgot. I don't know, it makes me a little mad. Because, like, it's Vi being left alone, just like how Jinx was left alone. But
Vi
this time
just
there's
has
no
such
Silco
terrible
to take her.
luck with blue-haired people.
I do wonder, though. Okay?
You do wonder.
I wonder. If you think about it, Vi is still there. Like, we don't see Vi move from this position. Like, you know what I mean? Like, as the episode is ending. So I have a theory that, Vi is going to join up with Jinx and Savika because she's already been fucked over by Caitlyn. Like, this is what I mean by Vi is a wet cat this season. I guess you're right, Dar, but I like her better this way, so that's why, like, I was saying this to Aster, because I don't want to talk about this too much during this stream, but Aster really hates Arcane. Anyway, it's a long story. But I was saying to Aster, I'm like, I hate this trope, but because I like it here, not this one specifically, I don't remember what I was talking about. I was like, I hate this trope, but because I get what I want, this time it's okay. So it's like that I just have selective like any other time I would be like, this is bad writing, except for when I like it, then it's good writing.
I love how someone made a comment about Caitlyn and Vi having sex. I'm not gonna lie, my memory of the first season of Arcane is shot. I thought they had sex in the first season.
No, they didn't. Mel and Jayce had sex.
Well, yeah, I don't pay attention to
Yeah, I know. I know.
I'm joking. But, like, no, I could have sworn there was a scene where they had sex in a shower.
No, they did not. Caitlyn was just being very angry thinking about her life in the shower. And then Jinx kidnapped her when she was naked. So that's the other thing, right? Can we just think about the timeline here? So Jinx not only killed her mother, but Jinx broke into her house, kidnapped her in the nude, and then brought her down to have this evil, fucked up Alice in Wonderland tea party where they tortured her, and then she watched as Jinx's rocket killed her mother from afar. So, like, I think that people are forgetting that, like, Homegirl isn't just mad about the terrorist attack or her mom dying. She's mad that she was violated in her own house. I don't know if Jinx, like, let her put her clothes on. I can't remember. Somehow she must get her clothes back, though, because in that scene she has clothes.
I guess
But she's naked when she's in the shower. She had no clothes.
I could have sworn there was a sex scene. It's been 2 years. In the fan fiction. Anyways.
I had to say something, but I don't remember. Do we think that it's on the table? I don't know, bestie. I don't know, man. That's a good question. Because I kind of see things now as, like, okay, so Vi has this, like, weird pit fighter arc that I don't understand that has been revealed in some trailers where she is fighting people for money or for sport or something. And so I thought that what was gonna happen was that Jinx and Savika were gonna be like, not so fun now, is it? Right? And just, like, literally abduct her right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But because she's right there, right? So they could have been like, well,
we kind of know what Caitlyn's gonna do. We kind of know what Savika and...
Yeah, like, I just don't understand how we get to, like, a legal boxing ring Vi from, like, this scene. Do you know what I mean? It makes a lot more sense in my head that she would join up with Savika and Jinx right now, because it's like, oh, you realize the Enforcers sucked, you realize your girlfriend's a dictator, you should join with the Undercity, right?
I don't know. I feel like she's on her own side at this point.
I hate that. Girl, pick a side. You know, you gotta, like, be the hero. I'm tired of you.
So we have Piltover that's kind of split between Caitlyn and Ambessa that we see at the end, and, like, Jayce and Mel, who are maybe a little bit different than that. Then you have Jesus. Then you have Savika and Jinx that are probably getting a lot of Zaun behind them.
They would get an alliance with Echo. And that's why I want Vi to join
Then you have Echo
alliance.
being their own thing. There's like 10 different alliances here.
I know, but that's what I mean.
And they're all gonna come in and smush like the fucking Battle of Five Armies.
But that's why I want Echo and Jinx to work together, and then I want them to go collect Vi, because Vi is being, again, a wet cat, right? And then from there, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I like the idea of all the sort of Piltover or Zaun people getting together.
Yeah, and so that's what I'm saying. So I don't know, why are we doing this? I don't know. Why is Vi boxing people for fun?
Because, I don't know, the big villain of the last season is already dead. And so it's like, unless Jinx continues to do villainous stuff, the new villain is Ambessa.
Yeah, I think Vi is gonna get framed by Ambessa.
That's
a good
Victor,
idea.
depending.
I think that's a good idea, Authentic. I could see that happening because Ambessa did give Vi "you ruined my fucking plans, you little shit," like, type facial expression.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that what'll happen is that Caitlyn will reveal that Vi and Jinx are sisters, and then they'll both be on the run, and then that means that, like, Vi has no choice but to work with Echo and Jinx because she's being hunted by everyone, and so she might as well pick a side, right? And, like, pick her sister's side again. I don't think Echo will join Jinx at this moment. I see it more as Jinx joining Echo, but I know what you guys are saying. I missed the Victor Jesus talk. What the fuck was that?
Victor
you did miss
looks
it.
like Jesus. He came back from the dead. He has a staff. He has a robe. He has a sexy long hair.
I just don't know what they're doing.
He goes up to
in
people
context.
and he heals them. He looks a little Jesus-y, or possibly Moses-y with the staff. Abrahamic religions.
So the paint happened. Okay, let's Okay, so you guys are talking about Warwick. We'll get to that. I'm debating whether or not to tell Hunter things that I found out about Warwick over the...
No, I'm good to, like, still be surprised.
Yeah,
you know?
So maybe let's not tell Hunter about it, but I saw some things. Okay, so Mel and them look at each other, and they're clearly, like, on their way to go...
frame this guy.
Well, not frame, but they caught him in the act, right? But then they both get kidnapped by the Black Rose.
So here's the thing, like, they were going to basically harm Ambessa by blackmailing this guy, right?
Yeah.
So by trying to take out Ambessa, this witch actually kind of helps her.
I think that
not
that's
having
not
her daughter.
intentional.
It's unintentional. It's an unintended benefit to Ambessa.
Yeah.
Also, I understand I've been pronouncing Ambessa's name Ambessa and Ambessa. It's Ambessa. I don't know why I pronounced it the other way. I'm silly. Moving forward.
With this, that they took Mel to lure in Ambessa.
Possibly.
So I don't think that they did this, like, to help.
Oh, also, I guess there's this side of, like, Monster Lady. I just like that she kind of showed up just randomly. Everyone else feels like, you know, pieces of, like, chess pieces that were already on the table.
Because that lady went to go see what was up with Amara. So
Yeah.
what happened was she went to Amara's house and then the witch got her.
Yeah.
Like, that's could have been what happened. I know what you mean, Hunter, that, like, this feels out of nowhere.
Yeah,
but she did go to see Amara, so that lady could have
It's just like
body-snatched
everyone
her.
else was already a chess piece on the board, and then this lady comes in and it's like, that's a piece from Monopoly. What are you doing here?
Yeah, I mean, I guess just... With this, I think that they have taken Mel to fuck with Ambessa. You know what I mean? In the opening credits, Mel reached toward the Black Rose. I mean, yes, but clearly this was not toward her will right now. So, like, I think they still did kidnap her, but she may end up siding with them depending on what they're trying to do. I think Mel's getting recruited. I mean, maybe, but, like, whether or not she says, yeah, maybe they'll be like, here's all the shit your mom did.
Yeah.
Right? And then she can come back to
Because we assume the
right?
witch is evil, but, like, maybe she has a legitimate grievance. You know?
I think Vi is just gonna fight her frustrations in the ring. Her sister is psycho, her family is dead, Echo is MIA, what does she have left?
Maybe
I mean,
next time we see her, she is making money from gambling, because who knows, maybe there's a time skip after this.
I mean, people have seen, like, dyed black hair Vi in her emo phase already. Like, that's something that was released even before this season came out.
Okay.
But yeah, I know that's her assistant, Grim. What I'm saying is I think her assistant got snatched.
I know we're almost done, but I have to pee so bad.
Go.
So I'm gonna run off and do that, and you chat about this.
Yeah. So what I'm saying, though, Grim, is that I know that that's the assistant who's always been around. What I'm saying is I think that LeBlanc body snatched her, is what I'm saying. Like, I think she went to Amara's house, and then imagine, like, she's like, da-da-da-da-da, Amara, what's going on? How's it going? Like, you know what I mean? And then, what's happening here? And then, like, you know, you have that scene, like, in the Mafia where the person turns around on the chair, and it's like, I'm not Amara. I am LeBlanc, and then just, like, body snatch her, and then Mel gets kidnapped. That's, like, how I see it in my head. In terms of this scene, I really love this scene. I love how Ambessa's in her war outfit. I love her so much. She means everything to me. The only thing that I'm wondering about is that, like, so her thing looks like a rose. So I'm like, are they gonna do that Ambessa was secretly in the Black Rose, and then she betrayed them at some point? Because that's what her bun really looks like to me, but it could just be a coincidence. In terms of the lore, I saw the thing about Mordekaiser, guys, but I don't know if that's, like, gonna end up in the show. Unless the green smoke is Mordekaiser. So I know the Black Rose is doing things to try to stop Mordekaiser from resurrecting. But what I don't understand is why these other places like Noxus would want to stop the Black Rose, because you want Mordekaiser to resurrect? Like, that doesn't make any sense. So I still can't figure out, like, if they're trying to stop the world from being doomed, why do other people want the world to be doomed? Is it because they don't know that they're trying to fight against Mordekaiser? Or is it because they, yeah, like, do you guys understand what I mean? Is it because they don't know, or is it because, like, of the things that they're doing to try to get Mordekaiser, like, the ends justify the means? Are they doing evil things? This is what I was trying to tell Hunter about, by the way. People did not go unscathed in this attack, right? Like, people definitely got hit by the gray. I I don't know if Ambessa's just doing this like a politician like kisses babies thing, or if she actually cares. But I'm kind of assuming it's a mix of both. Black Rose are like part of the government, but I thought it said that where they operate in Noxus hates their ass. So that's what I didn't understand. Ambessa is her own sub-faction, but I'm wondering if Ambessa used to work with them and then, like, things went south, you know what I mean? Like, I'm wondering, in my mind, not that she was necessarily even part of the Black Rose, but they had some alliance and then Ambessa broke it. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I'll help you if you help me and whatever.
I also love Ambessa's, like, war hair.
Yeah, I was just saying that it looks like a rose to me, and so I'm like, well,
like
what
a
if she
crown
used
or a
to
halo?
be...
I dig it.
Like, what if she used to be working with the Black Rose, but then she changed, like, she, you know, changed affiliation, right? Black Rose are like Littlefinger in Game of Thrones. Yeah, like, I kind of did get that vibe. I'm just wondering if, like, what if Ambessa was like, hey, I'll help you if you help me, and then, like, you know, obviously down the line, she stopped. This guy has the cape on hand, by the way. I just noticed that. He has the cape for Caitlyn to crown her as, you know, dictator.
I love how the twank was like, oh, Caitlyn, like, they're gonna pick me, and then surprised, even though the guy behind him had a cape that didn't fit with his outfit.
Yeah.
You know?
They're like how vampires are a metaphor for aristocrats. I've never heard that before.
Some
That's
of the
interesting.
Time, yeah.
But yeah, so, oh my god. But yeah, I love this. And my entire detachment of, who may consider my experience, and my entire detachment of Noxian soldiers. So that's the thing. Like, Ambessa was fighting against Noxus, right? But the Black Rose, I thought, were also fighting against Noxus. So why would the Black Rose have beef with Ambessa?
Wait, so then who are the Noxian? Because it's
They're another kingdom.
So it's her soldiers, though.
No, she said my entire detachment of Noxian soldiers. I think that she meant she killed them. Wait, my entire detachment of Noxian soldiers at
Yeah, so she's Noxian.
Wait, how does she have Noxian?
Is she from Nox? I don't know the lore.
Wait, hold on. Wait, I think she's saying that she killed them, who may consider my experience and my entire detachment of Noxian soldiers. Detachment? No, detachment means...
Yeah, like...
That my experience of killing, right?
No, the detachment.
Guys, what?
Like, because it detaches from the whole. Yeah, so I think it's her detachment.
Ambessa was kicked out of Noxus.
I know what you mean, that it could be like she detached them.
She murdered them.
But I think it's like her detachment as in her. Like, it's like
Ambessa
her detachment.
is a vassal in the Noxious Empire. I think she means that, the detachment from the soldiers of Noxus, that I'm a third party.
She's detached from the whole.
Okay. You guys are saying that...
Yeah, that's what it is. She didn't kill them. She didn't detach them.
Right. So she didn't kill them. She's saying that she's not affiliated with Noxus. She's her own
People
party.
often also use the word dispatchment.
Yeah. So I think
they
that
both
a group of people is called a detachment.
Well, a group of people taken from a larger whole is a detachment.
Okay, so you guys have conflicting opinions, but I think I understand.
Yeah.
So Ambessa was part of Noxus, like a house, like in Game of Thrones. And so technically her soldiers used to be Noxian soldiers. However, she got kicked out and we know that she's broke, right? That's why she's over here, because she got kicked out and she's broke. So what she's saying is, my general will consider my experience and the small army of soldiers that are not Noxian soldiers anymore,
but a detachment
that I am controlling.
Yes.
Guys, that did not have to be so complicated.
It was not complicated. That's what I thought immediately.
I didn't know what she meant by that. I was like, what are you talking about? You have soldiers? I don't remember you. We never see her with the large group of soldiers until this scene. You know what I mean? Like, we only see them right now. I guess we also see them during the fight, but I didn't know she had soldiers. I thought she came here by herself to see her daughter.
Well,
with
no,
herself
she always
and her boy toy and her guards. I didn't know that she brought the entire military, like her entire
with my
little
detachment of Noxian soldiers and my cadre of blonde white
Yeah,
twinks.
do you guys understand what I'm saying? I didn't know that she brought her entire fleet over here. I thought it was just like
no, I got
a
the
couple
impression
people
you
to
just didn't
visit
see
Mel,
them, but you kind of got the impression the earlier season.
Yeah, so
because like
they're
Mel,
loyal
because
to
when
her.
Ambessa shows up, Mel's like, not this shit, and it's a couple of.
I thought
really
it was
big...
like I thought it was supposed to be it's a big fleet, but it's just her and because
No, I
some
think
guy,
there was a lot of
I
people
thought
there.
that was like supposed to be a funny little thing, but I'm wrong. But yeah, now I understand. See, guys, this is the problem, is, like, there's so much happening in this show, and some of it is a little League dependent. Not that part, but, like, just
no, it's not.
some of the Black Rose stuff, and, like, that they're trying to, like, stop
Well, I mean,
Mordekaiser
someone-
from being resurrected.
So
and, like, all of
the
this,
Mordekaiser
like...
stuff is, like, that probably explains it down the line. But right now, all you need to know is Ambessa came over here because she's broke, and she pissed off
The Black Rose.
Black Lady, so she's gonna destabilize Piltover and then take it over for herself.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, I understood that without knowing any lore of D&D, so I think it's still
Of
personally...
D&D of League.
Of League. So
Well,
personally, I think it is. I am tired.
But what I didn't understand, I agree with you, Hunter. My problem was more that I didn't understand. I thought the Black Rose was an underground organization, and so her pissing them off had no connection with the government.
I mean, it looked pretty powerful, but you know.
But do you understand what I'm saying? So I didn't connect that with her. Like, I thought the Noxus beef and the Black Rose beef were separate, but they may actually be the same problem.
Am I bad that I kind of want Ambessa to win?
I'm
just like, she's so scrappy.
I mean,
and she's
I would
down
like her
on
to
luck.
win for most of the time. I mean, I don't want her to win in the sister conflict. Yeah, I agree with you guys. I think that we are leaving Piltover at the end of this season, and that we will go to Noxus and with the Black Rose and everything.
To just
This is a scene where we found out, like, vengeance for your son and, like, all of that, right, in the Chem Baron.
So we were right that she was actually behind the attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that she killed the Chem Baron
To
so
save
the
the day, so she
Chem
looked
Baron
better.
wouldn't be able to tell the tale either,
Yeah.
right? And so I thought that was great. She has a few hundred people. Okay. The twink she hired from Piltover. Oh, so it wasn't even her own twink. She, like, borrowed it.
Well, I mean, I guess you get used to the twinks in your local, like, kingdom, so you gotta find new, fresh, exotic twinks from other places.
How would I have known they were a secret shadow council running Noxus in secret? Like, you know what I mean? I wouldn't have known that. So I thought that they were, that the Black Rose was a freedom fighting group in Noxus. That was my interpretation, and I'm wrong. They're a part of the government of Noxus. Anyway, I just love the scene, you know, lore confusion aside. I love the scene with Caitlyn and Ambessa. I love Ambessa now being her, like, surrogate mother. Also, the fact that, like, Ambessa does not give a fuck about where her own child is right now, right? Like, why isn't Mel at the ceremony? You think that she would be here, bitch, right? You think she would be here? She's nowhere inside. All the other counselors are here except for her. You're not concerned at all?
I also like this scene where blonde twink guy, I forget his name, is like, oh, they're gonna pick me. What? So I wonder if he's gonna, like, plot against...
He can't, though, because he took the shimmer, so no one's gonna trust his ass now.
That's true,
He's
but
an
they also can't pin it on him yet. And
Well,
Caitlyn doesn't know that, so I think she has to be worried about him, because he is a political rival.
Maybe.
Hopefully Ambessa puts him in his place.
But I think that,
Why
like...
do I say hopefully? I don't know, I guess
He
I
has
just
no
want everyone to
power.
succeed. I want everyone to be happy.
You know what I mean? He has no power, though, because if he's like, me and Ambessa plotted to take over the council, that's not a
Maybe.
good look. He can't reveal her, because then he'll have to reveal all the other shady shit that they've
But I
been
love
doing.
this scene where everyone's like slamming on their chest and the armor's clinking. She turns around, she has the brain, she looks like a dictator, and
Yeah,
she
I was
reaches
like,
her
welcome
hands out.
back, Lelouch v. Britannia.
Yeah,
That's
she does have.
exactly
I
his
just love
thing.
that shot. Is so beautiful. There's so many like gorgeous painterly shots in Arcane that you could hang on a wall. I love it. But, like,
Okay.
that in particular.
Now I know Hunter
beautiful.
wants to go home. I know Hunter's mom is like, where is my child? I want to eat dinner.
No, they're off somewhere else. I'm going home.
Oh, really?
And,
Because I saw you look at your phone and I
It's
was
nice.
like, oh,
Instead
no.
of having to make dinner for other people, I make dinner for myself.
So, cinched. Okay?
Yes.
Chat, do not
I love how at
talk
the end
about what Singe
at
is
the
doing.
end of every
Episode.
At the end of every episode, it's just like, and meanwhile, what's Singe up to?
See, I don't know. I no longer think... I was pretty convinced that Singe was doing this on behalf of, like, an empire or
Mhm.
something. I think now that Singe is doing it for, like, the love of the bit, if that makes sense. Like, I think that what Singe is doing...
Because he got screwed over by...
Silco.
So part of me wonders if he thinks Silco's still alive, so he's going to come back with the monster and be like, where's Silco? Dead for 5 years. What?
Maybe.
I assume it's
what
gonna be
I
that.
think is that he wants Hextech because something that somebody had to tell us that I forgot was that Singe has a dead daughter, and that he talked about that at some point.
So I'm guessing
so the
that's who's
locket
in the...
is the dead daughter.
Because previously we theorized that that was a locket that he took from Xander.
Yeah,
Back
from
when we
Vander.
still thought it was, Vander.
Yeah.
Back when we still thought it
So
was him
no,
on the
that's
wall.
his locket, and this is the lullaby for his dead daughter. Now, in the game, his daughter's a robot, right? Well, I guess his new daughter. Pinocchio's, it's a penny from Ruby, I guess, situation
I
or
dig
whatever. So what I'm thinking is that he wants to use the monster to shake Jayce down for the Hextech, because shouldn't he know about the Hextech? Because Victor came to see him, right? So he may
Perhaps,
be
yeah.
like, oh, that's interesting. The Hexcore can do things with human life. I want to come in and take it, right? And so I wonder if it's not even revenge
Is this
about
guy
Silco.
connected to Noxus at all?
I don't think so. I think he's just a
Okay.
man. Because
Okay.
he's like,
'Cause
Singe in
if
the
the-
game,
if the
like, has
next-
poison. He has, like, the gas, I
Because
think.
if the next series is like League of Legends Noxus and it's
Yeah.
about the Noxus Empire, then maybe when he leaves and he goes back over there and we see the rest of Ambessa and we see all
I
these
don't
new
think that
characters.
that's it. I think he because in the game,
I know nothing
he
about
has,
League of Legends.
I think that he has the gray, like, in his kit. Like, I think when he gasses people, it's with the gray. Like, when he poisons people, that's what he
fucked up.
does. So I think he is from Zaun, right? So I think that, like, my theory is that he wants to go after the Hextech so he can make Oriana. Yeah. In terms of this, the werewolf, I'm like, well, why this? I think it's just for, like, the love of science or whatever.
For the love of the game.
Yeah. Like, I can't really think of any
Singe
other reason.
war crimed Ionia working for Noxus. So he has some connection.
I guess
suppose.
so. He wasn't really screwed over by Silco. Jinx burned his face, but I don't think he's about grudges. He only has a science mind. But, like,
I'm not malicious, I'm just curious.
so Singe is trying to bring back his daughter and using Warwick as a test run? No. He's trying to use Warwick for muscle to go steal the Hexcore from Jayce.
Maybe.
The only problem is the Hexcore's in Victor. So I think that, like, he was making the monster to shake
He's
Jayce
just
down.
unaware.
Yeah, he doesn't know, right? But I think that, like...
Where's the Hexcore? It's Jesus now. What?
Yeah,
Like,
like,
I
I think
imagine
that
it's
he
the
wants...
Similar thing.
I think he wants the mage tech. I think he wants the hex tech stuff. And so I think that, like, a lot of people think somehow Jinx and Vi are gonna end up fighting the werewolf. If it is Vander, I guess. But I'm just, like, you know what I mean? I'm like, why would Singe be doing this? The only reason I can think of is because he wants to use the muscle to get what he wants. And if he wants to bring his daughter back, then that means that he needs the Hextech because Oriana is a robot and I'm pretty sure she's made by Hextech. So that's how that all works out, I guess.
In lore, Oriana's dad
Is
is
another guy.
but Redcon exists. Wow, this is confusing.
Yeah, so this is where we leave with Singed, I guess. And so I'm like, Singed needs to be important for something.
I just don't know what yet.
Well, I think that if it is Vander, obviously that would be like the corpse of their dead father
Which is creepy.
running
That
around.
like is kind of like maybe that's what brings them closure. Jayce
Yeah.
and maybe? I don't know.
But I can't see why Singe would make it to target them specifically. So my premise is that Singe isn't even using it to target them. I guess he could also be going around the mage stone that Jinx had, but like, that's such a tiny stone compared to the Hexcore, right? So I don't even know if he knows about that. I don't know if he remembers that. If he remembers that Jinx used
Maybe
to have that.
that is what, I don't know. Who knows? Honestly, there's so many moving parts that like, I
Yeah.
think the next 6 episodes, because they're building stuff up, they really can't keep building stuff up.
Right.
Because then it's like you can't
This is
end it
why
on the
I'm like,
second
why do
season.
we need this like weird... No, we won't discuss the wolf boy today.
I don't know.
Because
the
I
Wolf
want to
Boy
keep
lore.
Hunter kind of secret. Because I read things.
Keep me secret, or keep the Wolf
Keep
Boy
the wolf
secret from me.
Yeah, from you.
If you wanted to keep me secret, stop putting me in YouTube
Oh
videos.
my god. Okay, so now what I want to do
Mhm.
is, imagine if he's been haggling from the ceiling this whole time. That's fucked up. If he's not a corpse. I think he is a corpse, maybe. I don't know. Maybe he's just like a zombie. What I do want to do is, like, prediction, but, like, just for Act 2, because we can't look that far ahead, right?
Okay.
I think, well, Jayce, Echo, and Heimerdinger are still in the abnormality zone, right? So I think that, like, what if what happens is that Hextech stops working or something, and that's why there's an excuse for the time skip, because the military has now been, like, destabilized because none of their equipment is working and they can't go down
and
there.
maybe like Hextech stops working and then Zaun are like, this is when we attack because they're vulnerable.
Yeah, Zaun is like, okay.
Yeah, Zaun, sorry. Zaun
they have no Hextech anymore. Let's go.
I could see that. I could also see Civica and Jinx kind of like joining forces.
Yeah, I mean, I think they already have, but I think that they could work with Echo eventually.
I think Jayce is going to be really concerned about what happened to Mel.
Yeah,
as is
that's
Ambessa.
true.
I also think Twink Guy is gonna try to do something.
Victor?
Like, no, not Victor, not Jesus.
Twink,
blonde Twink Guy.
Oh, Sallow.
Sallow. I think Sallow's gonna try to pull something because he didn't seem too happy about his placement.
Oh, he's probably not happy.
Yeah,
I think she's gonna kill him. He's gonna end up dead.
Maybe it might involve Cat Lady. I hope Cat Lady shows up again. Go team. I am not sure about what Vi is gonna do. I think maybe next time we see her, she's underground boxing just to make money, and she's trying to keep like.
But like, I believe in my heart.
Just because the first season was so like organized, I feel like it's gonna be chaotic, but it won't be so
I think at
chaotic.
the end of the day, it's all gonna make sense. Especially
and if they leave a couple hanging things that can get like worked into the next season, or like to League of Legends, whatever. Yeah. I think that'll work.
And I think that, like, at the end of the day, what this is about is Caitlyn and Jinx and Vi. Yeah. As long as that is resolved, it doesn't really matter what happens with the Black Rose.
And I also think that, like,
Mel.
Jayce and Victor and Mel are going to be.
Yeah. So obviously, that's going to be important.
Out.
I think that, like, with Mel... I think that with Mel, it could go one of two ways. It could be the Black Rose is like, hey, your mom's been doing some crazy shit. Like, help us, please? ? And so Mel could, like, turn against her mom in some capacity. Is Ambessa looking for a MacGuffin? I don't know. I think she's looking for kind of both. Like, a general technological advantage, but also she wants Jayce to, like, keep going with the Hextech, right? So, the only other thing I could see Ambessa looking for is, again, we have a mysterious monster underneath the city. Maybe, like, okay, this would be crazy, but, like, Mordekaiser's green. Like, what if she thinks the gray is Mordekaiser? I don't know. But yeah, I don't know if it's I don't think that it's a MacGuffin. I think that, like, it's just literally, like, we know what your mom's after, and it's the entirety of Piltover.
She's
not just after the advantage.
In League of Legends?
Now she is. They just put her in.
Maybe she dies. Who knows?
I don't know. But I feel like that, yeah, I don't think that Ambessa is looking for anything in particular, but she's looking to take over Piltover because she got kicked out of her own place where she was in charge, so she just wants to be in charge. She just wants to be, like, queen, empress, right? We won't allow you to find what you're looking for in an ambiguous way. I mean, that could have been power. Like, we won't allow you to find, like, you know, your place here. Like, I understand what you guys mean, but the only MacGuffin I could see happening is, like, that they were talking about, like, the Hexcore, and then also, like, what's going on with Victor, and that Ambessa kind of, but, like, how would Ambessa have known about that before her arrival? Right? She would have to know that she, like, if she was looking for anything, it would have to be, like, the big thing that's under the city. Like, it would have to be something that's, like, in Legend, they talked about how Janna locked up a magical stone in the ground. Like, Ambessa didn't know what Jayce was doing until Jayce started to do it, you know? And so I feel like that doesn't make sense, you know? It doesn't make sense that it would be about, like, something that Jayce was inventing as it was happening. If she came here to look for something, it needs to be something a bit more mythological, I think. Right? Like something that there's legends of something in Piltover. They buried something in the city and she wants to find it. But I think that, like, on the
I think
surface,
Ambessa just
she
wants power.
the power.
Yeah.
She wants a place to rule
protect
it.
herself.
And maybe, like, underneath that, there is also a MacGuffin.
I think it's mostly
but I
just
don't know.
power.
I think that, like,
That's
the
more
thing
her
where, like,
brand.
you stole more than, like, from us than gold, I think is still about Mel's armor. And, like, maybe about Mel to a higher degree. If they did her a favor and then they asked for her firstborn. Right? So, here's the thing, Dar. I know what you mean about the multiple, like, plotline thing, but I think that we're gonna start to merge people together, because if Jayce is like, Mel is kidnapped, Ambessa is a dictator, like, Jayce may end up siding with Echo, and then that reduces their situation, right? Because that, like, combines them. Jinx and Savika, if they work together with Echo, they'll get absorbed with them eventually, right? Like, eventually it'll be just two sides fighting, we hope, right? Except I think Caitlyn will eventually kind of go against Ambessa. I think that the other thing that I want to talk about, just very briefly before we end the stream, holy shit, I promise next time will be better, please come back, anyway.
It's okay. Honey, I'm worried about, like, the last Ruby stream where it went for 8 hours.
Oh, I forgot about that, you're right, we're not even that bad yet, honestly.
We're, like, halfway there for three times.
Yeah,
honestly,
3 times the content.
When you put down probably more like 4 times the content, so we're
exactly, with the runtime and everything. I'm convinced it's Mel herself. Oh, what I was gonna say, Dar, is I think the other thing that they could do is that the magic is destroying both cities, and so I know it's cliche and kind of like stupid, but at the same time I'm like, what if everyone ends up having to fight kind of this Elridge monster, and that is what unifies the city together, is that they are unified against a common enemy. And I know that's such a cliche of like, the rich and the poor must join together to fight back against monsters.
It is a cliche.
But like, the monster is under the city, bro. And so I feel like even though it is a cliche, that clearly they have set
I think Austin in the chat makes a good point that it might be about Mel.
Right. That Mel herself is the thing that's more precious.
That she's more interested in the city than her family. Because obviously you see that there's a... And because she talks about how family is more important to me than anything you could ever imagine.
Yeah, but so they said something like, you took something more precious than gold, like that
Which is family.
Right.
I assume.
But how would they take...
Because Mel now has more allegiances to Piltover than she does her family. And not Empire.
But I know what you mean, but like, why would that care? Oh, because the Black Rose is like, oh, we could use that. Like, that's what you're saying?
Perhaps.
Like, that the Black Rose wants Mel because Mel is, like, uncorrupted? Maybe that's why Mel was really banished.
Because also Mel's brother died, so maybe it just wants to kill her children.
Maybe.
That's like the punishment it wants to unlaunch.
Like that was more precious. The children.
Which I hope Mel doesn't. Yeah, because she immediately after
talks
about family.
But the fact that they said stolen, you can't steal your own children. They're your children. So that's the only confusing
Steal her
part
away.
about
I don't know. I guess it's the phrasing.
Yeah, like, that's what I'm confused about, because, like, you stole something more precious than gold would imply you stole something from us,
You killed my family, you stole your son from me. You stole my son from me, I assume.
No, but that was the Amara saying that to Ambessa.
Oh.
Amara said the stealing line. That's why I didn't understand what you were saying.
Amara my bad, sorry, I was confused.
Like, Amara said, Ambessa took something from us that is more precious than gold. I understand that why you guys are saying it's Mel, but, like, how? Unless it's like, you owed us your children.
Unless Mel is some special for some reason, has some magical power, and that's why she saved herself.
Like, the guy that Ambessa fucked was a Black Rose agent, and that was supposed to be their mage child, right?
Maybe she's, like, secretly a mage witch, and, like, that's why she protected herself and Jayce?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, but then it begs the question, does that mean Ambessa had an affair with, like, a Black Rose man, and that's how they had a mage child? Like, is that what they stole?
Know.
Like, is that what it was supposed to be? You know what I mean? That Ambessa, like, that Mel's not her father's child, and that she's some other man's
You know what?
child?
I'm not sure. I think we're gonna have to wait to see.
Because that's just why I'm confused about when you guys say that it's Mel. I think it's the gold stuff because that makes more sense. If it's Mel as a person, we have to think about her biological conception, and that's the part I don't understand.
Unless, like, your father isn't actually your father.
Right, unless,
Which is shocking for her, but not for us, because we don't know her family. It's not like Luke Skywalker thing where you hear about his dad for 2 movies and then surprise!
Right. So that's what I'm thinking. Like, that's the only thing I could see happening is that Mel is not, like, a regular biological child, that she's some sort of magical child, right? Did the Black Rose help Ambessa get the power and she owes them? I don't know. But owes them her children? I don't know.
Who the fuck knows?
But I think that she stole something. Yeah, maybe this happened randomly. That's what I'm saying, right? So it couldn't even be like, you promised that you would have a mage child because we biologically engineered it to be so, and now you have to give us your child. Like, you know what I mean? If mages just happen randomly. Unless she's, like, marked by the Black Rose in some way, where it's, like, destiny that Mel must join them. Like, that's the only way that I think Mel herself makes sense. Would be that if it's, like, written in destiny that Mel will be a Black Rose mage or something, and that Ambessa knew that and then took her daughter away from them anyway. So, I guess now, I feel like that, like, we're not gonna check in with the Black Rose plotline until, like, episode 5. I think episode 4 is gonna be
Mel's
checking in on Vi.
Though, so I assume someone's gonna be like, hey, shouldn't there be, like,
but Jayce is still underground. Unless there's a time skip. I hate this time skip shit, man.
I mean, we don't know if there's a time skip.
Well, we know that Vi dyes her hair and starts fighting in the ring.
Well, maybe she's in hiding now, so she could maybe not be in hiding for that long.
Yeah.
I don't know. If it's a month of, like, we don't know where Mel went. Or maybe what's worse is that there is a Mel and we don't know if it's the real one.
Oh my god! Oh, well, wait a minute. So LeBlanc can pretend to be other people.
Yeah.
What would be crazy is if they kidnap Mel and then they just replace her. You know what I mean?
That
would be kind of fucked.
And that would be a fun little dramatic irony thing where we know something's up, but the rest of people don't realize.
Well, maybe we wouldn't. Maybe we wouldn't know. Maybe we would think, oh, Mel escaped and they just brought her back or something.
No,
well, I guess we wouldn't know.
Never is that dumb. It was not Caitlyn Jensen. It was I forget her name. She did a very good job, and she's been a couple other things. The transgender woman actress who plays the Fox lady, Jess, in the 3rd episode or 2nd episode of Arcane. It was not Caitlyn Jensen.
With a totally
I thought it was
unrelated
briefly because I recognized the voice and
Black
I
Rose
recognized her
sacrificed a whole school of magic children to give power to one of their students because it was a particular useful power she had. This reminds me of The Witcher a little. How there's like a maid school
torture.
And whatever.
Yeah.
That's fucked up. The skin line with Ambessa is choice of the wolf, half of the lamb, and the wolf makes up. Okay, yeah, I know about Kindred a little bit. Okay, so maybe like it's Kindred's baby. I don't think that's it. Maybe marked by Kindred. I don't know. Was that for Annie? Are you guys? Okay, anyway, we shouldn't talk about too many unrelated things. So Singe is making Vander Werewolf into the city for unknown, possibly Hextech reasons. Jayce is like, fuck, we fucked up the city. Victor is being Jesus in the underground.
Everybody's fighting everybody.
Caitlyn is gonna try to keep doing what she was doing.
The Hextech might break, and then that opens up for more conflict.
Yeah. Maybe everyone has to join together to fight an Eldritch Beast, or maybe we don't.
Who knows?
I think that would be fun.
Maybe the Eldritch Beast is Fiddlesticks.
Well, I think that the reason why I'm so hooked on this idea that, like, there's a big monster and both sides needs to fight it isn't because I think that that'll instantly solve classism, but more as, like, that the monster is a representation of years and years of conflict and abuse, and so in order to break the cycle, they must kill the monster. That makes sense to me. I just don't know if the show wants to even go in that direction. I think that our two council idea made sense earlier. And so I think that, like, this isn't gonna have a happy ending where it's like, oh, we killed the monster and kumbaya and, like, we're all happy. I think it's gonna be more, there's so much war and so much bloodshed. Eventually, they put a rest to it and they just split off and do what Silco and Jayce, what kills me is, like, Silco almost solved this conflict. You know what I mean? Jayce was going back to tell them, like, hey, Silco proposed this deal, right? Like, you know what I mean? I mean, I guess he would have never handed over Jinx, and so we don't know if, like, maybe it still wouldn't have happened, but like they were willing to let Zaun just have its own government. So I can see that they would be willing again if circumstances in the future make it that it needs to happen. Do you want to do like an over-under on whether we'll see Jonna, or is it just that she exists?
Maybe she might, who knows, maybe she's like in the hex tech.
Oh, okay.
But like otherwise I think she works better as like a metaphor.
Yeah,
That's another thing, like Jonna also feels like something they ruled out. Maybe she shows up in the background of the first season, I just didn't notice.
Yeah.
But now she feels more prominent. Like her and the Black Rose kind of feel like new additions.
Yeah.
Whereas everyone else is kind of introduced in the first season. But when you consider like how some other shows like expand so aggressively and add so much new shit in between seasons, like this is like not that bad.
Yeah.
But you kind of get the impression that the Black Rose is going to be the next big bad.
I think so.
So part of me feels like having the big bad of the show not be any of the characters from the first season. I mean, unless it's Jinx.
I think
unless Jinx goes full villain, which is kind of
I don't think so, though. I think Jinx is waving the flag, so she's the underdog now.
Maybe.
I think she's going to be a bit more heroic. But the last thing I wanted to say was I think it would be really funny if the sex marker of this season is not a Vi and Caitlyn sex scene, but Caitlyn going through a rotational
of other women
to get over
That would
Vi.
be pretty funny.
I think that'd be pretty
I hope
funny.
that's the next like silent opening, because all these episodes seem to have like silent openings.
So you see,
the next
Caitlyn
silent
is
opening
fucking
is
women,
just her going
and then
through
Vi
women.
is killing people, like
Yeah.
fighting people in the boxing
Fighting
ring.
and fucking.
And so it shows how, like, for Caitlyn, Vi was
Everyone's
an emotional anchor. Like Vi was this emotional anchor, and so now she's trying to replace Vi with intimacy.
Like sleeping with like
women
blue-haired
that look
women,
like
blue-haired
Vi,
women.
Well, red hair women. We're saying Caitlyn's
Oh,
doing
sorry.
it.
I thought Vi was gonna. I thought
Caitlyn is doing
Okay.
fucking a bunch of women, and then Vi is in the ring fighting, and then it smashes between these scenes to show how they're both coping.
I thought it was gonna be like Vi would be like fighting and fucking like boxing and sleeping
No,
with
I meant
people.
one of them.
And then Caitlyn, it was gonna cut with Caitlyn being in business meetings and killing people.
No.
That's how I think
it's gonna be. Caitlyn is having rotation of prostitutes.
Because I feel like Vi is more into the rotation of prostitutes than Caitlyn.
I don't think so though, because
Caitlyn flirted with one, but Vi was familiar with a brothel.
Maybe. I think. Well, she was only familiar. She was in prison. She didn't go to the brothel when she was a kid.
There
She
were
was like
some
16.
people. I'm sure there were some people. I'm sure she had turned out pockets in prison, you know?
But I'm just saying that I think it would be funny, because if Caitlyn finds some sort of relief in like intimacy with people, I think that that would be funny. And then Vi solves her problems with combat. Like, that's just why I think that they would go that way, because that seems to be the only thing that was keeping Caitlyn sane was Vi being around. And so now she's just trying to replace her with other women. You know what I mean? Whereas Vi doesn't want any more attachment to anyone, and so that's why she's in the ring boxing. So I think that Caitlyn's gonna be the one that is trying to solve her problems. You're looking at me like you're like thinking about what you're gonna have for dinner. Like,
no, I'm thinking. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna talk about what I was thinking about. Anyways.
The writer said Vi and cat shippers would be unhappy?
Ooh.
Did they really? If that's the intimate scene, they would be livid? I don't care. They can be mad if they want. I don't know. Not that I don't like the ship. Like, I think it's fine.
I was imagining how that scene would play out. The interplay of Caitlyn doing her thing and Vi fucking people.
The other way.
Yeah, the different way.
For me, the other way. Yeah. But for you want it both ways.
I know. I just want Vi
you
to
want
like
Vi to do. I know. That's what I mean.
People get their rocks off different ways. You know. I don't judge.
Oh man.
I do judge. I judge harshly.
But yeah, I hope that you guys enjoyed this live stream.
I hope that they... Oh, gosh. I don't know. Well, here's the thing. Even if they hate each other, we'll always have fanfiction.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. But yeah, I hope that you guys enjoyed. Again, kind of scuffed at the beginning, but we got back on the horse, right? So... I think that's it.
I know what Caitlyn's having for dinner.
We will see you tomorrow. Hopefully my problems are better. All of my problems that I talked about at the beginning of the stream. But we will see you guys later. I hope that you guys enjoyed. Hope you guys had fun. Thank you, Hunter, for staying so late tonight. We'll try to stream earlier in the future, but we will see you guys next